Hi everyone, I hope you are enjoying the coverage of the FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa, India. Look at the beautiful place I am in right now. While we are on this break, I want to tell you that ChessBase has just launched the ChessBase version, the newest version, ChessBase 2026 and Mega 26, Mega Database 2026 on 12th of November. Earlier, ChessBase used to launch a version every 2 years. But now, starting from this year, it will be launched every year, just like Mega Database. Hence, from ChessBase 18, we have now launched to ChessBase 26. Then it will happen ChessBase 27 and so on. Mega Database is world's largest chess database and has more than 11.7 million games and 114,000 annotated games. What are the newest features in ChessBase 26? Well, here's a short video for you to know all about it.
ChessBase 26 is here, starting with the enhanced opening report. Rating-based statistics for your favorite openings, instructive tactical training built right in, the history of each opening, its pioneers, and a fashion chart showing popularity over time. Then we have the Monte Carlo analysis, simulating thousands of games, defining practical chances and typical maneuvers. Also, new detection of duplicate games, AI description of plans, real-time ray tracing, and more. ChessBase 26. Expand your chess horizon.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today. A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go, that is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious Candidates Tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Yes!
चेस 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 खेल ये हमारा है। आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है। अपना गेम भारी है, हैंडशेक की बारी है, अब इंडिया बोलेगा। It's your move, it's your move, गोवा कर रहा है वेट। It's your move, come 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 don't be late। It's your move, ए तो कोई खोद।
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग। शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन, विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन।
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है, खेल जमेगा खूब। It's your move, हो न जाए checkmate। It's your move, It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. इसको कर दो. It's your move. एक दो ढाई. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move.
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
Welcome to the round of 16. We have just played 4 rounds of chess, but remember, this is just the halfway stage, and the entire tournament plays out over 8 rounds. Players are not normally used to playing such a long tournament because it's normally a 9 or 11 round event. But here we have just reached the halfway stage. Let's see what happened yesterday. Pragnananda is out. The former medalist, the former silver medalist of the 2023 World Cup is out. Vincent Keimer, the German hopeful and the highest rated player of the event, is also out. Those are the 2 big upsets done by Daniel Dubov and Andrei Sipenko respectively. Let's check in which are the crucial matchups of the pre-quarterfinals today, and that's going to be, of course, the big one is Arjun Erigaisi versus Levin Aronian, a 2-time World Cup champion. Can he make it 3-peat? We'll find out later on today. Pantala Harikrishna plays the find of the tournament, Jose Martinez, and another very, very interesting clash. Daniel Dubov plays American star Sam Shankland. Let's see who's going to make it to the quarterfinals. Back to you guys in the studio.
Hello. Welcome everyone to the 5th round of the FIDE World Cup 2025.
Whoa! Let's go!
Oh, what a day, bhai. Sahil, bhai, Amruta. How are you guys feeling? We are well past, I think, the halfway mark now. Like, you have to win 8 rounds to become the champion here. 4 rounds are over.
Sirf?
You know, but the thing is, सारे players पहला एक होता है ना, एक बड़ी मंजिल होती है, एक छोटी मंजिल. पहली मंजिल है कि भाई 7 राउंड हो जाए बस. So for them, I think more than halfway through हो चुका है. So I think we know the number of players that started was like 200 players. Now we are left with what? 16?
16 just. Ooh. Wow.
But yesterday was a day of heartbreaks. As we know, tiebreaks is always that day. इसके लिए emotionally we have to be prepared to get completely drained. रात के 12 बजे एक बस निकल गया यहाँ से. All the players, so many, you know, the bus was of the strongest players, Sagar.
I was actually surprised that Vincent Keimer had just lost at like 7 p.m. and by 12 he was already leaving the hotel. So they don't want to stay even like few hours at the hotel.
I think it's heartbreaking. So for example, like Divya, when she lost, like we messaged her the next morning, she was already in Nagpur. I think for most players, it kind of feels like a position where, okay, this was the place I was supposed to achieve my dream.
Yes.
I couldn't. Like just staying here might just feel a bit weird, right? Okay, like other players still trying, I'm not trying. So they want to get out as soon as possible.
That's true. But also, you know, players like Maksudlu and MVL, and they love to play Bullet and Blitz. So yeah, रात को एक माहौल बना रहता है. Even before that, some players decided to stay back more because they loved the place. That's what they told me. And they loved the chess vibe. इसके लिए बहुत मजा तो आएगा ही. अभी भी जितने भी दिन बचे हैं और जितने भी players बचे हैं.
साहिल भाई, yesterday you were just chilling, yeah? उधर तो क्या हुआ रात को? Like maybe share some secrets.
I wish I could, but I don't want to reveal.
मतलब it was an exciting night.
Yeah, I mean, even I left after a while, but I'm pretty sure like Sahaj and Harshit have even more stories to share, but I would rather not share it. I think, you know, it's gonna...
Which is why Sahaj bhai, who was here going to be on the first panel, is not here, so the night was really nice. तो भाई जानते हैं उनसे. But I want one answer. Did Daniel Dubov turn up?
Yeah, he did turn up.
He did turn
and
up.
I think I will not reveal much, but one thing I will reveal, he's not like making it up, yeah, कि 10 minute तैयारी करी. Like he is chill. Like he's like, भाई 10
अभी कैसा feel कर रहा है वो? Like after beating Prague, now he is like in with real chances,
so,
no?
उन्होंने एक चीज बोली, ये बोलूँगा कि मुझे लग रहा है यार गलती तो नहीं करती रिवील करके कि 10 मिनट तैयारी करी थी मैंने. बाकी लोग तो अच्छी तैयारी करके आ सकते हैं. So yeah, he felt very human, very, you know, ऐसे मतलब जो दिमाग में है वो बोल रहे थे. काफी interesting and strong player, of course. But yeah, I think he's gone to the next round in place of our dear Prague. So Prague knocked out of the event, 2 Indians remaining.
Exactly, but also 10 minute भी prepare किया रहेगा सिर्फ. तो भी, you know, these players who have been playing these strong tournaments, always preparing, playing online, they are in general always very well prepared. That's what I feel.
And we here now for today's round. Arjun Erigaisi taking on Levon Aronian. For me, that's the marquee encounter today. मतलब सबसे बड़ा encounter है आज का. Sam versus Dubov. Also super and exciting. Sam Shankland. Alexander Donchenko versus Le Quang Liem. I think very exciting battle. Le Quang Liem, very experienced. Donchenko, youngster from Germany. Sindarov versus Frederick Swane. Now, I would have given Sindarov a big edge here, but Frederick Swane, क्योंकि उन्होंने गुकेश को हरा दिया है, so we never know. Sargsyan versus Yakuboev Nodirbek. I think Nodirbek is a favorite here, at least by a small margin. And then the all-Russian encounter, Andrei Esipenko versus Alexei Grebnev. Samuel Savian versus Wei Yi. And Jose Martinez versus Harikrishna Pentala. तो ये है दोस्तों pairing for today. सहज भाई, which one are you most excited about? अरे सहज भाई, sorry, साहिल भाई सहज भाई तो just enter कर रहे हैं अभी. उनको तो बहुत सवाल है हमारे mind में, तो वो तो हम पूछेंगे ही. But साहिल भाई, what are your feelings? Which is the most exciting? And also Amruta, want to know your thoughts later.
You know, I just saw Levon, you know, an hour back. Like, he was so zoned in. I think, you know, he mentioned he wants to face Arjun. And I think kahin na kahin pe that rivalry is epic. Yeah, been there for many years. I think that battle is the one I'm looking forward to. Because again, I think Arjun versus Aronian, tough matchup. Both players will go for blood. And of course, it's the spot for the candidates up for grabs. Amruta, which one is your game?
Of course, I think Arjun versus Aronian is the pairing of the day. I don't see any doubt.
Look at this, who we have. Sahaj Bhai is on the panel. क्या बात है?
सहज भाई लेट क्यों आए आप?
क्या
लेट क्यों आए आप?
नहीं मैं लेट. Actually, I was busy downloading and installing the ChessBase software जो आपको chat में description में मिल जाएगा. You know, for everyone. Also, there's a 1 month like membership going on as well, so do check out.
अरे सहज भाई तो full आके ये plug in कर रहे हो, लेकिन सहज भाई, साहिल भाई shared with us that it was quite an exciting night yesterday.
हाँ, मतलब it's like the prospects of getting ChessBase'26 from Sagar Shah itself, you know. It's like, भाई उसका feeling कुछ और होता है.
अरे crazy भाई. And there we have Harikrishna on our screen. He is there sitting, and what a day for Harikrishna it is. Guys, think about it. We all were talking about Gukesh, Arjun, Pragnananda, Vidit, Nihal as well. But here is someone who has kind of exceeded the expectations of everyone, yet not surprised anyone. Because, you know, when Hari does well, we are all like, kar sakta hai wo.
Yeah, exactly. Because he has been in world top 10 before, which is a huge thing. I mean, that is the level of his experience. He's played Magnus multiple times. Somewhere, यहाँ तक आया है, तो I do think that he is going to go ahead.
Right.
What do you
and of
think?
course, I think Hari ka path dekho forward to the candidate side. He has to defeat Jose Martinez. Not easy, of course, but Jose Martinez having the run of his life. Kya wo continue kar payenge is a big question. Next up, he faces the winner of Frederick Swain and Sindarov, which again, like, it's a very strong match, but compare that to facing Arjun or Aronian, like it's relatively an easy pairing. And of course, next matchup as well could be somebody like Le Liem or Donchenko. So I think Hari's path to the candidates may be slightly easier than Arjun's.
Exactly. और चैट में सब लोग कल लिखे थे, चैट या कमेंट्स में सब लोगों ने लिखे थे कि कृष्णा एंड अर्जुन, ये दो जन.
Yes, because it's Hari Krishna. So Krishna and Arjun Erigaisi. So Arjun and this World Cup is like Mahabharat. So like they are there. अरे क्या ही बढ़िया ये reference है, हाँ?
Exactly, it's amazing.
But I don't know, like I feel you have to take it one game at a time, right? अगर आप शुरुआत से end तक सोचते हो किसका easier road है, I think no one has an easier road in that sense. When you're playing a match, I think it doesn't matter आपके सामने Aronian है या फिर anybody else, because they've made it this far. They are clearly very strong players. And yeah, one game at a time.
And they have eliminated the top guys here. It's for a reason that they are there. Like we see on our screen, Donchenko here, who has eliminated Anish Giri and Matthias Bluebaum, the two players who qualified from Grand Swiss. And Le Quang Liem, bhai, ये बंदा एकदम मुझे ऐसे लगता है Le Quang Liem and Harikrishna have a kind of similar arc, yeah, at the top for years, achieved so much, and somehow haven't made it to the candidates or the world championship cycle में top पे नहीं पहुंचे.
लेकिन यहाँ पे I think Le Quang, we did think that Jose will beat him. वो नहीं कर पाया और that's the reason. Jose, no?
Jose Martinez is still playing, Amruta.
No, but who played with, who beat Le Quang last one?
Le
Avander
Quang-
Liang. Okay. Was it Avander?
नहीं.
अरे
But
last
Le Quang
pairing
Liem
क्या
को
था?
कोई हरा कैसे सकता है? वो तो है ना अभी भी.
नहीं यार, लास्ट राउंड में ऐसा लगा कि ऑलमोस्ट हरा दिया है करके, बट हरा देगा करके.
कार्तिक क्या? Maybe I don't know. Jeffrey Young.
कार्तिक
forgotten about
वेंकटरामन.
the pairing.
Wonder Liang तो हारा ना.
Wonder
Liang Sargisian से हारा ना last वाला.
Oh, and there we have Daniel Dubov. Time पे
भाई.
आया है, he
Daniel
had come 11
Dubov.
minutes before in his first classical game with Pragnananda.
But Daniel Dubov and Sahaj Bhai coming in at the same time.
Wearing black.
Although I saw Danny Dubov sitting in the lounge like at 1 p.m. So I think he's like sitting there
अच्छा.
always prepared. करने का time है ही नहीं उनके पास. So he's actually like his preparation is 10 minutes. That's it.
ये players को सच बताओ, बोर्ड या कंप्यूटर लगता है क्या प्रिपरेशन के लिए? What do you think?
या दिमाग में ही कर रहे हैं, मतलब ऐसे बोल रहे हो तुम.
हाँ, मतलब they are so strong for
Preparation के
blindfold
लिए.
chess.
It depends अगर आप प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हो कि नहीं. Like there are few players जो नहीं कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे बिल्कुल भी. But I think
few,
just one.
If I tell Daniel Dubov ChessBase'26 चाहिए, वो बोलेगा रहने दो भाई. इतना प्रिपरेशन नहीं करना है मेरे को.
भाई लैपटॉप लाया नहीं हूँ मैं भी आप मेल कर दीजिए.
So, and Jose Martinez here, guys, what a amazing tournament he is having, and the entire of South America, Latin America is cheering him on. मतलब वो, he's like a unique personality in these 16 players.
Of course, because look at the amount of time he's taking to adjust one piece.
हाँ वही मुझे लगा hang हो गया था वीडियो. And also one interesting fact that Rakesh Kulkarni, Rakesh Kulkarni told me was that out of the 16 players, 15 have not played the candidates before. There's only Levon Aronian who has played it before, so we will have at least two new candidates from this tournament.
वो तो पर लेकिन जब लेवॉन अरोनियन वर्ल्ड कप जीता था, ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो कैंडिडेट्स भी जीतेगा ही जीतेगा. मतलब 2 बार वो वर्ल्ड कप जीता, तो वो नहीं हो पाया था. एंड आई रिमेंबर पीपल हैव फेल्ट वेरी सैड फॉर हिम फॉर नॉट गेटिंग अ चांस टू बी देयर एट द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप. सो ये टाइम लेकिन उनका तो है ही है ऐसा डिटर्मिनेशन. वी कैन सी दैट.
But Saga bhai, we'll have 3 new candidates, no, this time, not 2.
Wow.
Subtle.
आज के बाद I think in 2 days we will know, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you know what? Like maybe there was this. This is one heartbreaking pairing. You know, like how Leko and Arjun was there, right? We were like, oh, also Leko should go through, but of course Arjun went through.
Yeah.
And similarly, I think Arjun and Aronian is one such pairing where we would have hoped for both people to move ahead and reach semi-finals and have a chance to get to the candidates. But unfortunately, that's not the thing. Arjun Erigaisi in his black shirt there with the Quant Box logo. भाई एकदम ही मजा आ रहा है उनको देख के. He's writing with his left hand.
Yeah, he's a lefty. I think many people are shocked like he's a lefty. He signs autographs with the left hand.
Also Levon is a left hand.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Very interesting.
Although Levon, I think, can write with both his hands.
I think that's where the creativity flows over here, and both these players are insanely creative. मतलब कोई चांस ही नहीं है कि आज chaos हो ही नहीं सकता है बोर्ड पे.
हाँ आज होगा. I think this game cannot be dull. क्या लगता है?
No, it cannot be dull. Yeah, it can. I mean, it just matters कि किसने ज़्यादा better, because they're both, I think, very very well prepared guys.
Correct.
And I think. Like first 15 moves बहुत जल्दी होंगे, and I'm guessing Arjun will bring out some unique like subtle variation जो मतलब will take Aronian out of his comfort zone, and yeah.
I have seen Aronian, and generally I've seen that he never is uncomfortable about anything.
मतलब comfort zone से निकालना, I mean, I don't know if he'll be uncomfortable.
I'm just joking, सहज भाई, but basically सहज भाई बहुत serious है ना.
मैं बहुत serious रहता हूँ वैसे, पता है.
उन्होंने कल शाम को कर लिया, सारा फन कल ही निकल गया.
कल क्या ही, लेकिन मजा आ गया.
ChessBase'26 like लेने के बाद ना, like I feel आप genuinely like you become a serious chess player. Like वो feeling आती है आपको you should also get it. आपको थोड़ा अच्छा लगेगा बाद में.
Rating बढ़ाएगा. अगले महीने किसी की शादी में जा रहे हैं,
उधर ही इंस्टॉल करना.
शादी में गिफ्ट दे सकते हो उनको तुम.
अरे हाँ,
गुड पॉइंट.
पर अमृता अगर शादी में गिफ्ट करना हो तो कहाँ से, कौन कोई लिंक है तो.
अच्छा, वो डिस्क्रिप्शन में है.
पर आज पता है साहिल भाई के लिए अलग गिफ्ट भी दे सकते हैं. आज चिल्ड्रंस डे है. So चिल्ड्रंस डे पे we also
गिफ्ट तो बहुत लोगों को दे सकते हैं एक्चुअली.
Today is the 14th of November, guys. So Children's Day, we have a very special offer on some Chesspa books for kids. So you can check that out because little kids love it. And by the way, Levon, Aronian and Ajjubai are here. And by the way, Levon is 43 years old. And Arjun, born 2003, is 22 years old. So actually, you can say half the age of Levon.
21 years older than Arjun, right? For
Yes.
Levon?
Yes.
Insane. And there we have the inauguration for the first move. D4 खेला गया हुआ है.
Right. There is D4 and
D5.
London, Bishop 4, come on.
Wait, isn't that's the president of the Icelandic Federation, right?
Yes. That's Gunnar.
Gunnar,
and,
yeah?
Yeah, Gunnar, and also that's Jankovic. So basically, very famous personalities have come to Chennai.
Because you know,
Goa.
Because you know,
Chennai, nahi bhai.
because you know they have from today corporate chess championship also, which is started in the morning, and all these companies, Google and
Microsoft.
Yeah.
They are there. They are playing in the same hall. They've made a section there. If we can show the but later.
Let's go! Come on, Arjun!
Woo!
Okay, first move क्या रहेगा? E4 या D4?
E4.
Oh, D4 he plays.
D4.
Crazy. Okay, D4.
Okay.
लंदन सिस्टम के लिए साहिल भाई खुशी के लिए से रुके हैं
नहीं होगा. इतने अच्छे दिन कहाँ से, इतने अच्छे दिन नहीं आ रहे आज के लिए. हाँ,
C4. Queen's Gambit, guys. And Levon goes E6, the same opening he played with Radoslav Wojtaszek.
Okay, we have prospects of a Catalan, maybe?
Yes. Oh,
Knight
what?
F3 played.
Knight D7?
Wait, what?
Knight D7. Interesting move. And Arjun not even blinking. He was like, भाई कुछ नहीं हुआ इधर.
और ये राइट हैंड से, ये राइट हैंड लेफ्ट हैंड से मूव कर रहा है और राइट हैंड से लिख रहा है लेवॉन.
हाँ. And Knight F6, we are now transposed back into, like generally they will go first Knight F6, then Knight D7. And now what happened? He played Queen C2. Slightly subtle.
Oh, maybe Arjun wants to go long castle ideas already. Oh, later G4. मजा आएगा.
अरे भाई pawn मार दिया. He's taken, and I'm pretty sure he will cling on to it with bringing his knight here.
Yeah, the question is कि पहले कौन सोचेगा भाई?
E4.
रिजल्ट आ रहा है भाई, लग रहा है मुझे भाई. सेंटर आ गया वाइट के पास.
मत बोल, शुभ बोल.
रिजल्ट किसी भी में आता है. लाइक वाइट के पास इतना बढ़िया सेंटर है, ब्लैक ने पॉन मार लिया है. लाइक दिस इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग.
Okay, who's going to out prepare, guys? What's your guess? Will it be Arjun or Levon?
I think it's Levon.
Yeah?
Levon will out prepare Arjun.
Yeah, right now, yes. Because
actually, you remember he also brought up this move A3.
Oh, but this already maybe Arjun is thinking.
Yeah.
You see, he took out his bottle of water.
Sahaj was right.
Wow.
अरे क्योंकि Knight D7 से कुछ psychological कुछ किया उसने, and then after D takes E4 Knight B6, I think this is new stuff.
And look at this Knight B6.
Okay, how many games have been played यहाँ पे? We really need to know.
Yeah, I'm going to check it out here.
ChessBase 2026 पे जाओ. ChessBase 18 अभी चला गया है.
You know, at least on Chess.com, Knight B6 has been played less. Is the worst move according to the engines, but has a better record.
Oh.
That's very
So
interesting.
it's a very practical
By the way, guys,
decision,
A4
yeah?
on the board. A4 played.
ओ जब भी वो नाइट B6 या G6 पे रहता है उसको लात मारना जरूरी है. A4 A5 या H4 H5.
By the way, I was also considering, I don't know how good it is, but can you play bishop takes C4 here, which the engine immediately gets equal? I have blundered a piece, but guys, here we have a few people joining in. What is the move that white can make? Absolutely, queen a4 check, and you win back the piece, but somehow it gives black the equality because you have given up your very important bishop. तो इसके लिए ये नहीं खेला गया. Arjun has played a4 and curious to see if Levon blitzes out his move.
Actually, did you see सागर तूने जैसे ही सवाल पूछा ऑडियंस में फटाफट आंसर्स दे रहे हैं. आई थिंक आज ज्यादा सवाल पूछने हैं अपने को. क्या लगता है guys?
साहिल भाई, we have to ask.
सवाल है कि सहज भाई कल रात को क्या क्या डिस्कस कर रहे थे.
कल रात को like how do you download and how do you like enter the serial key of the new software and what are the differences?
अभी सहज भाई से खेलना ही पड़ेगा मेरे को एक बार.
By the way, question by Joy Hassan.
Let's go.
Joy Hassan ji कह रहे, is Levon's wife Annie in the fan zone today?
That would be amazing if she visits the fan zone. I have also messaged her. But yeah, today I think is the most critical game for Levon. We will see.
Right. And by the way, guys, I have a small thing here. So A4 was played. Levon played A5. Bishop was developed. Arjun is saying, I have no ambitions to win back the pawn yet. I am happy with the big center that I have built up.
I somehow feel यहाँ पे Levon is also trying to go into a mess, yeah? Like I feel he's also keeping his, like usually a black से थोड़ा solid खेलते हो, like you're happy with, you know, keeping things balanced, but he's got a pawn, he's given up the center. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है Aronian भी यहाँ पे मतलब with black is very much trying to play for a win.
Right. Oh, definitely, actually. He's not going to even look at the colors, I think. Yeah. He'll be, of course, very happy if he gets the opportunity to draw यहाँ पे. लेकिन अर्जुन क्या फील कर रहा है मैं सोच रही हूँ कि नॉर्मली ना उसका अपोनेंट ही इज द वन आउटराइटली आउट प्रिपेयरिंग हिज अपोनेंट्स यू नो कि बहुत बार वो लोग सोचते बैठते हैं 20-20 मिनट 25 मिनट. यहाँ पे ऐसा कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. तो अर्जुन को कैसे फील होता रहेगा यू गाइस थिंक?
अर्जुन आई थिंक शक्ल पे तो कभी दिखता नहीं ऐसा कुछ फील हो रहा है. एक्चुअल में अंदर क्या चल रहा है वो भगवान ही जानता है. एंड ही गेट्स अप फ्रॉम हिज सीट राइट नाउ एंड टू मी इट्स सरप्राइजिंग कि इतना रैंडम लाइन मे बी ही नोज व्हाट टू डू. बिशप b4 प्ले.
By the way, just to inform you guys, bishop e3 had 4 moves here, 4 games in this. But bishop e2 is the first novelty, like it's a new position already after move 8. No games played. And Aronian, by the way, goes bishop b4 very quickly.
And is that the best idea here for black?
I'm not sure because there was another move which was to break in the center with c5.
Oh, really? Because somebody did write in the chat. Aryan says c5 feels natural, which is amazing.
Which is perhaps the most natural move यहाँ पर. Sahaj bhai, you also feel so c5?
Bishop b4 and then c5 maybe. Also, I mean, I don't like breaking the center before I've castled, yeah? I think castle karo, फिर c5 खेलो, then I think it's very nice. Also, maybe you have to be careful about ideas of d5 as well. Like white say, kabhi bhi.
By the way, Levon following what you are saying, he castles and guys, अब उनकी aim है to break in the center with c5 and then Levon Aronian would have an extra pawn in the position. So where is Arjun's compensation is the big question.
Yeah, what does the audience think over here? What is the compensation?
That's a good question actually.
Because यहाँ पे move नहीं है. So, you know, they have to try and guess. Chat also, let us know what do you think.
And by the way, this one right now, while they are thinking very quickly, we will also then go to the game of Hari. And there he is playing. But let's just talk about the compensation that Arjun has and then head over there.
Central pawns?
Mobile center for white. I pretty much think it's correct. This center and also the fact that this bishop on c8 is a bit right now boxed in.
And how would you call the knight on b6 as well? I mean, normally it would have loved to come to d5 and all, but as of now its movement is restricted, though it is a defender. तो वो भी थोड़ा एक side में बैठा है.
But it is defending the c4 pawn. Oh, bhai, he played what?
Another
Bishop
like
E3.
another prospect I think for white is the possibility to attack on the king side. Like the moment you play e5, that pawn becomes a very strong piece to conduct an attack on the king side. And वो option मैं कभी भी use कर सकता हूँ. So I'll play e5, you move your knight, like you said Amruta, like knight goes to d5. I think that's a good move. But then उसके बाद knight g5 वगैरह, those moves and just that
हाँ, मतलब you
option
have
to
to be
attack.
very sharp as a defender क्योंकि e5 may not be a good move right now, but it can suddenly come and
Yeah.
attack. Also development white का rooks are connected. जब भी दो रुक मिलते हैं एक दूसरे को हाय बोलते हैं तब समझने का कि खुशी है.
Also, I think अगर pawn वापस चाहिए तो हम ले भी सकते हैं. Rook d1, knight e5, like we'll get the pawn back as well. So white has multiple ways to play this. He can attack, he can play in the center, he can take the pawn back, and again the bishop on c8. Yeah, right now the main culprit for black.
Right, and there we see a beautiful view of the playing hall. All players are in one line here. So if you are back at home, do think about coming to Goa. The tournament is on until 26th. There are 13 more days left. So dosto, do consider coming here. I met someone today at the breakfast table and they said that they were watching the commentary and somehow just this call out ki come to Goa actually connected with them and they said हमने book कर दिया ticket और हम आ गए and then I asked was it worth it and they said absolutely because when you are at home the person said that when I was at home I would often tell that the players क्या खेल रहे हैं ये लोग क्यों गलतियाँ कर रहे हैं but yesterday during tie breaks they stood there in the playing hall and they were like oh my heart was pounding at looking at them playing so it's a different experience coming here.
Yeah, I think whoever we have met बोला है कि यार ये experience अलग ही level का है and it cannot match the online experience. So if at all it is possible, seriously think of it. Forget about what resources you're putting in because experience, non-material value, you're going to take a lot with you.
Non-material value, I think chat के लिए amazing है. Maybe Hari needs some material value though. If he can have a look at that game for a second.
Let's go.
Because ये pawn structure आजकल मतलब सुना था बचपन में कि थोड़ा संभाल के खेलना है. आजकल I think players बस pawn ऐसे double कर लेते हैं मजे-मजे में.
ये वही line actually we saw this in this tournament as well, right? It was between Lorenzo Lodici
and Hans
Niemann.
Yes.
This was the same opening, guys. Bishop c4. Knight f6 and now the knight jumps in to g5 attacking the pawn on f7 d5 takes knight a5 you give a check. This is very well known theory. Pawn takes and now पहले सब लोग bishop e2 पे रखते थे. Now on d3 has become the fashion. You jump with the knight attacking the queen attacking the knight goes back and you play your bishop out to d6, defending the pawn, castles, knight f4, once again attacking the bishop here, and now rook e1, creating pressure on the e-pawn. Hari chops off the bishop, pawn takes, ये सब moves बहुत fast हुए मतलब castle.
सब preparation है yeah?
Yes.
Sort of, like one thing I want to add here is that Jospem I think was offering for a very, very sharp line. Instead of knight f4, black can go for short castle.
Right.
And then rook e1, then f5. Which is sort of this hyper-modern variation जो हरी ने पहले खेला हुआ है, I'm sure of it. Knight takes e5 you play, you go queen f6 or something, knight goes back to f3 and then कुछ g5 आता है इस position में.
Crazy.
Which is quite interesting. So basically Jospem offered this line and Hari didn't go for it.
I'm very curious to see if Hari has played this before, but first let's reach the live board position. Castles, knight c3, rook e8, defending my pawn, b3. He pushes his pawn to c5 to grab the d4 square और फिर knight को वापसी करवाने के लिए. Bishop comes here, putting pressure on the c5 pawn. Knight goes back, and now knight to e4. Again putting pressure here and on d6, bishop f8, rook c1, and knight to b4 played here by black. by Harikrishna, who's still in his preparation.
Wow, he has 1 hour 34 minutes 52 seconds.
Knight c5, and finally we reach the live board position. Yahan par we need to assess this position with all the different imbalances that are there.
बहुत सारे हैं
First of all, 40 move का time control है. They've already reached halfway. They've already reached halfway. So like this tells you कि कितना deep preparation है and how fast Jose played knight c5. I think it's not even close to the end of his preparation. So this is gonna go even deeper.
Whenever you are very well prepared, एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग होता है कि कौन से पीसेस एक्सचेंज हुए तो अच्छा है, कौन से पीसेस कौन से स्क्वायर्स पे बेटर रहेंगे. सो ऑलरेडी देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग इन्वॉल्व्ड. आई थिंक यहाँ पे टाइम प्रेशर तो आया तो इट वुड बी अ बिग शॉक. ये गेम में कोई चांस नहीं है. एंड गेम इज समथिंग हरी रियली लव्स. बट वो डबल्ड पॉन यार d3 d2 पे चिल्ड्रंस डे जैसे लग रहे हैं वो.
By the way, guys, can you believe it? How many games have reached this position?
Can we guess?
Yes. ये वाला position.
ये बहुत कम होना चाहिए. 50?
5.
Well, the right answer is 73.
Wow.
Insane. 73 games have reached this
Okay, that's
position.
really a lot, huh?
I'm surprised actually.
Because I do agree, like maybe around 10-12 would be a right answer. But तुमने ऐसा पूछा इसके लिए मेरे को थोड़ा hint मिला.
Yeah, I think the main move here by far is to play queen to d5. यहाँ पर to attack the knight and the bishop. I mean, to attack the knight with the bishop and queen.
The very first question, basic silly question is for bishop takes c5.
Yeah.
Rook takes c5. Queen takes d3. Rook takes e5, yeah, knight takes e5, and white is clearly better.
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't a question. Sorry.
No. This is actually one of the key lines that showcases that you cannot get back your pawn as black right now.
अरे very sorry to interrupt, but पुनीत जी कह रहे हैं कि I am coming on Goa on 18th. क्या बात है? Chat में लोग आ रहे हैं, guys. We should keep inviting them to Goa.
Yeah, bilkul. And by the way, one variation I want to look at is knight c5, queen d5.
Okay.
I'm just going to the first preference of the engine, and d4 apparently is the best move.
Have to play it because pawn takes pawn does not work because the rook is hanging here.
And now bishop g4
makes a lot of sense to connect the rooks.
h3 takes.
Oh my goodness.
This endgame, first of all, voluntarily a white se jao feels a bit ridiculous, but once you move further and take on d4 and you look at this endgame after e takes d4, rook takes e8, rook takes e8.
ये सारे मतलब क्या सोचा है आज उन्होंने?
But it's a classic good knight bad bishop
Exactly.
scenario, no?
It feels like white is slightly better. Yeah? Knight d3 apparently, and now white is better.
This will be difficult to defend, I think. Like black doesn't really have rook e2. You have rook d1, and then king f1 khel ke I'll just kick the rook away.
So let's just.
And how is this?
Let's just show what Sahaj bhai is saying. Rook अगर अंदर घुसने की कोशिश करता है तो
just rook d1.
D1 या c2.
Actually, either rook c2 is also well. Actually, rook c2 is even better because you still keep control of the c file. And next move, king f1 khel ke you can just kick the rook away. And it's classic good knight bad bishop because this bishop on f8 doesn't really have a bright future.
Wow.
But the pawn structure, will it give compensation? Because if Hari's prepared, then with the black pieces, a comfortable draw would be a great thing for him to go into the next classical game with the white pieces.
I'm not sure wo endgame is a comfortable draw though.
Yeah, it's not
I
so
think
simple.
will be a lot of hard
suffer
work.
करना पड़ेगा हिंदी वाला.
Correct. Sagar, I have a question. When you did 73, when you saw 73 games were played, were they played in the last like 7-8 years or before that? Because in the last 7-8 years after Alpha Zero and everybody came in like such engines, the pawn structure का बहुत सारा assessment change हो गया था. जो पहले अलग होता था तो lines recommend अलग होते थे.
I see that a lot of games are correspondence games, guys, here in this line.
Then it is obvious that the evolution of engines have made this line more popular.
And I also see one human game, which is one name that I keep on seeing every other time we go deep into a line.
Anish Giri?
No, it's Aditya Mittal. I think Aditya Mittal is this one player Very young boy, yeah? Born in 2006 in Indian chess. He's a grandmaster with around 2600 ELO. But he's an opening expert. And he goes really deep into the lines. And here he has played a game against Ivan Sidletsky in this position. And Aditya had chosen the move bishop f5 here, not queen d5.
Amazing. You know, does Aditya also play a lot of correspondence chess? Because otherwise, I think he'll be very good at it if he does that.
I don't think he has time for it. Yeah, he wants to become a strong
Aditya is a
player.
beast when it comes to bullet chess. By the way, like absolute beast. I mean, I've had so many like online games with him like that. I mean, an absolute beast. बहुत मजा आता है मेरे को उसके साथ.
Wow. And here right now, guys, knight c5 played by Jospem and Jose Martinez. His online name is Jospem. वो उन्होंने कहा था after beating Alexei Sarana, and I think he had come here to our studio here in the fan zone, and he had said he prepares close to 4 to 5 hours each day before the game. So this is really showing here कि उन्होंने कितना मेहनत किया है.
Exactly.
Let's not forget कि उनके पास mouse नहीं था, तो राकेश got him a mouse to play online, and he won that event as well.
And also someone got him the internet. So I think with all like एक जन ने mouse दिया, एक जन ने internet दिया, and he won.
Yeah, he won. So it's insane. Yeah, मतलब.
Did he win the first edition of
Yeah.
3+0 Thursdays, which is a new tournament launched by chess.com? He won it, yeah?
Yeah, he won.
And he finished above Hikaru. Like it was insane.
Wow.
9.5 out of 11. Matlab, wow.
Hopefully Hari doesn't know that. Yeah, so he's full confidence right now.
No, Hari to would have looked at the games also, I think, right?
I even spoke to him.
Oh.
पता होगा उनको, for sure.
Wow. By the way, Jackson in the chat is saying flying from UAE to Hubli, which is 8-hour drive from Goa, might have to make a detour if Arjun makes it to the next
अरे
round.
क्या बात है? Let's quickly check up what Ajjubai is doing along with Levon Aronian, guys. Arjun's last move has extracted a lot of time from Levon. Why? Because Arjun's move bishop e3 is stopping a very important move that Black wanted to make.
Do people remember what Black wanted to play in the chat?
It's a very important thing, break that Black wanted. C5, exactly C5 अब नहीं आ रहा है बोर्ड पे क्योंकि बिशप है यहाँ पर. So my natural question here and is, can we go knight g4 to attack this bishop?
That dark square bishop looks quite important. मतलब ऐसा देने के लिए ऐसे सोच में नहीं आता.
We shouldn't.
So bishop f4 would be the.
Or bg5 maybe.
Yeah, somebody did ask in the chat even before bishop e3, why not bishop g5, which was a very good question because it was giving a direct threat of e5.
Yes, maybe because of h6.
Bishop h4, you definitely don't want to go g5, right?
G5 पे तो knight takes g5 looks so scary.
नहीं Sahaj bhai, it's not because my bishop can drop back, right? So then it's fine, right?
Bhai, you really have to like. I mean, ये board पे होना for the first like half an hour, I'll only be thinking about knight g5. I won't be able to stop myself.
मतलब इस पे blitz या bullet खेला ना तो white ऐसे crush करेगा black को.
अरे classical में भी भाई बहुत
I mean,
मजा आएगा.
next move is going knight h7, trading the bishops. Doesn't it look good for
अच्छा
black?
ठीक है, engine evaluation क्या है इधर?
Yeah, it's actually engine also says it's not a bad idea, which
मतलब
is
full
surprising.
form में only slight better for black.
Oh, that's
does
bad.
mean that white is doing well.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. 0 point something. Na? That's completely fine.
Exactly.
No problem.
That's why I'm surprised actually. I mean, I thought that black should be clearly better here.
I mean, your king is weak. I have that e5 idea again. मेरे को bishop trade करना भी जरूरी नहीं है ना. I can go bishop h6.
और f4 रुक f3 रुक g3 ये सब मतलब स्लो you can do slow attack इसके लिए शांति में
अटैक करना को तो कौन सा पॉन पुश करेंगे यहाँ पे साहब भाई
अटैक करने के लिए it's called
Silver
फंसा दिया आपने मुझे यार अच्छा maybe I'll take the bishop I'll go rook a3 rook g3 without pushing any pawns.
Right.
By the way, chat is also asking for one request that they want to see Dubov's game after this analysis.
Oh, for sure. Let's go to Dubov's game. By the way, bishop e3 and Levon is thinking. Okay, so let's go to Dubov.
We haven't found knight g4 को क्या करना है?
अरे actually Jospem का game एक बार check कर लो. That exact same position is there.
क्या
Same endgame is there. That ditto, that same endgame is there.
किसका?
हो रहा है
पूरा jaws
rookie
पे
eight.
literally the same position.
93
Oh
played.
my
They're
goodness.
literally in endgame right now.
I think Hari thought that should I go to that end game or not, and he said, okay, I can do it. And if Hari says he can play, then I think Sahil bhai, I trust him.
Yeah, I think there's this
100%.
maneuver of rook e6 and rook a6 apparently. जो engine चीख के कह रहा है, he has to find that at the right moment. And I think he will have some counterplay. It's not easy for black to kind of make progress, yeah?
That's a great point actually. Rook e6 maneuver मुझको भी तो lift करा दे वाला. And guys, whenever a rook comes in front of the pawn, it gets the same thing. Like it's considered to be in that open file. So बहुत सही है.
I'm a bit also attracted by a5, a4 as an idea. Like a5, rook a8 and a4. I don't know how good it is. But
So
it can
a5
also
rook
give
c4, let's say.
a5, rook c4.
तो फिर आप rook e2 से tempo ले लोगे ना. मैं king f1 पहले खेलता हूँ, फिर rook c4.
Okay, king f1. I think can I go? No, maybe a4. You will take and save the pawn with knight b2. Yeah, you might be very greedy.
Better रहेगा.
I'll go rook a8 with the idea of a4.
Rook a8 then rook c4. Amruta's idea.
And now attacking d4. Can I try for quick counterplay with a4?
Rook
कौन नहीं मर
takes
रहा आपका?
d4, ab, rook a3, yeah. But then rook d8.
takes.
एक second.
This is probably equal, yeah.
Rook d8, knight d5, knight d7 नहीं आ रहा है क्या? या knight b4, knight c6 in
Actually,
fact.
great point, Sagar bhai. I think if he manages to go into this,
It might be enough compensation
Yeah.
to draw.
Eh,
Just simple draw, yeah?
Then I would like to start with rook c4 because it is a threat directly.
Right, but if rook e2, then you improve your position a bit by rook
Because
c2.
I want... No, can I not take on d4 and go rook d8? I'm just trying to see
Pin
if
हो
there is a
जाएगा ना?
way that I can
This is
take any
terrible.
advantage.
This is terrible.
Uh-oh.
So rook c2, maybe you go back. I'm curious, did Hari make his move? Not yet. So Hari has two ideas here, guys. One is a5, a4 with rook a8. The other is rook e6, rook a6. Other is maybe just not do anything and play g6, bishop h6. Also not a very silly idea, yeah? To put the pressure on d2, as Tanya would say. नहीं इधर नहीं वो कर सकते. Pinned piece नहीं है.
इसलिए counter attack करना है. You can't sit as black,
Yes.
yeah, and passively. Suddenly white का king आ जाएगा f1 पे rook c4 and suddenly he will put pressure. So
I agree.
you need to create counterplay somehow.
Very nice position, guys, and also a big representation of modern day chess. We are on move number 25. They all have worked hard at home and come to the board and played quickly. But now starts the real battle. Sometimes it just peters out, draw ho jata hai, khatam ho jata hai. But sometimes this fight becomes very intense from this point onwards.
सागर भाई बोला Peters out. मैंने कहा I know.
नहीं, but also एक चीज देखने के लिए कि Hari is very happy to be in an end game where he has so much time. He's also well prepared over there. He is in a comfort zone. That's what I would say. Like even Magnus, you know, whenever there's end game, he's very happy about it. So that's what our guess is. ठीक है, let's hurry and go to Dubov's game.
Okay, let's head over there.
Wait, did you say let's hurry?
Yes.
Nice.
And Daniel Dubov playing with the black pieces. I think today he might not have a very easy draw because Shankland would be going in for like आज तो win के लिए खेलना है मुझे. So a6, it's the Rui Lopez, knight f6, castles, bishop e7, rook e1, b5, bishop वापस आते हुए, castles and a4.
The anti-marshal.
Anti-marshal is here with a4, bishop b7, d3 खेला गया, and d6. The knight comes in a slightly offbeat move, I must say here. And queen d7.
But वो tension maintain ही रखना है ना. You have to not take on b5, I guess, or you should.
I think basically if you take here, somehow you cannot take. Yeah, there is a pin. So you can't take the pawn. So what Shankland did is he forced his hand here of black and played his pawn to c4 and told black that now I'm taking and I'll take here.
अरे लेकिन d4 का पूरा
D4.
Normally C pawn C3 पे जाता है, आगे जाके D4 आता है, तो यहाँ पे he has committed to C4.
Some like prep, yeah. I think probably also inviting B4, but B4 is looking, I don't know, bit shaky. Like maybe knight C2 is possible.
D4, knight C2, A5 must be the main line here. And what Dubov thought is like, yeah, this will be deep preparation. I don't want to go here. And so he played.
No games, yeah, after the C4, B4 stuff. No games.
No games, huh?
No games on chess.com, yeah.
Wow.
So C4 is a novelty, you mean?
Could very well be.
Yes, I think so.
But Dubov jumped with knight A5, guys. Knight A5 and engine is like Dubov. Ye sahi nahi hai. He took 4 minutes to play this. And Shankland quickly took on B5, knight B3, queen B3, AB, and CB. And white is a pawn up now.
And it looks a clean pawn, no?
Yeah, and also Dubov की strategy है draw लेना, right? He mentioned कि draw ले लो classical में, tiebreak में जाओ. He's not going to get a quick draw at least यहाँ पे.
Sam Shankland, guys, what a player he is. He's beaten Vidit Gujarati here. Richard Rapport ko he beat 2-0 in the rapid format. And now, he's now putting pressure on Daniel Dubov. Shankland, incredible.
Yes, he has surprised all of us. I mean, he was always right there, you know, since so many years, experienced, and he used to be preparing with all the top players. US championships he has really performed well. It wouldn't be super surprising if he gets to the semi-finals, I would say. Not like a big shocker. But yeah, this is incredible chess.
If we talk about someone's journey to this round, I think Shankland might be like number 1, yeah? Because if we look at it, he defeated Ivanchuk first, world number 2 at peak, Vidit, candidates player. Uske baad Rapport, and then uske baad Dubov.
Oh yeah, he's faced really strong opponents. Maybe, yeah, you are right. He might have had the toughest. If we maybe would Jose Martinez come there?
I think Evich Velimir he defeated round 1. So maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like for him, because he got Ivanchuk in round 1 also because like he was what 27-70 or something like this in his peak.
Yeah, I mean Ivanchuk at his prime can still play really well. So true,
elite
maybe.
Player, yeah?
But what about this guy Grebnev? Because he beat MVL in the last round.
Let's
and
see.
Before that, I think also he created some upsets.
While ChessBase searches, I think Arjun has played a move.
Levon.
Yeah, Levon played. And
Did
Arjun
he play?
Arjun played in a second, by the way.
Oh,
he's prepared.
Chupai. So BD7 played after 15 minutes 35 seconds, and Arjun Erigaisi plays 95 in 1 minute 38 seconds, and he's hitting this pawn, and Levon says Queen E8, beautiful move.
Okay, A4 pe pura pressure at any point of time, even if it is defended by 3 guys, the rook, queen and knight, the knight can be eliminated. Iske liye A4 pe kafi pressure. Abhi he's threatening to win a pawn.
Yes, exactly.
No.
If
there's an intermiss of knight D7.
If we take here knight C4, and then bishop takes C3, I was thinking because eventually I want to take on A4.
Knight
but
B6.
ये पहले मार देगा. And then if CB, I have B takes, and this is a winning position for white. What a beautiful structure with bishop pair.
And if you go back a moment, if you don't take on C4, let's say.
Yeah. I mean, I took...
Achha, is taking on C4 a really good idea?
I think it's the best move, guys. Or not. I don't know. I mean, I would think...
How is knight takes D7 because you don't like that bishop in general? You would prefer the knight. I understand that.
It solves all of black's problems out of the opening. Queen E7, C5. It's looking really good for black.
It's like that one wrong positional exchange इसमें सब कुछ ऐसे black को खुशी मिल गई.
C4 पर वापस नहीं मिलेगा भाई, रख लिया black ने अपना ही है.
You know, these positions are so difficult in a way. They look like, oh, all moves are possible. One wrong move and suddenly the position is equal. White, if he wants something in this, Arjun needs to play carefully. Which piece to exchange? Knight takes D7, not good. Knight takes C4 मारना है.
सागर भाई, one wrong move की बात कर रहे हो. Dubov has blundered.
No way.
No.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, I mean, he's using a pawn, yeah? On E5.
No, that's not a blunder, for sure not. But
Okay, how much time did he take? कितना time लिया उसने?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Not a blunder, I would say, but okay. Like he sees some counterplay there. 95 queen e6
अच्छा लेकिन शाम के पास 1 hour 30
Sham? Sham नहीं अमृता, Sam.
Sam and Shankland का mix.
राम और श्याम खेल रहे शतरंज.
Sham Shankland.
Slip of tongue बोलते हैं.
Guys,
मैं शाम ही बोलेगा. अब से शाम
we have Sam Savian and Sham.
Sorry.
We do have a Sham in the Indian chess community also. The confusion आएगा.
Yeah, I was surprised if Sham Sundar was here or something. But very interesting move by Dubov. He's like, knight se pawn maar lo up if you want, but I will go queen here, and now he's 2 pawns down. Daniel Dubov.
So he's only looking for something very, very dynamic, betting on the bishop on b7, I think.
Yes.
And the queen coming to g4 at some point of time. Abhi to knight hai, but
Yeah.
wow.
This could get
Aggressive.
very exciting. A great find there, this game. I think we are very much going to zone in there. What has happened in Harikrishna's game against Jose Martinez? Hari did play the move g6.
I love this move the most because wo bishop on f8 feels like getting some life.
Yeah. And also a5 later, rook e2 is on the cards. So I think Hari will be able to draw with black today is what the feeling is, at least for now. And guys,
लेकिन देखो ना कभी कभी कि वो एक होप रहता है white को कि देखो he knows if black is well prepared I'm not getting much in this opening, but अगर एक slip हो जाए, एक गलती mouse slip भी हो तो भी चलेगा, तो then he gets the advantage. On that basis I think Jose is trying, but even the time difference doesn't help him at all. कि बहुत time है 20 मूव के लिए.
I think Hari for sure draws this, yeah, क्योंकि इतना time ये position तब आती है अमृता when you have like 5 minutes on the clock. Then maybe it's a bit difficult, but जैसे सागर मैंने वो a5 a4 दिखाया ना, I feel just sack one of the pawns, get activity, proper rook endgame 4 versus 3 आएगी. या तो आपके पास d pawn रहेगा या फिर b pawn रहेगा as an extra pawn. And you, because your king side structure is already broken, I think it's very straightforward to me.
Absolutely.
Unless you stop me from playing a5 or कुछ knight b2 खेल दो आप. कि if he manages to keep white's knight on, like white's knight alive and black's bad bishop sort of alive, then maybe you have some more chances.
this bishop, by the way, very interestingly, could be a very good bishop, but also could be bad potentially as it's limited by his own pawns, but could get out from h6 and start putting pressure here. So bishop ka future kaisa hoga, we'll have to see.
Yeah, and also if the by chance there is a race for the passer, मतलब white loses the d pawn, black loses the a pawn, तो फिर थोड़ा सा ये हो जाएगा. But I think it's going to be very calm, and Arjun's game is going to be super chaotic.
So Hari का stress नहीं हम लोगों को. Hari is chill.
नहीं, वो जाके खाना भी खा के आ सकता है and everything. आज उसको I don't know, आज रसगुल्ला था जैसे.
अच्छा.
जैसे you don't need even a fraction of second to take it and eat 2-3. Yeah.
I think all the players now are staying in the hotel here. So the food is a very critical part. मतलब जो खाना वगैरह जो players को मिलना चाहिए, because they are 14 days now here.
It's gotten better, yeah. It's gotten better and better every day. Yeah. Food में choices भी बहुत बढ़ गई हैं.
And I can see every player has found their routine. Yes, we have a question from the audience here. Maybe we can give a mic to our audience member and take a question from him. Yes, sir.
So in this position,
yeah,
which side will be happier if the rooks are exchanged?
Which side will be happier if the rooks are traded? If I'll also ask you guys. My feeling is white would be happier because then black has absolutely no counter play with just the bishop. I mean, there's this pawn, but uske alawa nahi hai. With the rook, you can sometimes come here, rook e6, rook a6. That's my feeling.
Agreed. I think it's very easy for white to attack all the black pawns. Knight flexible hai, can switch colors. But the bishop on g7, look at white's pawns, yeah? h3, f3, b2, a2, like all of these are light squares, and the king can defend the rest. Aram se e2 mein baith ke. So I think even though that might be a draw, you don't want to risk it, yeah?
Yeah, but no, my only thing is that it should depend a lot on the position of the kings, because if black king gets to f4, you know, or even h4.
Let's say his question is rook e1 here.
It's like
see exactly, if black's king is going to reach the weak pawns faster.
No, I think rook e1 is not fair because there's bishop h6 there and you have to play d3. But like if we just had to remove the rooks from here, then black का जो bad bishop है, it becomes more bad. जो white का जो good knight है, it becomes
knight
more
is
good.
better than the bishop. That's what we are agreeing upon.
No, but it's like because the rooks are there, it sort of balances out the situation because both of those pieces are more or less active.
So let
as
me
well.
do it this way. If such
Rooks
an endgame, the engine basically calls it dead equal still.
Yeah.
So maybe it is perhaps equal, right?
But I think it still gives that slight initiative for white in some sense if the king position is not good. Rook is the active piece. Let's keep it for black.
Yeah, I mean, in general, if you play something like rook c8 here and try to get in, it would be nice. White has to go rook c1, rook e8.
कभी तो rook h5 पे भी पहुंचेगा, f5 पे भी पहुंचेगा. So yeah.
You know, it's like a boxing match against Mike Tyson, जहाँ पे आपने सिर्फ defend. You might defend and save yourself, but you're not really winning, yeah. In any case.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit, but guys, maybe we are
पे king g5, king h4, because
yeah.
the pawns, that's what I'm talking about. If the king position is different, and white knight would not have time.
This reminds me of the game between Rubinstein, Korn Rubinstein, very famous endgame where the black king goes like this, then starts playing with the pawns, and it's an attack in the endgame, like with the pawns. It's a very famous game. कोई भी यहाँ पे उसको नहीं देखा है, then should look at it. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So maybe it's true. Yeah, it's a great question you have asked us. It has made us to think now that maybe Hari is not averse to rook trades because king could go here.
And also the first time Jose has started thinking, he was having 1 hour 33 minutes on the clock. तो सोचने लगा है. Shall we move to Arjun's game?
Yes, Arjun में there is a small update. What has happened is Levon Aronian has found a way to get some counterplay after knight takes pawn, knight takes knight, bishop takes. In comes the break in the center, e5.
Actually, e5 looks like a very good move because it is somewhere fixing that central pawns for white on e4 and f3 and g2.
He played f3 abhi.
हाँ.
Arjun played f3. He could have played d5 as well, but he decided to play f3 खेल के ये पूरा structure को solid बनाया है. And now after takes, we have a very interesting position here.
Okay, let's check every piece.
Yeah, do you think white has an edge, yeah? I mean, in this position.
I think so. I think white has a great edge, but black has a wonderful move that actually solves some of the problems. Black to play, guys. Anyone wants to give it a shot. Active moves. क्या खेलोगे यहाँ पर? Black to play. Go for it. Don't play a passive move. Now the threat is bishop takes. मार भी सकते हैं हम.
मार भी? मतलब वो तो मारेंगे ही ना पक्का?
I mean, you don't want to give up your dark squared bishop sometimes. Bishop takes c3, but then after queen takes c3. Yeah, now you can't do this. It's just 2 pawns you get.
At which point were we able to do that, by the way?
And to be honest, it's a very difficult move.
Knight
yeah,
h5 नहीं है क्या? Knight h5?
Maybe knight d5 आ रहा है maybe Amrita.
Knight h5.
I would consider that to be honest.
But f4 I was
d5.
looking at.
Beautiful. This is very strong. So can't do that. Guys, not easy.
Basically, the question is how do you control the d5 square? Like this. That's the most important thing right now. मेरा knight वहाँ पे आ रहा है. My threat is not just bishop f6. उसके बाद की चाल मेरी knight d5 होने वाली है. So if you can stop that plan, then black will be fine. Like because of that, I think c6 is somewhat something that I would consider as well. But there is a better move, right, Sagar bhai?
c6 is a little passive.
Yes.
But you need to be more active.
There's a good move. Bishop e6.
अरे crazy.
सहज भाई क्या है? Explanation से मेरे को मिल गया.
Bishop e6 because you can't take the knight. Bishop c4 wins for black. And if you decided to take here, then after queen e6, most of the problems for black are solved. Most.
Wow. Okay, Levon will find it. I mean, because it is also somewhere a threat. to the opponent.
Yes.
And then you are constantly like the first instinct is you want to go queen e6 and defend the f6 knight, but bishop is on c4. So iske liye.
Oh, I was very much surprised that here c6 is the move. So a question to everyone, doesn't knight c7 win material?
Counter attack.
Black to play? Queen d7. Very well done. Or d6. Both moves work. Double attack with a check. So you have to go like bishop f6 business when it's all okay after queen c7. Okay. So
how many players here in the audience? I mean, how many of you are online rated? Raise your hands if you're online rated.
अरे सब लोग online खेलेंगे.
काफी सारे लोग हैं यार online.
Online तो खेलेंगे ही सब लोग.
वो तो.
But
FIDE
that's
rated.
amazing.
We have FIDE rated players as well. Wow.
Amazing.
What's your age? Maybe we can give the mic also to that little guy over there who is sitting.
Where?
Yeah, that guy.
We have a very young boy there.
15, 16. How old are you and where are you from?
I'm 8 years old and I've come from Mumbai.
Oh, wow.
Oh, very, very nice.
That's cool. That's very nice. What's your name?
My name is Agastya Patwa.
Agastya, so nice to see you. Did you see some players today?
Yes.
Who's your favorite player out of the 16 remaining players now?
Arjun Erigasi.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That's so cool. Arjun Erigasi, Agastya, thank you for being here and please answer some of our questions.
He has a question. Can you give a mic to him?
I think someone in the back is also having a FIDE rating.
Yeah. 1 second. Can you आप उनको mic देंगे?
We have one more strong player here, but right now, guys, Arjun has just played f3, and yes, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello. My name is Karthik Kumbar, and I'm from Thane.
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So my name is Karthik Kumbar. My FIDE rating is 2020, our classical rating.
Okay.
And I came from Thane.
Wow, you came all the way from Mumbai. Thane se aaye hai Karthik Kumbar, who's rated 2000. That's amazing, Karthik.
That's
good to
very
have
cool,
you
yeah.
here.
Thank you so
And
much.
who's your favorite player here
course.
out of 16?
Arjun Erigasi.
Arjun.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Arjun is the
And he's the
favorite,
one
yeah?
who's going to make the way.
Yeah, you think Arjun will make the way?
Definitely.
I mean, for Arjun, this is super important tournament, guys. Think about it this way. It can be a career-defining moment for Arjun if he manages to win this and reach the candidates, because then he could get a shot to win the candidates and go for the world champions title or the match with Gukesh.
Yeah.
You know, so it will be an epic thing in his career.
Absolutely. And I think वो nerves, I think अभी आएंगे as we move in the future rounds. अभी top 16 Sagar भाई. So, क्या mathematics बैठता है पता नहीं 100 divided by 16, but the odds are increasing, twofold with every round.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Bishop E3 के बाद F3 खेला गया है. Levon is thinking. Levon is putting his mind to this thing कि how should I equalize in the most clinical way?
मेरा एक question है, like, would you want to see in the World Championship, would you want to see Arjun Gukesh या फिर let's say Hikaru Gukesh?
I mean, there are...
like, it's a very random question.
Also very interesting could be Fabiano Gukesh.
Fabi Gukesh. Okay,
Fabi Gukesh.
3 players.
There's also Prag Gukesh.
Yes.
Which
No,
could...
but like between these 3 players, Fabi, Hikaru or Arjun? Like if you had to choose one.
I mean, if you have to think about what would be like causing a huge explosion of chess in India, it would be Arjun Gukesh. It would take us back in the times when Kasparov and Karpov would play matches against each other, and then they would decide कि कौन से city of Russia या USSR में matches would be held. So something like that could happen in India.
But also, I think if it's, for example, Hikaru, yeah, he's going to make statements every second day. तो वो भी media पकड़ लेगी. So I think hype either way होगी, but as long as we are winning, चलेगा भाई, कर लेंगे adjust किसी के साथ भी.
And Amrita, you?
No, I mean, if you give me a choice between Arjun, Hikaru and Fabi, I would go for Arjun first. Of course, I mean, he has been in the world of chess, so many times he's missed his first place, with some hard luck there. Everybody else has been playing candidates and so many times. So, yeah.
We have in the chat Shushruta Reddy who says Karpov and Kasparov dominated my entire childhood. By the way, the chat was saying please give the mic to the girl. क्योंकि वहाँ पर जो वीडियो था वहाँ पे I think people saw it, so maybe we have someone here. If you could pass the mic to her, I think everyone wanted, because I think you were about to pass. Justice to the girl.
Okay, guys.
So maybe we can just get to know.
Oh, in the meantime, e takes d4 has happened on the board, which means he has seen bishop e6.
Bishop takes d4 will happen. Yes, can you introduce yourself?
So, hi, my name is Dimple.
Hello, Dimple.
I am from Wardha, near Nagpur.
Wow. And are you a streamer?
Yes, I am. I have a YouTube channel, Learn Chess with Dimple.
Learn Chess with Dimple, and I think you stream regularly.
Yes, now I restarted my YouTube journey.
And will you be streaming soon? Then people will join.
Yes, I might stream today in
some guys, you can go to Learn Chess with Dimple and check out. I think I've seen her streams before. Very fun. So thank you, Dimple, for following and coming all the way to Goa.
I'm on the selfie contest.
Oh yes! Oh yeah! I forgot.
Now
she's the winner of the selfie contest.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to thank chess.com and ChessBase. Only because of you guys I am here,
So nice, and I'm very glad that you came. Thank you so much. Her selfie was just insane. It was not just one selfie. There were 8 pictures. It had Magnus and Gukesh and Vishy, and I think no one could beat that selfie.
Exactly. So you have to come here, take the pictures, so next time you win the selfie contest, you have to come to Goa if you're watching.
Correct.
Yes.
So thank you, Dimple. Thank you. That's very sweet. Bishop takes d4 is on the board here.
अच्छा बिशप e6 आएगा कि नहीं बोर्ड पे?
खेलेंगे
100% आएगा.
100% Levon understands.
Everybody trusts Levon, including us, guys. He's gonna find the best moves for next many moves.
I think in general, when there is one strategic issue to solve, these top players solve it very well. And you can see Arjun is pretty much thinking, if my opponent plays bishop e6, what is the best way I can put pressure? Is it knight e2? Is it knight b5? Is it taking on e6? All these questions running on in his head.
Tough choice for Arjun. I think he has to find a way to keep the pressure on. Otherwise, if black pieces say kal and
Kill diya.
On the board.
On the board, guys.
Wow.
Levon Aronian showing his class here. Bishop e6 has been played.
Acha, how many of us are thinking this match will go to the tiebreaks? I am for tiebreaks. Like it will go to tiebreaks.
Yeah,
what about?
Though.
Unless कुछ लेवॉन की कुछ crazy preparation आते हैं, ये वाला मुझे I don't think today is
going. Classical में नहीं हारेगा, लेकिन very unlikely, no?
It's Aronian.
Still, like
it's Aronian.
Arjun's prep is like immaculate. Like he will not lose in the classical, I feel.
Yeah, but
I mean, can we agree?
Do you think this game has already is running out of juice? Because for me, it feels like there is some juice still left, right? Because we have 4 pawns versus 3 here. So a majority where the pawns can start to be pushed. I mean, I'm still not giving up on Arjun pressing in this game a bit, at least.
No, for sure the game is not over, but I think Arjun also needs that heavy complications. Abhi bishop ke trade hone ke baad, I think bishop f6 and knight d5 looks like a logical thing. Okay, let's assume that doesn't happen. Yeah, also on the d file, I feel the rooks might get exchanged too. So maybe you're not running out of juice just yet, but 5 to 10 moves, I think it is possible.
So let's say knight e2, I play here. Okay. Do you take here on c4? Or what do you do?
Maybe I will, yeah.
Or queen c6.
Oh, queen
maybe
c6
pin.
is even nicer, yeah.
Queen c6 pinning here. Let's say I go rook c1.
But then bishop c4, no?
Bishop takes c4. Queen takes c4.
Queen
takes c4. Rook takes c4. c6, right?
Yes, okay. And this is the type of position where I'm saying, okay, maybe you have some chances, but थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा यहाँ पे जीतना, I think. You need some...
What about bishop c5?
Here. In this position?
Yeah, bishop c5, rook c5, rook d8, I think he'll go for.
Yes. And Amruta, black
I don't
is
have
pushing.
time for... No, I can't give the d file. Okay,
Exactly.
it's a only open
Exactly.
file which is very critical to control.
This position reminds me of some Slav, yeah? वो जो normal कौन सी Slav होती है वो?
I can show it. It happens out of d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, dc4,
yes.
a4, bishop f5, e3, e6, bishop takes c4, bishop b4 here.
Something
castle.
like that.
Something like this, and then black eventually plays a5. It's similar structure.
Very.
If you get e5.
Exactly. I think like the more pieces you trade, or especially in Slav type positions, I remember white को knight रखना होता है, black को bishop रखना होता है b4 पे. That's like the nicest sort of piece combination that you have in this position. So at some point I will expect Arjun to either go bishop f6 or start the pawn roll with f4 e5 like you mentioned.
But guys, I have one question. It may not be very ideal, but I want to see if someone here is really going to find this. It's not like the best move. There are many decent moves here for white. But what would you play here as white, which is a little bit, you know, showing your understanding of endgames?
Okay, now I'm also interested. This is...
What would you do? It's a little bit, it's a move that many beginners would never do. But if you give it to a very strong player, they would at least think about it. No, not sure if they would make it, but they would think about it.
Do we bring everybody to the party?
Yes, sabko lana hai. Sabko lana hai. That's a hint.
I'm thinking knight g3 probably. That would be my guess.
That's your move, but I'm looking at something different. Sahaj bhai, don't reveal it. Let's ask our viewers, anyone wants to bring everyone into the party.
सब बोलेंगे फिर पार्टी कहाँ पे है?
गोवा में गोवा में है party, so you guys can think about coming here. But sorry, bishop c5 is what Amruta mentioned.
No, वो earlier था. अभी मेरा move अलग है.
Oops, sorry, rook fd8. I mean, it's not the best because it gives away the open file.
Basically, if you remember the movie हम साथ साथ है, that's the hint.
मैं वो अभी भी नहीं समझा.
Well, the answer which yes, maybe you want.
Give one more hint.
I think someone wants to give an answer. Yes, Karthik may be there, wants to answer. While he's answering, we have a super chat here saying such an amazing coincidence that the last two Indians that are left have the names Krishna and Arjun from Mahabharata. क्या बात है?
I think a lot of people will start reading Mahabharata after this.
If they both reach the finals.
Oh.
Yes.
So two moves come to my mind. Like one is knight c1, knight d3 plan.
Knight c1, knight d3. Very interesting.
And the other is rook d1.
Rook d1. That's also very cool. And what is the one piece that that you are not thinking about that can also be got into?
Dash is a piece in the endgame, guys.
Of course, king f2.
Yes, I was actually looking for this move. I don't know if it is great or not. But ये move आना चाहिए दिमाग में. When you are looking at endgames, think about centralizing your king to e3.
मतलब तुम बोल रहे हो कि ये सोच के reject भी किया तो it is okay, but if you don't think about it, is not okay.
Yes.
Also, any rook fd8, now king e3, rook अंदर नहीं आ रहा है. So
yeah, very nice actually. Rook.
I like the way Amruta explained it.
But knight and
मतलब सोच के reject कर लो बस. सोच.
Yeah, maybe it's not. I mean, what you suggested.
दिमाग में कुछ और भी चल रहा है.
Sorry.
और भी चल रहा है दिमाग में.
ChessBase'26.
Sahaj bhai always dodging the important questions here. But guys, bishop e6 on the board by Levon. Arjun is now thinking what is the way in which he can put maximum pressure कि करना क्या है ये position में. Should I bring my knight back? Should I play knight b5? सोच रहे हैं वो. तब तक हम जाते हैं हरिकृष्णा के गेम में. Jose Martinez, Harikrishna, some improvement, some movement has happened here. And look at this, guys. Hari with black actually lifted his rook upwards. f4, rook e6, rook c4, rook a6.
Oh, this was the idea, Sahaj, you had mentioned about, and it's happened on the board.
Draw हो रहा है भाई.
Rook d4.
Draw हो रहा है भाई.
देखो कैसे होगा ड्रॉ बताता हूँ. Knight b4 attacking the rook and defending the pawn, so we take it. Rook takes, rook a2, rook d4 defending this. Now you go maybe rook b2,
Rook d3 only move.
rook d3, a5, and somehow it's enough.
Okay, but wait a second.
compensation.
White is a pawn up for now,
But
right?
matlab, I have way too much time here. That's the problem. Like objectively, it should be a draw. But if you have less time, maybe you can make a mistake.
This
but
reminds of this Aditya Mittal versus Anish Giri endgame of
Yes.
Sharjah Masters where he had
the
extra
last
pawn.
game. Yeah,
Exactly.
yes, of course.
Something where he maybe Hari doesn't want to get here, yeah?
Yeah, because look at this. King g2, suppose you go for.
Yeah.
King g7, king f3, king f6, I believe.
Yeah.
King e4.
Uh-huh.
And for black, I mean, white's king looks slightly more
और
active.
फिर वो यहाँ आ गया. Somehow थोड़ा डर लग रहा है. Maybe I will get
Rook b1
counterplay
आके
this
rook
way.
h1 you will have to go, but then you have to calculate the race, which could be a bit unnecessary from what the earlier position
Couldn't black
was.
just play rook a2, a4, exchange those pawns? एक pawn तो exchange
But
करे
d
at least.
pawn तो रहेगा
So
पास.
you are saying like in this position,
In the
instead of rook b2, play a5 directly.
Yeah, and just stay ready for that exchange.
I was just a bit
What
worried
if rook
if I...
a4?
Rook b2?
Exactly.
And then this way. This
And
is
rook
what
a5.
Sahil is keen on.
Much
that-
easier than keeping those pawns at least, because the d passer is closer to the black king here.
So does Hari want to go into a pawn down endgame like this? Or does he want to find a more clean way to hold? Is the big question. Or is there a cleaner way to hold this? Not sure.
Can we play knight c1?
It's like, Sagar bhai, you know that position when you have a rook bishop versus rook and a pawn? And like when you're trying to defend from the rook and the pawn side, the easiest thing to do is to sack the pawn, go into the endgame and just, try to draw
Hold.
that. But log wo pawn ko bachate hain. I see this as quite similar to that. Like, because the more you don't go into the simplified version of this endgame, the more you are sort of going to suffer. Just go into it, it's a draw, thoda sa calculate karna hoga, you have so much time. I think it's the easiest way to draw. And also you get activity. Otherwise, your rook and your bishop is stuck defending b4 and d4, which is not ideal.
Okay. You convinced me then. कि कर लेते हैं भाई rook a6. But is Jose Martinez convinced here to go here, or is he thinking about rook c2? We will get to know. Are there other games which are happening, that we can look at a bit, just give a roundup कि क्या चल रहा है?
Dubov has equalized, by the way.
Oh my God.
I don't know how he does it, but again, the complications kind of favor him. He confused Sam Shankland. Now the game is almost equal.
I must say, Sahaj bhai, tonight, when you guys will meet again, and with Dubov, like every night you guys spend some time, then you can tell Dubov ki Sahil bhai had said d5 move was a blunder.
Great. I will do that.
And we will see what Dubov's reaction is to that.
जल्दी सोना पड़ेगा लगता है.
Timestamp भेज देना chat में please, ताकि वो दिखा पाऊँ मैं.
Can we show that movement of d5 once, actually?
Here.
Here he played d5.
Yeah, I like this move. It's a very direct way to simplify it. Perhaps.
Okay, how did the game go on?
He took queen e6, and now Sam came back, which was perhaps an inaccuracy. He should have taken ed5, and perhaps it was not that simple to equalize in such a position, but still black looks very active.
काफी active pieces है, and anybody can fear such a position, that too with Dubov playing this with the black pieces. So you understand the psychological aspect of this decision of knight f3.
Right, knight f3, de, queens were traded, pawn takes, knight takes, and white is still a pawn up, bishop e3, but somehow ये doubled pawns है, and black pieces are well positioned. Pressure here. I think he'll get back his pawn.
I mean, you think he's very, very easily equalized yet again, yeah? Nicely explained. Rook b8, bishop a3 looks very
भाई
logical.
मुझे तो लग रहा है Dubov in this tournament will do another of his easy draws, and कल आएंगे white से 10 move draw. No pressure with white against opponent ने इतना मेहनत किया पूरा दिन. I am not even trying with white, because he's like, I just don't know in modern chess how to get an advantage with white. against a well-prepared opponent. That's what Dubov says.
So I'll get advantage with black, yeah. I mean, that's his strategy.
I will
like
just...
one quote that really stuck with me was like, he was saying, मुझे जीतना नहीं है, but मुझे हारना नहीं आता. That's like, I cannot win, but I also cannot lose. So I'm just going to outlast you, yeah? I'll just make like, classical में draws हो रहे, it's fine. Rapid में draws हो रहे, it's fine. But उसमें हारना नहीं है बस.
Can I tell you something? Dubov qualifying to the candidates will really put a big conundrum in his life कि अब क्या prepare करे? Because in candidates I have to play 14 rounds against well-prepared opponents.
कल पिच तो चली गई है लेकिन साज भाई की कि we can be your seconds, chill seconds.
Oh wow.
नहीं. What pitch?
अच्छा वो पिच बतानी थी क्या?
नहीं बतानी थी भाई.
Ignore.
अब तो पक्का गई भाई.
True, now it's
अबे उसने
public.
maybe भी बोला था पहले यार.
साहिल भाई ने एकदम
कैसे हो यार तुम?
कुछ
साहिल भाई
reveal
career
कर
में-
दिया.
नहीं
और
साहिल
भी-
भाई को सीधा मना किया था. बट मेरा मे भी था. बट
Sahaj bhai ki rating और career दोनों डुबा रहा हूँ मैं. But meanwhile, Rook D like on the. Okay, if we switch to Arjun's game, I think he found Bishop D3 as a nice resource.
What Arjun didn't take, yeah, he came back.
Yeah, and now Rook D8 was the only move to maintain equality, and of course Aronian found it. Yeah.
Aronian plays Rook D8 and
But very quickly, na?
He's so smart, Aronian guys. और इसमें there's a lot for us to learn here that he is not afraid of the doubled pawns here, which is really amazing. क्योंकि बहुत बार it's an inherent feeling in us that if my king side structure is broken, it's bad. But Aronian just sees that his bishops are very good and it's fine for him.
Wow. These are the positions which are the toughest to assess. But for Aronian, he loves imbalances. He loves this kind of creative play. Pieces सबको active चाहिए. Dubov, Aronian, Arjun, they share some similar style.
Maybe, do you think he wants to play this, Arjun, like take, and okay, if you don't do anything immediately now, black is fine. But I was thinking E5.
Yeah, that's the first move which comes to the mind.
Opening up the bishop.
Attack. Can I ask you if Rook D3, Queen D3 and F takes E5 will give some compensation, or is it too bad?
It's bad actually. Quite bad.
I am also worried कि जब Bishop H7 हम मारेंगे, कल को King G7, Rook H8, Bishop D6.
कल नहीं साहिल भाई, आज ही हो रहा है
वो है ना कल करे सो क्या
आज करे सो अब, and I think बहुत जल्दी I'm not even sure who's the one attacking. Bishop C5 check, Rook H8, Queen E7, Queen H4. This could be scary. वो F pawn वापस थोड़ा सा
Agreed.
F2 पे होना चाहिए था.
Exactly भाई. F2 पे ही होना चाहिए था वो. I don't know why though. Just feels normal, natural.
Yeah. So this one then, guys, is interesting. My suggestion could be knight E2 to keep the game going here. Just keep it protected. खेलते रहो.
The question is, otherwise, forget about everything. Where would you want the C3 knight to be? I mean, D5 छोड़ के, but D5 होने नहीं वाला है.
F4 पे. Because it eyes here, it looks here, it looks in the center, it looks very good.
And now what if Queen E7 here?
Queen E7?
Do you have time for F4?
Maybe not so soon, because you might
because
be threatening
my ideas
to
are
take.
Rook D4 and
yeah,
Bishop C5.
you are very smart, Amruta. F4 is a blunder because of take, and Bishop C5.
ये सारे tactics black को कैसे मिल रहे हैं भाई? थोड़ा डर लग रहा है ना? Like we don't see any tactics for white.
Well, because white's position is strategically better, but not like tactically. He has to make prophylactic moves like knight E2, king H1, keep that space advantage. And if he does that for several moves, he might be slightly better then.
So candidate moves में one is knight E2. Is there anything else? Like, we generally shortlist the
Bishop
moves when we
F2.
start thinking.
Bishop F2, Bishop E3. These two moves come to mind.
I like knight E2 more, yeah, because that knight G3, knight F5 I really like that idea. It also connects with Bishop F6 as well.
Right.
And also Queen on C5 is kahin na kahin you know that.
Yeah, great point.
Opened.
There,
It's a great, interesting moment because guys, if we go full screen on Arjun Erigaisi here, तो आप देखोगे कि he is in deep thought here. He's about to make his move perhaps, but these are the moments which are super critical where the players have to think कि भाई ड्रॉ कर ले या फाइंड समथिंग टू कीप द गेम गोइंग.
Knowing Arjun, I think he will not give up until he finds one thing, one path forward to keep the game going. Draw Arjun की डिक्शनरी में नहीं है.
साहिल भाई, अर्जुन क्या सोच रहे हैं, ऐसे आप उसके माइंड को रीड कर पा रहे हो?
अर्जुन अर्जुन सोच रहा है मेरे गॉगल्स मिल जाते, यहाँ पे स्टाइल मार के बैठने का था यार, अभी कुछ तो क्रेजी करूंगा मैं. इन लोगों को पता ही नहीं लगेगा भाई क्या करने वाला हूँ मैं, कोई गेस नहीं कर सकता.
You know, I think ये जो चीज़ कर रहा है ना, I have seen Srinath do this. Like, look at him and he imitates like Arjun in some way, and it's one of the funniest things.
अच्छा, we should call
Sahil bhai,
Srinath.
आप भी थे ना उधर, मेरे को याद है.
Does Arjun know that Srinath imitates him?
Yeah.
अच्छा फिर ठीक है.
उसके सामने था यार.
Okay, so while Arjun is thinking here, guys, maybe we do a quick roundup of the positions. Jawokir Sindaro versus Frederick Swane. Frederick Swane with black. भाई उसने अपना नाइट लेके आया है वो F4 पे, like he did with Gukesh.
टाइम देखो उसका, 40 मिनट बचे हैं. Sindaro is having all the time in the world.
But I like actually black's position.
But almost an hour difference, yeah.
I see a lot of potential in it, guys. Don't you feel it, or maybe?
No, for sure. You can have Queen G4 next, and maybe like some G5, G4 ideas also later on.
But there is a immediate pressure on the E pawn because the bishop is looking here.
Yes.
So that's a problem to be solved.
Let's ask the question. No, let's play Queen G4 by black. And why can't he play D takes E5 in this position?
Oh, bhai.
What's wrong? Correct.
Wow.
Correct. Nice.
Wow. That was super quick, guys. Check. King H1.
Knight. वो देखा ना उन्होंने.
हाँ.
Knight F2.
Knight F2.
Check. King here. Finish है क्या कोई? I think Knight D3 should work, right? या नहीं?
Knight E4, Knight G3 में mate नहीं हो रही क्या? हाँ, mate हो रही है ना?
Oh, that's a lovely. Oh, it was a nice question for the chat.
भाई सहज भाई with all the tactics here, but
mate नहीं हो रही
क्या? But Knight H4 आएगा ना फिर उस पे.
हाँ,
Knight H2 देख रहा था मैं बार-बार.
So if Knight H2, there is Knight to G4 with a forced mate.
हर्षित भाई रहते तो कैसे तो पैटर्न बना के वो नाइट F3 को किधर तो भगाते थे.
Too good.
Oh, by the way, he played Queen G4.
What? Wow. Oh, what?
Crazy.
Bhai, Frederick Swane is going on the attack against Sindaro.
And King H1 is the only move for white apparently.
And also still black is doing well. So I think, guys, and look at this line, okay? King H1, Queen H5, right? D takes E5. And now, how do you go forward? क्या खेलोगे? Anyone here?
Oof, very, very nice, yeah?
It's beautiful. It's game over actually.
भाई दो भाई दोनों तबाही. चलो भाई आगे चलते हैं नाइट के साथ.
Let's go. Knight G4 attacking F2. And I think there's no way to defend this pawn. It's gone. Game is over. So I'm a bit afraid for Sindaro. Let's go to the next game. We saw Sam Shankland versus Daniel Dubov. I think we have come to the conclusion that this game would most likely end in equality, although white is still teeny tiny better. C7 थोड़ा weak है.
चैट में बोले शाम का गेम्स आ गए.
Sorry, Sham Shankland. Sham ji ka. And then we go to Alexander Donchenko versus Le Quang Liem.
डॉन को चैन नहीं.
Nice one. Amruta, I think this position, I would assess it as slightly better for white, just like the engine does because of the pawn structure. White has a better structure, but the C5 pawn coming to C4 could also put pressure on the B2 pawn at some point.
Okay, that isolated pawn basically would be the question. 0 है hero, but as of now, white is doing fine and he is putting pressure according to the engines at least. Yeah.
Okay, so slightly better for Donchenko. Sargsyan, जो Armenia से है, very very strong player. He's taking on the Uzbeki Nodirbek Yakuboyev, and in this position, slightly better position for white once again.
Maybe draw predicted.
Good bishop, bad bishop. Pawn on d5 looks a bit like knight d5 मारने के बाद that can be like a target. अभी e6 also looks a bit weak. Yeah, but most likely a draw. Yeah.
Okay. And then we go to Andrei Esipenko, the battle of two Russians here. Wow, this one is looking really good for Andrei.
By slight error by Arjun, by the way.
What did he do?
He went bishop f6.
अरे भाई error नहीं है. He's going for that line which we have seen. E5 खेलेंगे वो.
Like that bishop h7, bishop
yeah,
f5.
definitely.
Wait, no, he won't
Can we
allow
go to
that
Arjun?
attack. We loved it for
Exactly.
black.
We said rook h8, bishop d6 करके कुछ attack आ रहा है.
भाई वो वही करेंगे.
नहीं
There
नहीं,
is no
GF6
way.
के बाद कुछ और रहेगा
sure if
plan
this
में.
was-
Something else अगर.
Like I like knight e2 more.
Knight e2, knight
Knight
g3,
e2, knight
yeah?
f4.
Knight e2, knight f4, knight h5 वाला. But
Yeah.
what is this bishop doing? That's terrible bishop.
अरे temporary है यार. It is hard working right now और फिर बाद में वो कुछ कर
No, it
दिखाएगा.
could become really bad. I think e5. Ajjubai goes for it. Can we go full screen? Can we go full screen on
And
this?
chat, what do you think Arjun is going to play? Will he go e5 and go for super chaos, or knight e2 for a moment it will
E5.
be calm?
100% e5. I can bet my house.
अरे
Do you think he's misevaluated the position a bit, or do you think कि भाई he's like नहीं भाई मुझे खेलना ही dynamism के लिए चाहे slightly worse आ जाए?
I mean, if Arjun doesn't play e5 here, then taking bishop f6 just feels wrong. That's
Yeah,
my feeling.
true.
So, I think he just assessed the final position after e5.
But maybe he wants to play f4, Sagar bhai.
f4?
Yeah. f4, rook f3 and maybe keep e5 for like a... I mean, e5 is the
अरे
final
भाई,
plan.
ऐसे डराओ मत भाई.
But f4 भी तो ठीक ही है ना.
नहीं मतलब घर स्टेक पे रखा है ना इसके.
वो तो गया.
After
वो
the
तो गया
tournament,
भाई.
where do we go, Sagar?
वो तो जैसे ही आपने बोला कि I'll bet my house, I knew वो e5 नहीं खेलेगा.
वैसे कल हर्षित भाई के साथ जो bet जीत गए थे.
Oh, do we have that video? Why don't we send it to our director Saab? He can play it on stream.
Okay, in the later
In the
I'll say.
break.
Or maybe we'll
फिर
put
से
it
बैठा रहा तू.
online or something.
We
यहाँ
had
पे
Harshit bhai jumping into the pool or being thrown into the pool, rather better said
Oh,
there.
ये आ गए क्या इधर?
हाँ, इधर.
कब से आए हो
When?
भाई?
just
So
a
you
couple-
were actually thrown in the pool yesterday?
Yes, yesterday he was thrown in the pool just like Magnus was thrown in the pool after he became the world champion.
Amazing.
What did you become yesterday, Harshit bhai?
I became a loser yesterday.
Hey, no.
I lost a friendly bet with Sagar, and he threw me in the pool.
But yeah,
Well,
Harshit
मतलब-
bhai took it very sportingly.
Yesterday was a bad day, bet wise.
हाँ ना.
साजू आपका wardrobe update हुआ क्या?
Yeah, we have to tell our viewers.
बार-बार पहनना पड़ रहा है मुझे हर्षित भाई. Like, what is
We
this?
have to tell our viewers that there was a bet between Sahaj and Harshit where Sahaj was going to get a shirt from Harshit, and Sahaj has been thinking about what is the best shirt to get because there was no limits on what he can ask. So
कल मैंने दुबोव से पूछा.
हाँ.
भाई तू बताओ कौन सी
Balenciaga,
shirt?
he
Yes,
must
yes,
have.
yes. He also gave me some links and he's like यहाँ पे ले सकते हो, यहाँ पे ले सकते हो.
Wow.
types, yeah.
Wow.
बढ़िया भाई, मजा आएगा.
Harshit bhai is not very happy. But let's see last move. I think I would love to see this move and then go to a break where Arjun, if he's going to make his next move, Sahaj bhai is saying f4 will happen. I'm of the opinion e5 will happen. Knight e2 is also an option.
Okay, what are the top 3 moves of the engine, Sagar?
f4, e5 and probably like
King h1.
King King
Yes.
h1.
King h1, f4 and e5.
Oh, King h1 looks impossible to play, huh?
No, it's slightly prophylactic. Waiting to see what black
But why
wants
would
to
you
do.
go bishop f6 and then play a prophylactic move, yeah?
That is a good way. So knight e2 है ही नहीं किधर भी. That is a slightly surprising. मतलब he's saying that it's a bad move.
No, yeah, exactly. After knight e2, black even is ready to get another pair of doubled pawns with queen c6. That's insane, right? Because after
No
take.
यार open file पे है those
नहीं, but
double
look
pawns.
at
How
this.
is black?
This is attacked. Bishop b3 is
ठीक है ना,
coming in.
बचा लो. You go bishop.
No, bishop
rook d1.
b3.
Rook d1.
Which? Look, this is coming. Bishop b3. It's beautiful actually, this variation. And it also shows कि जो दिखता है वो सही नहीं होता हमेशा. This position looks terrible for black, but actually is beautiful.
जैसे दिखता है वैसे होता नहीं है.
And also beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Some people just look at double pawns and think it's so ugly, but some people say it's beautiful.
Wow. यार ये डबल पॉन्स का कितनी बार देख रहे हैं.
क्या बात है सागर भाई, अमेजिंग.
साहिल भाई के मन में कुछ तो आया, लेकिन
मैं से स्ट्रेस ले रहा हूँ यार, बिकॉज पता है जब भी यहाँ पे आए थे हमें लगा था कि कितने सारे इंडियन अभी खेल रहे होंगे, और लेवॉन की अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो चेस की है इतनी खतरनाक है, इतनी डीप है. यू कैन सी हाउ calmly he just doubled his king side pawns. and मुझे वो अर्जुन का मोमेंट ना, वो लेको के मोमेंट की याद ला रहा है कल की, जब उन्होंने h4 खेल दिया, अर्जुन ने मार दिया, and then he started thinking.
Sometimes you make a move and you think like you have it all figured out, and then suddenly you are like, oh, I didn't see this move, and then you stop, and then you are like, what to do now?
Exactly.
Like, and maybe Arjun is now calculating e5, takes the pawn, bishop at 7, king g7, and then what next?
Bishop f5 probably.
Bishop f5.
I feel you have to take away one of the bishops, whether it's the b4 or the e6, probably the e6 bishop.
But what if bishop c4
bishop
here
c4, yeah?
attacks the rook on f1? You don't have bishop d3. You will go rook e1?
Rook f d1.
F e1 maybe,
F
because I have rook
e1.
e4 next.
Yeah, exactly. That's what.
That's also nice.
This looks quite nice for white actually.
And now rook h8.
Amruta going for the mate here, maybe with a check. Kya pata?
Oh, this is a very nice mate here. Wait,
Okay.
let's
Oh, yeah,
construct.
that
Should we ask
pattern.
our viewers?
Sure.
Sahej bhai,
Let's-
can you form a question here?
Let's construct this first. Okay, so let's play bishop e4 by white.
Okay.
Let's play king
अरे
f4.
करवाई दिया भाई.
Done.
हो गया
It's
भाई.
already there,
Done.
but I'm trying to make it more
Let's
beautiful.
ask the chat here what to play with the black pieces.
What would Dubov play here, guys? Rook takes h2, but have you calculated it till the end?
Because last move is not a check, yeah?
So take. Next, what do? Queen h8.
And
King
king-
can't come here, of course. King moves up. And up सोचेंगे. Now we will think, एक rook गया है भाई. We've lost a rook. Sorry? Rook g8?
I really like that move. I also like queen h5, but I think there is a stronger move here.
Queen h5 is also great. By the way, rook g8 would be maybe a mistake because...
Wow, is it bishop g6 here?
No, you have to use your bishop, but not on g6, but
H7,
on
yeah?
f5
F5.
to g4. You bring your bishop back and defend. But there is this very nice move, queen h6.
Queen c1 over here. Wait a second.
Queen c1.
That's what I was struggling with.
Very cool. And black to play. We have a grandmaster here. Rook d2. Brilliant answer there. Fantastic move. Threatening queen f4 and it's game over.
Okay, one more question. So let's not play rook d2 here, okay? Just humor me here for a second. Black goes king f6.
Yes. I mean,
Oh,
here.
no, black goes f6.
f6.
Yes. King f6 is better actually.
Okay.
Arey, queen
King
h6.
f6.
I mean, he's
and
just
white
constructing it.
White goes some rook b1.
Okay.
It's a
Black to
construction.
play and find the most beautiful mate. What is the most beautiful mate here? Is it working? I think it's working, yeah.
Isn't it just rook check?
No, but that's not beautiful.
Ah, you want beauty,
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow, that's
Very nice.
amazing.
What? No way.
I don't know if it's working.
No way
I
that
could-
works.
No, it is, I think, yeah.
Queen h2?
Yeah. Queen h4, yeah.
G4, bhai. G4.
No, but queen h4 I said.
Ah, queen h4. But then queen h4.
I think it's working.
King takes. Bishop f2.
Bishop f2.
And what? King h5.
Rook h8. What's
And
going
the
on?
queen comes in.
Okay,
Oh, that's a bit sad.
That is sad, yaar. That's very sad.
Almost.
जब डुबोव ने कुछ
Almost, yeah.
ब्यूटीफुल
Very
कल
good
कहा था भाई, ज्यादा इंस्पिरेशन ले लिए साथ भाई.
Can we imagine that Arjun is thinking of all these lines here? And he's like, "Arey yaar, band karo, please end this."
We need a full screen on Ajjubai right now, and
Yes, he is like in complete. We have another angle of Ajjubai. If we can show him here.
But this one is a very rare pose, yeah?
Yeah, this is very rare Arjun pose.
Depth at which he must be thinking maybe 45 moves or something.
But he doesn't like his last move, I think. I think he missed something.
Or maybe he's just going deep into all the lines, yeah? Because in a way, if you think about it, Arjun usually looks around, he's looking upwards, he's looking to the left, to the right. He sometimes looks at the board. But I have never seen him close his eyes and think. Today may be an exception there.
This is intensity.
Maybe he's just thinking, if I don't play e5, Sagar bhai is going to lose his house again.
Ek aur ghar?
Ek aur ghar?
No, I don't think he bothers with it anymore. Wow. Okay, while he's thinking here, guys, Arjun Erigaisi is in the zone. Let's quickly look at Hari and then take a short break and then... Oh my God, what is that? Is this what happened? No way.
Yeah,
this
everything.
happened.
Everything happened.
What? We analyzed this. I mean, this game, whatever we looked at has happened. Knight b4 happened. Bishop b4, rook b4, rook a2, rook d4, rook a3, rook d3, king g7, king g2, a5, rook c3.
Just a4, yeah? Is it?
No, Hari is going rook a2 and Hari moves slowly there. Rook a2
easy draw, yeah?
And a draw is incoming here, guys. We are going on a very, very short break, and on the other side, we will be back with Arjun's move. What did he play against Levon there? See you.
Hi everyone, I hope you are enjoying the coverage of the FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa, India. Look at the beautiful place I am in right now. While we are on this break, I want to tell you that ChessBase has just launched the ChessBase version, the newest version, ChessBase 2026 and Mega 26, Mega Database 2026 on 12th of November. Earlier, ChessBase used to launch a version every 2 years, but now starting from this year, it will be launched every year just like Mega Database. Hence, from ChessBase 18, we have now launched to ChessBase 26, then it will happen ChessBase 27 and so on. Mega Database is world's largest chess database and has more than 11.7 million games and 114,000 annotated games. What are the newest features in ChessBase 26? Well, here's a short video for you to know all about it.
ChessBase 26 is here. Starting with the enhanced opening report. Rating-based statistics for your favorite openings, instructive tactical training built right in, the history of each opening, its pioneers, and a fashion chart showing popularity over time. Then we have the Monte Carlo analysis, simulating thousands of games, defining practical chances and typical maneuvers. Also, new detection of duplicate games, AI description of plans, real-time ray tracing, and more. ChessBase 26. Expand your chess horizon.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try Chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at Chess.com today. A premium membership at Chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
And we are back after that very, very short break. The action goes on. It's two Indians fighting it out for the candidate spot. And I have an amazing panel with me, Amrita, Harshit, and missing Sahaj bhai, but he'll be here soon. Kya hi games chal rahi hai, Harshit bhai?
Exactly. And Harshit bhai, देखो preparation. Look at his preparation.
I think Goa ki vibes finally, in the panel right now, yeah? Puri अच्छे से.
Exactly.
And by the way, I think Arjun, as we saw before we went on the break, उन्होंने bishop takes f6 move. काफी interesting move, damaging Levon's kingside structure. But उसके बाद वो सोचे ही जा रहे हैं. That is not a good sign.
Exactly. Arjun doesn't usually take such a long time. This is a very critical moment for him. He cannot afford to go wrong at all over here.
ये क्या हो रहा है? अरे!
Service आ गया भाई.
अरे wow!
Wow. Husband OP.
अरे wow!
Thank you. What is this really, Sagar?
Thank you.
अरे wow!
Did you make it? Thank you.
Children's Day पे Valentine's Day के
That is so surprise even for me, but yeah, a good one.
That is so sweet. And लेकिन obviously Levon यहाँ पे sweet game नहीं खेलने के mood में है. What do you make of the position right?
F4.
Oh!
F4 on the board.
Wow, weren't we discussing this move just a while back?
Yeah, this was Sahaj's recommendation, and Rook F3 is the idea. Harshit bhai, what do you make of the position? Your thoughts?
I mean, this is definitely a bold approach by Arjun. He has given up his dark squared bishop. If I can play queen d7 to d4 check, I kind of like black's position. I mean, of course, if white gets rook f3, rook g3, Sahil by white will be, just crushing. But queen d7, queen d4, बहुत fast आ रहा है.
Bilkul, and of course queen d7 bishop attacks, so you have to play rook f3, defend it, instantly check. And of course, like अभी भी white का कोई भी attack कर नहीं रहा है, right? It will take a lot of time for the pieces to come here. And even then, like it's not so clear ki how deadly the attack is going to be. So Arjun, do you think the fact that he thought for so long, like maybe he missed something while he was going for bishop f6, or do you think it's all part of the plan?
By the way, I was thinking
it's all part of the plan, I think.
It's part of the plan because after a move like c6, which looks very natural, trying to just stop knight d5, suddenly pawn to e5, and white is crashing because fe5, bishop takes h7 check.
So if you take, yeah?
Yeah, Levon is not going to go for a slow move like c6, yeah? कोई chance ही नहीं है. No way, he has to be super dynamic here.
Ooh, this looks interesting. And now suddenly the king g7 move जो पहले काम कर रही थी, अब काम नहीं कर रही because
golden
f5.
Pawn. Now it's become the golden pawn.
Goal.
भाई साहब, तभी सहाज भाई थोड़ा लेट हो गया है. फाइनल में golden pawn की तरक्की नहीं देख पा रहे. But he'll be back. But meanwhile, so critical choice for Levon now. How does he handle this?
What are the suggestions here for black? So, like truly speaking, do you want to go king?
d7 बहुत natural है ना. It's an attacking move, attacking the bishop on d3.
Let's say rook f3.
Rook f3.
Oh, it's seriously you think it's a good move? Because I thought in the future the queen on d7 doesn't look good.
Queen d4 check.
King h1. I'm guessing.
H1. And let's say I play bishop c4. Achha, very natural, right? Trying to trade the bishops.
Then my knight is better. Takes, maar do.
And
now, rook check. Do you want to give first, or it's a useless move?
Rook check.
It's not helping you in any way.
But I think, I think at some point again that e5 move, yeah, with rook h3 incoming could be deadly. I think यहाँ पे. Oh, this is very, very.
Do you think black has to go king g7 at some point of time, just like a prophylactic move, or it's not going to be useful? Or king h8, I mean, any of them?
At some point, for sure. I think, in fact, for example, in the current position, the best move is actually king h8, and second best is queen d7, Harshit, as you mentioned. So black has to do something. Otherwise, if black does nothing, yeah, for example, b6 or c6, as you mentioned, e5 already.
It's crushing, yeah.
Wow.
So king h8, if you say it is the best move, and if I was considering it, I think Levon will definitely be looking at it.
For sure. I think you can bring the rook to g8 at some point, can be used as a defensive and attacking resource. So Levon now holding his head, suddenly वो उल्टा हो जाए. पहले अर्जुन stress में लग रहा था.
Yeah, he's very focused now. I mean, he knows that he's got. I mean, also, if Levon wins this game with black, essentially he clinches this match. So Arjun has to be careful to not take too much risk in this position. Kind of keep it level. By the way, very interesting moment in Sindarov's game. Wait,
by the way,
Levon,
he played queen c6.
Wow.
Ooh, interesting move actually.
Can you not continue with the plan of rook f3?
Rook f3? Why doesn't the bar like
has
it?
he stopped that in some way?
Wait, what's the move
कुछ
here?
तो deadly सोच रहा है यार लेवॉन भी. ये गेम है ना, like उनके माइंड के अंदर बहुत कुछ चल रहा है which we are not aware of.
And he's playing so quickly now. The rook on f8 and d8 are connected. Rook d4, rook fd8 could be the next two moves that black has in his mind.
Do you have that much time, like with your king slightly exposed and e5 incoming?
But like, how do you get to my king? Let's say after queen c6, you play rook f3.
Rook d4 is fine. Now you don't have e5?
e5.
Oh, you're supposed to play king h8. Okay, that's not easy, yeah?
Okay, king h8 f5 and rook h3 नहीं आ रहा है क्या? एक second.
f5 खेलने के बाद rook h3 का क्या point है?
नहीं, bishop e6 पे था ना, तो I couldn't play it earlier.
Yeah, so it's not that easy.
हाँ,
yeah?
but then what's the point of
exactly.
f5?
But if you go f5, your bishop and the queen both get blocked.
Absolutely.
Okay, so interesting. Black has more than sufficient counterplay here, I think.
Oh,
Harshit.
actually, that means that king h8 is always there and the attack is not so strong for white. It's just more like a ghost, no?
Yeah, I mean, it looks dangerous, but queen c6, rook d4, rook d8 is... Oh, by the way, Arjun about to make his move.
Ooh,
f5?
E5 he plays. And it's the best move in the position, by the way. Instantly moving that pawn and attacking h7. And it's very subtle, right? वही move जो पिछली चाल पे उतनी अच्छी नहीं थी. Suddenly it's the best one.
यार, ये game, it is going in the spirit of, what Arjun and Levon both of their characters are showing here.
Levon Aronian, one of the most creative players in the world of chess. He has had an exceptional run in 2024, 2025. Arjun, I mean, what can we say about him? He's India #1, such a dynamic player. Here, we see this amazing clash and e5. If I take the pawn on e5.
Yeah, I think we take on h7, I guess. And king h8 should be like the default choice.
f5.
Ooh, f5. Oh, bishop d5 is apparently winning for Levon. Oof.
Because abhi king h7 is hanging, and if you go f6 over here,
then bishop g2.
What?
Yeah, queen g2, rook g8, sacking one rook but getting the other one to take your queen.
साहिल भाई आपको सवाल पूछना है, अपने audience है, अपना chat है, we have to ask them questions, they are enjoying.
And we have chocolates to give. Guys, if you get the right answer, we are going to give away chocolates today.
So मतलब एक मैं खा सकता हूँ मतलब अभी अब.
Melted joy, तो खा ही लो.
But okay, e5 on the board, right now a crucial moment. Does he take on e5? I think he has to, right? What else?
Levon very focused here. f5, of course, not possible because the bishop on d3 and the queen on c2 are two attackers.
You actually read my mind because I was looking if you give the pawn f5, bishop f5, queen f5, rook d2, कुछ हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे? Like it's a move even if you reject it, but you should consider. That's what I would say.
But the attack is coming very quickly now. Rook f3 to g3 check.
So rook d2 खेला यहाँ पे तो just to finish this
rook
line.
f3.
Ooh, actually rook f3 is very strong and so is knight e4.
And I'm going to start sipping my coconut water because
crushing. Ooh. Yeah, I did meet yesterday Katie, she's from Georgia. She is also doing the commentary on FIDE's channel over here. And every day they make sure that they have coconut water. So, which is, I think people, अपने को लगता है अपन तो हमेशा मिलता ही रहता है, but it's not so common in other countries.
Yeah.
Such fresh coconut water. So iske liye guys, come to Goa to drink coconut water.
Meanwhile, I think as Levon thinks, one brief look maybe at the Hari game, because it's simplified quite a bit. I think this is where we left it, right? Rook A3, A4 was played, couple of trades, F5 now played.
Let's go full screen for a moment.
Yeah, so I think moving towards a draw, any chances for a win here or chance of white to push?
I mean, white is up a pawn, so for sure some chances.
And white has 1 hour on the clock. So if I go rook d4 खेला तो क्या करोगे, by the way?
Amruta, we were missing Hari is missing a pawn there, but we were also missing somewhere in the panel. We have Sahaj Bhai back with us.
Oh, thank you, bhai. Thank you so much.
किससे मिलके आए सहज भाई?
नहीं, I was just getting a jacket. That's it. That's it. मतलब shirts वगैरह तो मिल नहीं रही हैं आजकल, you know, so jacket से काम चलाना पड़ रहा है.
You have to speak in the mic.
Yeah.
That's what. Sahil bhai.
Yeah.
Okay, what about rook d4? You attack the akela pawn, the isolated pawn on d2.
And after rook b2, you just go rook d3, yeah?
You want to stop the king coming to f3. I love that move. What about king f1, rook h3?
Is hanging.
Maybe like you can play fg6 and f3, king f2, king e2, but yeah.
भाई ये तो बहुत comfortable draw है by Hari with Jose, who actually has been creating some amazing games in this tournament. मतलब उसके लिए भी ये पहला ही game रहेगा जो इतना शांति से हुआ है.
Yeah, I think with the black pieces in this match, Hari को लगा था कि हम draw करेंगे black से, and with white in the classical segment, I'm going to try to finish it off. Because rapid में game गया तो Jose Martinez is an animal. He's very, very strong.
Wow. So Hari is going to be very happy with this kind of a draw. Pura preparation with the black pieces. It's a great result. It's going to be a great result for him. Okay, let's check Dubov's game because wahan pe, you know, it was very interesting things happening, and right now even Sahaj Bhai has joined a panel. तो एक बार तो बनता ही है.
By the way, he did sacrifice an exchange after rook c1 bishop b4. Yeah, I think it's a nice imbalance there. He goes b6, slight inaccuracy. Not sure why. I think b6 looks very logical. But जब तक अब b7 के square पे you have control, I think black is fine, more or less.
White is never risking anything though, right? Like rook takes f7, knight d3.
Yeah, I think it's headed towards a draw, yeah? Maybe? Or do you think white has chances?
If this game ends in a draw, Sahaj, we know that this match is going into the tiebreaks.
For sure.
Because with white, Dubov always offers a draw. True. He wants to go to the tiebreaks where he...
But I think he's a very unpredictable person. So shayad he'll go with the mindset that his opponent is thinking कि ये draw पूछ लेगा. And then Dubov, imagine he's just playing some rash chess on the board. क्या ही shock लगेगा.
Yeah, I mean, he can obviously play these mind games. In general, he has always been choosing to go to the tiebreaks.
And you know, all the games right now, you know, being played right now, सबकी evaluation 0.00 है, apart from one game, and that is Sindarov against Fedrik Swane, जहाँ पे Queen G4, King H1, and now Knight H3 was played. You know, hoping for this and then this, but this didn't happen, and White just is thinking right now.
But that's not lost, right? You take the Knight, Queen F3. Is it a perpetual? No, I don't.
No, not really. I think, but
your structure.
Yeah, I think this structure looks very weak. But
this double pawn is really a bad double pawn. Finally, we reach that.
But now after Knight H3, what do you make of this? Pali, White has Rook E3, just kind of solidifying a bit of his edge.
Look at the clock. 24 minutes for Swane Frederick. After 17 moves, he needs to make 23 moves to reach the time control. I think Sindarov is going to win this game, guys.
You know, and that day when I was looking at, these players were playing bullet, Vincent and everyone. I mean, it was much before the last round. And Sindarov was just watching the games. But every move after the game, like he was asking about some calculations and he used to calculate so deeply even when he's not on the board. I was like, deadly hai ye to banda.
I've seen him closely play against the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and some of the top players in freestyle chess as well. Very creative player. And with an hour more on the clock, I mean, I think, Sahaj, this is deep trouble for the German youngster.
For sure, because I think rook e3, as you mentioned, I think is it's a great move with the idea of some g takes h3. So you have to move the knight. You're not going to play knight f4, of course. Wahin se to aaye the aap. I mean, then it doesn't make sense. Yeah, you have to go knight g5. I'm guessing that's his idea. And then white just has this comfortable double bishop advantage. Black ke paas koi attacking opportunities nahi hai. I mean, I remember like a few moves ago, black had this possibility of playing g5. But that didn't happen. Like it had to be like a follow-up. If I remember correctly, it was bishop f3, knight f3, queen g4, king h1 and kuch queen h5 खेलना था उसे knight h3 की वजह. Yeah, in this position, queen g4, king h1. Played. He had to go queen h5 with the idea of g5, g4. But very hard to play this over the board, yeah?
Yeah, this was not easy to find. Now rook e3, quickly played by Sindarov. The best move. You can see an exclamation mark, which means that this was a good move.
Yeah, he's avoiding that pressure from the bishop on b6 to the pawn on the f2. f3 is also protected here. gh3 is a big threat. So Sindarov doing very well. Shall we move to Arjun's game and see what Levon is thinking over there?
Let's jump, because after fe5 was played and he took on h7, king h8 on the board. Extremely sharp position.
Both are playing the best moves in the position, yaar.
The game is heating up, guys. The game is heating up.
But
you're feeling cold. I'm actually feeling quite warm here.
A big thing in this game is Levon ka king बोल रहा है h file is open for you. Like there is no pawn on h file, no pawn on g file, but still मेरा राजा वहाँ पे एकदम ही enjoy कर रहा है coconut water के साथ. That's what Levon is saying.
वही तो हमारे राजा ने जैकेट उतार दिया, उसके पॉन उतार दिए ब्लैक किंग ने यहाँ पे. भाई क्या चल रहा है? And the question is now कि पहला मूव दिमाग में क्या आ रहा है सबके यहाँ पे as white attacking? What is the
let's
first
also
move?
ask the chat and let's also ask the audience over here. White to play. What would you play?
We have bishop to e4 is a suggestion.
Okay, that's one candidate move we have got.
Attacking the queen on c6, very logical.
Yeah. Harshit bhai, throwing arm ready rakhna bhai. We need it.
F5 is a move which will definitely come to the mind as a threat, because if the bishop moves then F6. But yeah, tactically.
Yeah.
So a lot of people also in the chat who are thinking of F5, and Rook F3 also is the move which chat is suggesting.
But you know, sari natural moves. Sorry?
Knight e4? Knight e4 would not be a good move, bhai.
There is something hanging.
नहीं कुछ और hanging है भाई.
और बड़ा hanging है.
Something else is hanging.
The bishop on h7 loses control of the c2 queen.
Yeah. Ooh, that's
that would be
hard.
Otherwise, king h7 would be a great blunder, because knight f6 check. Normally we say in a disco, the piece which is giving a check, if it is hanging, then it's a problem. But ये तो discovered check है. इसके लिए it doesn't matter even if the queen on c2 was hanging. So yeah.
So after king h8, all the moves that were recommended and look natural, bishop e4 एक था, rook f3 एक था, and pawn to f5 एक था. All these natural moves are better for black.
Even rook f3, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which just
wait a second, then we need to find the best move, which is
which
not
just
easy.
Goes to show the complexity of this position. Because if a move like rook f3 is played, very natural looking move, trying to swing it over some time. I mean, queen c5 check, for example. King slides back in the corner, and somehow bishop g4, and black is just doing really well.
If you play
okay, one more move which chat has suggested is f takes c5 at that moment.
I think fe5 is the solid move, right? You just take the pawn and hope for simplification. So black can also give a check and win that pawn, and now the queen also has access to the king side. So attacking is going to be also very difficult.
Is anyone else like feeling a bit worried here for Arjun, or this position feels a bit off to me? I mean, I know black's king is exposed, but that rook f3 move, because white cannot play rook h3 ever, because of bishop e6 space, very smartly defending that square. And I think if you cannot play rook h3, then it's very difficult to conduct an attack because एक successful attack के लिए 3 pieces तो चाहिए रहते हैं.
But ऐसा सोचो अगर समझो attack होता नहीं है and you know eventually it kind of fizzles out, still in the end game you might have an outside passer.
That's a very good point.
Good point.
It's
It's a very good point.
However, generally they say that when a side is attacking, you want to have your pieces developed. Here, the rook on a1 is completely passive. The rook on f1 not yet in the game. The knight on c3 is not contributing towards the attack. And our long-ranged pieces, the bishop on b4, bishop on e6, are making sure that once your attack fizzles, black is going to take charge of the game.
So I have a question. So, Sajva, you mentioned that s3 square nahi hai. So how can we get access to the s3 square? Maybe bishop f5 with the idea that next we can bring the rook to s3. What do you think of that idea?
Looks interesting, unless I have something dynamic. Like, maybe rook g8 is possible now? I'm not sure. But yeah, it's a nice move. I like bishop f5.
I think Hari has drawn, yeah? We have a result. So Harikrishna has drawn his game.
Can we shift to the board?
Wow.
They have gone.
Oh, he just kind of took that pawn. Oh, did it very simply. What a clean draw by Hari.
Wow, this is a great thing with the black pieces. What a comfortable day for Harikrishna. Super preparation. And endgame आ गया तो कोई उसको doubt ही नहीं रहेगा. As we were discussing this, कल white से Harikrishna.
He's gonna put some pressure.
I know. Like, what do you think for Hari's game? Is it gonna go into tiebreak or will he be able to finish it off tomorrow?
Tough question.
It's a very tough question,
I think
actually.
Best if he finishes.
Tiebreaks?
No, that's not safer side, I think. I think safer is to finish it off in the classical. Tiebreaks, Jospam becomes, I think, Hari is not a favorite.
Yeah,
for
he's
me.
a very regular player, and on chess.com, I think he has a very high rating, right?
3100, yeah?
Yeah, and yesterday, chess.com had this, the first edition of 3-0 event, which Jospam won, with Hikaru playing, I think Firuza was playing, and what was the first prize there? Like 6 or 7K or something like that?
Yeah, no, serious.
Like, yahan pe baithe hue, he got internet, he didn't have his proper equipment. Like, I think you got him internet, like someone else got him the mouse or something like that, and he still managed to win. Yeah, so in tie breaks, a very, very dangerous player.
भाई Blinkit पे mouse मंगा के बंदा tournament जीत रहा है यार, literally अलग ही बंदा है वो.
By the way, bishop f5 on the board, best move. Best move by Arjun. He's saying that you have the bishop pair, but I'm going to get rid of one of them. If you don't take my bishop, if you play bishop c4, now this h3 square, which was previously controlled by your bishop, now no longer is rook f3, and white is much better.
Wow. As much as Hari's game, ended with ekdam shanti se draw, I think this game is chaotically going to end in a draw. Because both of them are playing perfect chess.
I'm not so sure. I mean, I think this game has a lot of intrigue left because the king on h8 is quite vulnerable. आगे pawns ही नहीं यार.
Which side would you like to play with? Like white or black? Look, attack is there. जीतू भैया भी थोड़े तो डरे हुए हैं.
I think I'll choose white.
Yeah, white looks more comfortable.
White's crazy, right? Before Arjun played bishop f5, we are like, thoda difficult lag raha hai. As soon as he finds bishop f5, we are like, damn, Arjun is...
भाई Levon की वजह फिर से switch ना हो जाए. So what is Levon thinking right now? What's the best defensive resource he has?
Something direct, because if you allow white to play rook f3, rook h3, then you are in deep trouble. So something direct, something that distracts you from playing rook f3.
And also you generally start the calculation with a capture or a check. So I would start with bishop takes f5, queen takes f5, rook d2, though I would not like it. Rook f3 is a problem, and yeah, this looks very good for white after rook f3.
I think once
then you reject it.
Yeah, once the queen escapes, right, the knight is no longer pinned. So knight e4 becomes extremely deadly, I think. So queen.
So bishop f5 is rejected.
Yeah.
Like outright rejection over there. Then rook g8 you suggested, no? Somebody.
Rook g8, there is rook f3, I think. No, rook f3, bishop f5, yeah?
Oh, Queen F3, bhai. Queen F3, bhai.
I was saying Bishop F5, Queen F5, Queen F3.
क्या था तानिया का वो क्या था?
PP on the PP.
Why? That was dangerous. Okay, let's calm down. So Rook G8 के बाद, there's something else here.
After Rook G8,
just FE5 also maybe. Is that working?
Bishop takes E6 is okay.
Bishop E6, Queen E6, I'm guessing, and now.
Now Rook F3 maybe because it's not pinned, yeah.
But why not FE5? I really like
FE5.
I like FE5 a lot.
Oh.
Even no, I'm sorry. Bishop E6, Queen E6, FE5.
Okay.
I mean.
Just to show, by the way, if direct FE5.
We can ask.
Yeah. Chat, what do you think is the best move? Anybody in the audience, what is the best move for black, for a chocolate?
Wow.
Queen is there on C2. Bishop F5, Rook F5. Rook G2, Queen G2.
And then?
Very good.
Ooh, that's the correct solution.
That's the correct move.
Amazing. I think who got Karthik, yeah? You got it, yeah?
Ashok
What's
bhai,
your name?
without throwing
Maybe we
up.
can just
You
give a
decide your
mic
mic.
over there and
Who gave the correct answer?
he gave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Amazing. And the queen is just
Very
pinned,
nice.
yeah? And the game is just over.
It's over.
Wow. Will you catch
He
the
deserves the
chocolate?
chocolate.
Can you catch? Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I have to throw harder, yeah?
Oh,
My
yeah.
bad. Sorry.
No, but great. Rook G2, Queen G2 and Rook G8
Wow.
is winning. Great.
And thanks
Awareness.
for Melted Joy chocolates here, because of which we are able to make it more interesting.
Definitely. Tasty chocolates.
फेकम फेकी चलती
दो
है
तीन तो मैं
यहाँ
इसमें
पे।
खा लूंगा जब पता नहीं लगेगा लोगों को. But okay, so
अरे but look at Levon's time. He is having 53 minutes on the clock, 20 minutes more, and we are at move number.
move number 21. So we are
Wow.
halfway
So
through. Yeah?
Arjun actually, if he thinks for one or two moves a lot, it's possible that he could land in some time trouble. That's why.
But it's easy to make moves with white right now. Especially after getting rid of those light squared bishops. White को क्या rook लाना है ऊपर, rook h3 swing करना है. Like the ideas are quite easy for white. Whereas black needs to make a decision, right? Sahaj ki whether to exchange those light squared bishops, bishop c4 खेलना है.
Yeah, Bishop F5 I think looks dangerous. Yeah, because Queen is just getting so close to the king. I would not consider Bishop F5. But yeah, other moves, it just maybe you cannot stop Rook F3, Rook H3, but you can create a square for the king to run away from, like maybe the F8 square. So like Rook F8, although it feels really off to play this move.
And Rook F3?
We have in the chat a strong player, Amardeep Baratakke from Mumbai. Also a very famous coach. He suggests Rook G8 with the black pieces.
Yeah, Rook G8 is very natural.
Yeah. I think we saw, right? Bishop E6, Queen E6, and I think FE5 was the move that we saw earlier, which is like slightly better for Arjun apparently.
Okay, is there any variation after this where it kind of can fizzle out, or white will always have this initiative there?
No, I think white will have it. For example, Queen E5, suddenly Rook F7, and you can see ki it's getting a bit shaky for Levon, yeah?
Yeah, Rook G8 looks a bit risky to give up this pawn on
And look
E5.
at from D file to H file, there is no black pawn. Matlab, and also there are not much pieces. The king has to be super weak. These can't be good, yeah, to play with the. I mean, practically,
Yes,
बहुत
for
ही
sure.
stressful है.
For sure. Right.
It's like घर का दरवाजा खुला है और चाबी नहीं है, कोई भी आ सकता है अंदर, बहुत ही deadly है.
But I think in just going back to the live board, after instead of Rook G8, you can go Rook E8, and the idea is कि अगर आपने Rook F3 खेला, then pawn takes pawn. Because now, just like before I was covering the H3 square, now I'm covering the G3 square.
So you're saying after Rook H3 check, black can just slide his king over to G8, and if needed, can also run to F8.
Yeah, and you don't have Rook G3 check, which I think is quite nice. Although it feels a bit weird to play this.
Honestly,
I take on F4 now?
Yeah, Rook F4.
And now I have access again.
Some checks.
Which one though?
Queen C5 looks interesting, but let's see.
Queen C5, King H1.
And now I'm thinking maybe like Rook D4, but I'm not sure if it's... Oh, it is working, yeah? Nice. The idea is simple, like to not allow rook h4.
Guys, I think rook fe8 is too tough.
Yeah, it's extremely tough.
Rook
Yeah.
fe8, especially because you're coming towards the black king. It's a bit counterintuitive to go in the other direction.
Yeah, it feels like rook g8 खेलना चाहिए to create counterplay.
Like
Yes?
you want to somehow bring the pieces closer to the black king, क्योंकि black के king side के पास कोई भी piece नहीं है. But this concept is quite nice that you can just go rook e8 and slide your king to f8.
What tough है. But you know, one more thing which I was thinking about, even if you land up in the major piece endgame, it looks very risky for black again because of those open files over there. Otherwise, the possibility would have been there with bishop f5 maro, bishop c3 maro. But I don't think there is time, right, Sahil?
Yeah, and bishop c3 interesting है. Do you want to take this, by the way, this trade? Like, किसके favor में लग रहा है ये?
ये तो
If black
white
were to take this, yeah?
favor में ही होना चाहिए ना?
BC, I have
BC.
to take.
Who does this help actually?
Oh, really? It's okay?
This feels off, yaar.
Yeah, I
कुछ
mean,
गलत लग रहा है.
practically, I'm surprised that the engine says this is a fine move for
And
black.
maybe rook g8 now, can we try?
Rook g8.
But rook g8 always this problem is bishop e6 and
And
f
rook
takes
F.
e5.
Acha, f takes e5 and then rook f3. And exactly this is again the major piece endgame I was mentioning. भले equal भी है, but with lot of fear in mind. It's like वो there are street dogs and you're walking on that lane और डर काफी है. अभी काटेगा करके कुत्ता.
And dono moves awkward, right? You would not consider these two as the best moves for black in this position.
Guys, just to remind everyone who's joining in, this is the 5th round of the FIDE World Cup. There are 16 players left. If they go to round 7, that's going to be the semi-finals. The top 3 players qualify to the FIDE Candidates, a tournament which will determine who will play Gukesh in the World Championship match. And essentially, all of these players are just 2 rounds away from making it to the candidates.
हर player का I think childhood dream है, right? Like it's what they've been playing chess for their entire lives. So बहुत ज़्यादा pressure on each and every one of them.
And guys, of course we are rooting for the Indians. And Arjun has so many years to play the World Cup. Levon, this might be one of the last few World Cups that he plays in. And for him, you know, becoming the world champion would kind of end his career perfectly, right? Like it will sum it up perfectly. He's been one of the legends in the world of chess. If he's able to reach the world championship match, I think that would be epic.
I mean, what you say is really amazing. I mean, I agree, but just one part I would differ from it. You remember when Vishy actually surprised everyone by winning the World Cup and then going into winning the candidates twice? Nobody imagined. And that's what I think Levon is. Matlab, it's not going to be over for him very soon because that's what creative players are able to do. They have such freshness with them.
Also, all these players like Levon, Hikaru, Fabi. Imagine अगर Magnus नहीं होता. Like many of them might have actually become world champion. Yeah.
ये
So I think
imagine ही नहीं होता है कि Magnus नहीं
exactly.
होता.
So I think this is an opportunity for them. They know कि they have a chance and everybody wants to qualify. And this is that crunch moment I feel like. यहाँ पे अगर Levon ने कोई अच्छी move निकाल दी, he finds that idea. For example, like he could be absolutely fine, draw this game, get the white pieces tomorrow, and he's the favorite then.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For sure.
And
I mean, he was leading, I think, in 2011, if I'm not mistaken. जहाँ पे वो third आया था. I think he was leading.
His highest rating was 28, 25, 30 or something like that.
Yeah, but even in the candidates, like I think the last few candidates did not go his way, but 2011 में or something, like he was very, very close to winning it. Tied third आया था, if I'm not mistaken. And the first half he was leading. So it's like the last के कुछ games, it didn't count.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
it definitely deserves to be there, yeah?
For sure. I mean, I kind of agree with the statement that we had from the audience that Levon, he's outperforming in most of the events throughout the year. But when it comes to candidates, somehow he has not won this event yet. He has participated in candidates, I think, is definitely someone who has played it one of the most number of times.
Absolutely. Maybe the chat should help us. How many times Levon has played candidates would be an important question there. But you are right.
दो बार ही वर्ल्ड कप जीत चुका है, तो you can imagine, yeah. And also I think same as Firuza also, like who's very strong, but somehow candidates में he underperforms. So yeah, but I think this could be his year, yeah. This could be, I think 2025 उनके हिसाब से perfectly जा रहा है. He's won so many events and he's crushing everyone here. So this could be the, his year and his chance.
Wow, he has been thinking for 10 minutes now, which does mean that this position is a slightly critical year. And Rook F E8, will he find that? Okay, if Levon finds Rook F E8, then I think we are sure that, only perfect chess is what we will see over here. What do you think?
I mean, Rook F E8. I mean, if Rook F E8 happens, I think we should all do some funny dare, yeah?
I think Harshit, you can do it. I think you are expert at doing these dares. I think
Harshit bhai push-ups नहीं किए ना एक भी बार इधर.
हाँ, I think we need some push-ups from Harshit bhai.
क्या Harshit bhai?
Yeah, I mean, if Rook F8 is played, I think I would just bow down to Levon. Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough move to make. Because, ma'am, I'm coming towards your king, and then just to have the calm and composure to make such a waiting move like Rook F8, making a luft, running a route for your king from G7 to F8.
But if anybody can find it, it's only Levon, because it is one of the most creative, practical defenses I think we have witnessed over here in this tournament. Very difficult.
By the way, super chat from Mr. Crazy. Amruta, you are the funniest commentator in the panel, which makes the stream entertaining. Let's go, Arju bhai.
Oh.
Let's go, Amruta.
Let's
Thank
go.
you.
Wow.
We are definitely missing Tanya a lot.
Yes.
But she had to travel to Delhi for
some personal reasons.
Yes.
Question from chat, by the way. Is it possible that Prag is now helping his friend Arjun after being knocked out? Very unlikely.
That's such a good question, actually.
Very interesting, but very unlikely, right? I think, because I remember like, Arjun se koi question pucha gaya tha similar, like is he helping Gukesh? He mentioned like, usually I would love to be the first, not the second, yeah? So maybe not. What do you think?
But, I mean, Prag, by the way, let's not forget, Prag has almost qualified to the candidates via the GP route. So he cannot really work with Arjun and not expose himself and his way of thinking when he's working with Arjun.
Yeah.
But imagine if, for example, a scenario where Arjun, let's say, does not qualify to the candidates and is helping Prag. I mean, like, imagine having Arjun Irigaisi as your second who's giving you opening ideas. I think Prag would immediately become a big favorite to... And then Prag versus Gukesh.
बाप रे, ये तो बहुत ही fantasy world हो गया. But I mean, it would be insane if this happens in general. But I do think that these players have so much for their, as we are seeing, the novelties people are playing over here, they are 9 years old or 10 साल पुराना. Like, it is insane. And that's the reason वो कितना भी prepare करेंगे, they will not be bringing it out so easily.
Yeah. No, I completely agree, Amruta. There is no way that Arjun, Prag or any of these youngsters will become a second until they think that they've exhausted their chances of becoming a world champion.
Absolutely. Will you think of becoming a second, Harshit bhai?
I have been a second in past of some strong players. But nowadays I'm enjoying commentating and playing.
मतलब your world championship dreams are all done, yeah?
So if you had a chance, knowing the 8 candidates, let's assume you've picked 3 people from the list remaining. Kiska second बनना चाहोगे भाई? If you had a chance.
Wow. I mean, we don't know who will qualify from these 3 players yet.
Let's assume Arjun and a couple of people. Like, who would you like to help?
I don't think I think, I mean, Fabi is someone that I've, like, I've been close with and I've seen him play a lot in St. Louis. And we've also played, like, other sports besides chess. Very, very nice person. And someone I personally think has great chances to qualify for the World Championship match. So I think someone like Fabi would be really nice to work with.
And Saj bhai?
Arjun, for sure, yeah. Because I just to understand...
Not Dubov? Not Dubov? What? I was thinking Dubov in a second.
No, I think Arjun probably, because it would also help me understand him better as a player, like which has been a mystery to me for a long time.
Yeah, and I doubt even if anyone works with him, whether they will understand the mysteries of Arjun. He's super unpredictable every single time, and that's why he's able to bring this, as Magnus said, the madman over here.
And look at Levon's clock. I don't know the exact time he's been thinking for, but I would assume it's at least like 15-20 minutes, So he is struggling to find a clean solution to the problems he's facing.
But, as John says, Levon has participated in Candidate 6 times. The years were 2007, 2011, 13, 14, 16 and 18. So until pandemic, he was a very regular candidate.
And he participated in 2013, when Magnus actually won. So
That's the candidates tournament I was talking about, 2013 hour, where he was leading in the first half of the event, but second half, I think he lost one game against someone. I can't remember. I don't think it was Magnus. It was someone else. But and he spoiled his chances there. But he still finished third.
By the way, people are saying to go to Dubov's game, as Shankland has his pawn on c7. And he has a connected passed pawn on b2 and c7.
I think so he left it, right? And now knight comes to d3, takes, and now knight to c4.
I'm not sure how easy this is to draw. Knight takes c4, bishop takes c4.
Bishop takes. Now
back rank
let's ask.
issues.
That was the...
No, acha.
Knight e5 ko kya khelega white?
Okay, knight e5, of course.
Chat, come on.
This is too easy.
Here I think people are strong, but chat, we want 100 answers very quickly because you all love the back rank mates.
I'm bishop attack there, you have to save the bishop, Bishop d5 maybe. Centralizing it.
क्योंकि इधर भी g2 पे pressure डाल सकते हैं, है ना?
Yeah, exactly. Second best move.
Of course. Ires, Pratil, Sanjit Jain, everyone finding rook to a1. That would be lights out. The game is over. But just to understand, knight c4, bishop c4, knight e1, I think this is not easy to defend.
Knight e1.
For example,
rook c8, let's say, you will go
bishop
bishop.
f4.
Already in trouble because now the b pawn is going to move, and if I go bishop b3 here, stopping the b pawn, then you will go knight d3, knight c5.
f3, king f2 first.
Or even knight d3, knight c5.
Before the king comes up, if we can somehow attack this, it's over, right?
Oh, knight d3, knight c5.
How do we get to the...
d6 or b6 पे कैसे पहुँचोगे?
The idea is knight c5 खेलो, bishop को हटाओ, and b4, b5, b6, b7.
Even that works. So rook c8 is a bad move. We'll go back.
I think you should play e5 maybe to not allow bishop f4.
Very tough to defend, guys. I think Dubov is in some trouble here because let's say f3 here, simple.
Oh, Dubov is also down to 23 minutes. We are at move number 25, right?
Rook c8, just bishop b6.
Now maybe king comes in.
And I mean, king f2, king e3.
But tell me why e5 then? Can he not start with king f7 already?
King f7. I think there's bishop d4, bishop e5. Maybe that's a good square for the bishop. I don't know. Like defense b2, attack, defense c7, attacks g7.
So slight trouble for Dubov, but of course it's not like he's in some. I mean, he still needs to be precise here to hold.
Okay. The two players I think who have a solid chance maybe is like Sindarov and I think Esipenko and Grebnev also looks kind of interesting. बहुत सारे pieces हैं उधर. I feel both of these games that we can get a result.
Okay, one look at the Sindarov game. I think that happened, Sahaj, the movie mentioned. Knight g5, h3 was played next. Queen h5 takes, and this is the live position.
Yeah, a bishop pair for white. A decent center, but black is kind of undermining that center with the bishop on b6, eyeing that pawn on d4, the rook on e8, putting pressure indirectly on the pawn on e4. But with the clock situation, the white rook coming to d1 and just protecting the entire center.
So Sindarov is better over here, clearly, yeah? Are there any moves in Arjun's game? Because we should definitely not miss any of them.
Still no moves by Levon Aronian. 30 minutes he's been thinking. 25 minutes, I think.
What was the last? 20 or 30. It is important because they say in a classical game, 20 minutes is the max you should take, 20 to 25 for a critical moment.
But definitely more than 20 minutes now, 100%. And now he still doesn't look like he's come up with a solution. Yeah, he doesn't look convinced with the options he has.
Yeah, and you can see there, 22 minutes and 30 seconds is how long he has been thinking in this position so far.
Even I'm wondering what is Arjun actually assessing over here. Like during the game, they don't have the evaluation bar. By chance, do you think he's already feeling that he's better?
I think Arjun is very objective. So I think he must be thinking that this position is around equal, but Levon is thinking for 20 minutes and practically he can put some pressure. One mistake by Levon and Arjun will be very ambitious.
I like that word, yeah, practical. I think Arjun is very, very practical. I think he will even accept a slightly worse. Agar minus 0.2 bhi hota na, and Arjun, let's say you gave him the eval bar. कि minus 0.25 है, you get this position, he'll still take it. Yeah, कि भाई चलो attack करने का मौका तो है.
And also the best move, Rook F8 is such a hard one to find, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, but if Levon finds Rook F8, we all have to really applaud him because it's a very, very tough move.
By the way, just to quickly show the game of Wei and Sam Sevian. Sam, who played the longest game yesterday against Lorenzo Lodici, who came out on top in that match, now is ending his game in a draw with Wei.
He would be very happy, because yesterday it would be so tiring for him. आज का game हो गया, rest मिल गया, फिर कल के लिए देख लेगा.
एक सेकंड के लिए शॉक लग गया था, रुक D7 पे रुक गया था, मैंने कहा ये क्या है?
No, he took on D2. Takes D2 and
I love transmission errors. यार कभी होता है ना, कभी कुछ crazy हो नहीं रहा होता है तो भाई feel आ जाती है.
And then people are like, अरे blunder हो गया, उधर देखो, उधर जाओ.
No, if we just go full screen, we can see the live position on the board because Rook takes D2, Rook takes D2 has happened, and I think something like King to F8.
Okay, we'll allow it to set it up.
Yeah, I mean, you can argue that maybe Black C5 pawn is a bit isolated, but okay, Black also has the bishop for the knight.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good compensation. This should finish soon.
Yeah, this should end in a draw.
Yes.
One look maybe at the Donchenko game against Liam. What do you guys make of this? I think White has been better throughout the game, but do you think any chances for White?
And it's so similar to the last position. So similar.
Yeah.
Here we have a few more pieces on the board. The bishop on A6 is a bit passive because it's protected, it's kind of blocked by its own pawn on C4.
Similar structure, right? Rook on D2, A3, B2.
Also, my main question is knight D6 नहीं आ रहा है क्या? Queen C2, Rook C2, Rook F8. You may have to go.
I think just Rook B8.
Oh, Rook B8. You ignore the F7. Okay.
Yeah, because the C-pawn looks dangerous.
That's how you save yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, then looks okay.
So I think this game maybe slightly better on paper is Donchenko because of the weak pawn on C4. But I think Le Quang Liem should hold this.
Yeah. And
भाई आज रिजल्ट कौन सा गेम में होगा?
भाई कोई भी गेम दिख नहीं रहा है अभी अब तक. सब में डेड इक्वल है.
यार अज्जू भाई शायद वहाँ पे.
Sindarov and Grebnev, I think.
Grebnev?
No, sorry.
Sindarov is clearly better. I think Sindarov is gonna take that home.
Grebnev also thinks this. I think this game maybe there is a result.
By the way,
बहुत सारे pieces हैं यहाँ पे.
श्याम भाई ने 94 खेल दिया है भाई. 91 on the board.
Yeah.
Actually, somebody in the chat had asked why not knight C1 over here.
Knight C1. It's like dominated by the bishop thoda sa, like it just feels a bit.
Exactly. Very nicely said. Because जब भी bishop is 2 squares away from the knight, the bishop completely blocks the knight, and that's why knight E1 was played.
More active, basically.
Yeah, and now I think Black just has to be very careful for the next 5 moves maybe. Maybe he equalizes.
Man, tough position for Dubov.
जैसे जैसे कम प्लेयर होते जा रहा है वैसे वैसे ऐसे थोड़ा साइलेंस ज़्यादा बढ़ रहा है, बट टेंशन एंड इंटेंसिटी भी बहुत ही हाई लेवल पे जा रहा है. वी आर इन द प्री क्वार्टर्स गाइज ऑलरेडी. कैन यू बिलीव इट?
I mean, I just cannot believe, because we had 206 players. We had 24 Indians playing in this tournament, Amruta. Now we are down to 2 players. 2 players from the same region, Harikrishna and Arjun Erigesi.
Hey, 190.
They actually are staying 2 hours apart from each other.
The Telugu boys.
Exactly, and right now also the chat had pointed out in lot of comments that ये तो महाभारत चल रहा है, because we have Krishna and Arjun both over here.
And imagine the strength of the tournament. World के top 190 players have gone home, and it's only halfway through the event. क्या ही मतलब बोलते हैं ना, ऐसे हार्ट ब्रेकिंग टूर्नामेंट है टॉप प्लेयर्स के लिए. And right now Arjun, of course, the only player in the world top 10 who's still alive in this event.
Wow, yeah, and I observed this might be one of the rare events where the accompanying persons are a lot in general, because they know if the player goes till the end, then it's going to be almost a month. And it could get lonely with all the pressure on them. So yeah.
Levon is here with his wife Annie, who's quite often used to join us in the studio here. Guys, Levon Aronian has been thinking for almost 30 minutes here. I mean, let's go full screen on him, because okay, he has to make a move.
I think ChessBase 26 एक दिन लेट रिलीज हुआ. पहले हो गया होता और उनको मिल गया होता. He might have seen this position maybe, है ना?
Guys, do check it out. The newly launched सहज भाई तो डाउनलोड भी कर दिए और questions dodge भी कर दिए हैं. Also, solve lot of tactics on Puzzle Rush. All those who are in intermediate level, you keep asking क्या करें हम.
Yes, Puzzle Rush is amazing. I mean, in other sports, you try to warm up by running, by jogging, by working out. Here, you can solve Puzzle Rush before your tournament to kind of keep your brain sharp and active. And there is this offer of getting 1 month of free diamond membership in the links in description. So do check that out.
And also, Harshit bhai ka link halfway add हुआ है. So let's click on Harshit bhai's link and equalize matters. Jaldi se chat. Let's go.
But it's a good challenge that in 1 month, let's say you solve 1,000 tactics and then you really find the difference. Then you can really, keep continuing with the thing. It's a good idea. Also, let's not forget, Harshit bhai, we all wished each other happy Children's Day. Today is 14th November. So we do have an offer on Chesspa books as well. Do check it out for young people, for kids. You can gift it to them.
I think Levon would be a great ambassador of Chesspa also. I think he looks like a
Yeah.
भाई Levon Aronian क्या सोच रहा है?
By 27 minutes on the clock and he is still intensely calculating. ऐसा भी नहीं कि हाथ किधर तो गया पीस के बाजू में वापस आया, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है. He's not going to play, I think, for another 5 minutes more.
I'm guessing the problem is that he has already looked at like the possible moves, but he's not convinced, and he's sort of bar check कर रहा है same चीज, and that's usually not a good sign, yeah.
And he plays Rook G8.
Oh!
Guys, Rook G8.
Let's go! Rook G8, a slight error. And Harshit bhai, now Bishop E6, I think. That's the move we saw.
Bishop E6. I think Arjun will play this immediately. Arjun slightly better here. After thinking for 30 minutes, he was not sure which move to make, as you pointed out, Sahaj bhai. Now Bishop E6.
अच्छा कितना टाइम में खेलेगा? मुझे लगता है because he's good. 3 minutes?
के अंदर.
I hope so, because पता है, the alternatives are quite limited. One option is Bishop E4. You come back, that looks a bit weird, right? अभी F5 खेला E4 क्यों आएंगे? And there is no other option.
No, you have to take on E6 and take the pawn on E5.
Yeah.
And
Maro.
why is this move a blunder? Have we shown? F
So
takes
not a
E5?
blunder, no.
Yeah, so
He takes.
Oh, let's go!
Let's go, Arju.
Wow, so he's prepared with his calculation all the time when he was roaming around, guys. He was also calculating.
Yeah, and now of course you do not want to take with the pawn, right? Because queen puri king size se disconnect ho jayegi. So you take with the queen. Should be played very quickly.
But that's the situation which was created on the board for Levon to find the best move, which was practically a very difficult move. And that's why we are here with Rook G8 and a slight edge for white, though the position is still not very easy. Arju bhai will have to make a lot of accurate moves over here.
he has to make accurate moves, but after queen takes e6...
Played. F takes e5, I'm guessing, or f5. Both look interesting.
Ooh, he needs to pick up the bow. He needs to pick up the Gandhivam here. This is his chance. Take the pawn on e5. Threaten rook f6.
18 मूव बचे हैं. 18 moves to be made in 34 minutes for Ajju Bhai and 27 minutes for Levon. This game is going to go into high time pressure. कोई doubt नहीं है.
By the way, why can't we play rook e1? Just say कि भाई ये pawn में rook से मार के I can get the rook to h5 next. Can we play this?
Oh, rook e1. Did not consider this move, but looks very powerful.
And there's no bishop c3, no, here? Because
Let's
then
just
queen
queen
c3
no?
and then there is an
Queen
extra
C3.
pin over there.
It
should be khatam.
Wait, so what is black going to do after rook e1?
f6 golden pawn का क्या हो रहा है?
For white,
From white side, yeah?
Ah, okay, you mean f5, yeah?
f5, f6 at some point.
f5 definitely tempting.
Maybe the Indian loves to keep that tension going on. f5 के
We
बाद
just queen h6, yeah, with the idea of rook d2 and rook g2.
Actually, you know, right now, before we commit our pawn to f5, we can always play f5, right? So unless there is something direct, we can use that opportunity to be a threat in the future. So rook e1, we bring one more piece in the game. And for example, now f5 can be stronger because अगर queen दूर चला गया तो e5 का pawn मर जाएगा. So rook e1, bring your last troop in the battle.
And if you play f6 just to defend this,
F6
that
is-
looks, yeah.
Yeah, that's very bad, yeah?
So rook e1 is one move, Sahil bhai, which you mentioned and which does look quite natural because it's a direct threat. What else can Arjun get tempted with? Because rook f3 was one move which was always, being considered.
I think rook f3, I think Sahaj bhai mentioned this. You can just take on f4 now. So you have to again spend time to take this. And now apparently there's this move queen h6 again. This is a common theme to kind of defend the king a bit and also threaten rook
But
d2,
wait
I
a
guess.
second, queen f2 with the idea of rook h4.
Oh, there's a...
there is a... Arre, let's ask the chat. Okay, over here also. Black
This has to be for the chocolate. Harshit bhai, your throw is better.
100%.
Okay, black to play. What is the only move to get a winning advantage?
Guys, anybody at the back wants to try?
Yes.
Yes.
Arey Sagar bhai. But it seems like you're already eating a chocolate.
क्या खा रहे हो तुम? क्या खा रहे हो? अच्छा, you had a chocolate, huh?
Bishop c5. What a move. लग रहा है कि free का bishop है and the queen and king are pinned. So you have to take. But now f4 is hanging. And suddenly Arjun is the one losing, yeah?
Yes, but did we give a chocolate to him? You can catch. Whoa!
Hi, Harshit bhai, the throw master bhai.
Nice throw there.
अरे वीडियो में catch miss हो गया अपना. I think that's why he's coming here and telling the answers because chocolate पसंद आ रहा
So
है.
guys, if you like chocolate, come to Goa. Who doesn't like chocolate? Okay. Oh, by the way,
Dubov having 16 minutes on his clock in that endgame. Looking a bit tricky.
Ooh.
No, guys, I have to tell you that we cannot blindly rely on the engine evaluation here because practically, if you have that position on the board, this is very tough.
Yeah.
Like 2 pawns for an exchange. एक pawn c7 पे है. e5 pawn is weak. It's opposite colored bishop, which means कि c4 का bishop कभी भी हमारे c7 या b2 pawns को attack नहीं कर सकता है. This is practically quite difficult. But Dubov
Dubov will manage यार, वो शांति से खेल रहा है, वो like he's in a Goa vibe here overall.
Actually.
He will manage. Can we go back to Levon's game?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I
yeah,
think that it's the most important
Yes.
moment right now. And also we have a very good question by Hans. He's
By
saying
Hans?
check queen e2.
Hans
Hans
is here?
Wikstrom.
Maybe different hands, yeah?
Our regular
Queen
guy in the
E2.
chat. A very strong player
queen
also.
So looks very tempting. You pin this, I mean, you attack this pawn, you threaten queen h5, you still keep this defended. So nice move.
The only reason maybe why, the first thought goes to which is that piece which needs to be activated, and that's why you think about the rook on a1, and that's why you find a more rook e1.
Exactly.
More naturally, yeah.
I completely agree. I think the value that you get by bringing your rook from a1 to e1 is higher than improving the position of your queen right now, which is already exerting some pressure on that diagonal b1 to h7.
But yeah.
Crucial moment for Arjun, yeah, now.
Crazy.
I think the best move of the engines is fe5, so that is definitely a good move.
And
Rook e1.
Harshit bhai, is your coconut water still going on?
खत्म हो गया यार.
अच्छा. वो धीरे धीरे करना रहता है, like वो ग्लास ऐसा पूरा रखते हैं एक एक सिप.
No, the thing is, if I like something, I cannot resist it. So.
कितना टाइम सोचेगा अर्जुन यहाँ पे?
I will play in 1 minute.
अरे yeah, 1 minute is
from now. Like, I think 7 minutes के पहले वो खेल लेगा. Right now, you can see the timer. He has thought for 6 minutes. I think he might make the move in the next minute. Sahaj, but do you think it's
I mean, there's a lot of different moves here
to consider?
Yeah, fe5, rook e1, probably rook f3, f5, queen e2. So many moves. And how much time does he have? 28 minutes. So yeah, I think he will think a bit before he makes his decision.
Okay, guys, maybe we can check while Arjun is thinking. We can have this camera and have a quick look at Sindarov's game. Is it getting over or what?
Oh, Sindarov. Seriously better now.
Bishop d3, knight h5. I think the move Federic has won quite a few games with. For the first time, not a good move. And g3, just stopping this, knight from coming forward, and suddenly the knight looking a bit stupid now.
And f5 वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं है क्या time? मतलब वो bishop d3 पे है तो.
हाँ, very unlikely.
Tough.
I think e takes d4 is also something we should mention why it's not working.
Yeah, e4. I think this is what he was banking on. He thought that the knight f6 के निकालने के बाद e5 की से it the knight won't be hanging.
But now what do you play as white?
cd4.
And if bishop d4?
e5.
This is what
I think bishop h7 check and as a disco. But what if queen h6? Let's continue here.
Still bishop h7 check.
Yes. Takes, and just takes, yeah?
Oh, and d6 is hanging. If rook e5 here, wait a second.
But just takes, no? And rook is hanging on f8.
Oh.
Then rook h4 first. 1 second. After d takes e5.
You mean here?
No. After rook takes e5.
Oh, nice.
हाँ, क्योंकि d4 is attacked. Yeah,
rook
you can't take on f8.
e5.
Rook h4.
Rook on d4 is hanging. So, Zwischenzug.
Guys, Grandmaster calculates till the end. ऐसे बीच में नहीं छोड़ दिया. बढ़िया.
So, g3 and Sindarov Javokhir is on the verge of.
I think we have a result as well. I think it's Esipenko, whose game has
ended in the draw.
I think so.
Really? That's a great result for Grebnev because with the black pieces. And I thought Esipenko, after beating Vincent today with the white pieces, he will be in the flow.
Very solid, Grebnev.
Man.
Wow.
Very solid with black. His rating 26-11 does not do justice to his strength. And the derby of the two Russians have ended in a draw. Tomorrow, Grebnev will come back with the white pieces. Let's come to Arjun's game again.
Yeah.
क्रेजी भाई, ये वर्ल्ड कप बहुत अलग है. मतलब ऐसा वर्ल्ड कप कभी भी विटनेस नहीं हुआ है. This is something which we all can say over here.
Okay, so Arjun's still thinking. He's gone below 11 on the clock again.
यार 1 मिनट में नहीं किया. इसका मतलब he does think that he has to be careful over here. Can we go full screen once on this game?
Ajju bhai?
Both of them, yeah.
Oh, no, not yet.
But tension देखो.
हर्षित भाई चैट पूछ रही है आलू खाओगे? ये क्या है भाई?
क्या?
Okay, now. हाँ.
एक मेरे को.
चॉकलेट ब्रेक तो बनता है भाई.
Let's go.
नहीं. But still a question, why would he be thinking for rook e1 if it is the natural move? You're also bringing, so he is looking at something from black where I think white needs to be a bit more careful.
So maybe the question is queen g6 maybe, because now you can't move the queen away, right? Because it's mate in 1. And queen g6 maybe, and if you play f5, maybe just, I don't know, where do I move the queen actually? I'm not
queen
sure.
h6 खेला तो e5 मारोगे क्या?
Queen
rook d2 आएगा. No, you can't take on e5.
Maybe queen g6 is the problem because you're kind of offering a queen trade.
And if you can't take, right? Because at the whole point of the exposed king is gone.
Yeah.
Rook takes, rook d2 coming next.
Yeah, this is maybe close to equality now. Very, very close to equality.
And do you think Arjun... But the bar is saying white is still better. You know, maybe what? Rook f2 or what?
Yeah, rook f2.
But rook f2, bishop c3. He's about to make a move.
Oh, yes, let's go back. Let's go back to life position. Super crucial moment. He plays rook e1. Wow.
Let's go. Best move found.
And now Levon Aronian, 27 minutes. 18 moves to play. And he has to find a good solution here.
There is a nice nuance here. So you were just looking at queen g6. जहाँ पे takes के बाद you have to go rook takes e5. But apparently you have to go queen b6 check first. It's a nice intermezzo.
I get it.
King h1 and now queen g6. And you are getting in that exact same position जहाँ पे white का king corner पे पड़ा हुआ है, which helps black's case.
No rook f2 now.
Exactly, no
Beautiful.
rook f2.
Beautiful. Wow.
Oh wait, he plays queen g6.
Oh, he plays it. Okay, let's see now. Let's see now what the...
Same idea.
He plays it?
Yeah.
Immediately plays it. Why?
40 seconds taken.
And he takes
it.
g6.
So he is assessing the endgame very differently.
I think
rook
this
takes g6 played, of course, because he wants to keep his rook on an open file. Yes, Sahil, what are your thoughts?
No, I think this is the crunch moment, right? So if Arjun does not find something right now in the next 2-3 moves, then it's just equal, maybe even better for black. So he needs to find something right about now.
But right now he needs to take the pawn on e5, yeah?
Yeah, he has to, and he's take with the rook. Rook e5, the only move to get a slight advantage.
Any other move and black is slightly better.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, imagine you waste a move, h3 for example, rook d2, and look at the bar. It's just gone.
But h3 तो definitely नहीं, because our
maybe
pawn
f takes
is...
e5 you can show as an example.
f5 we can.
Rook d2 again, and it's very difficult. B2
Because rook e2 is not possible because of bishop takes c3.
Yes. Correct, but what about rook
and
f2?
rook f2 is not
bishop
possible
c5.
because of bishop c5.
It's really deadly. So Levon has his own chances. Arjun has to find rook takes e5. That controls the c5 square, so no bishop c5 drama.
Yeah, and I think we will see a series of moves being played quickly here, as rook takes e5 must be played by Arjun, just making sure his calculation is on point.
Can he consider a move like f5, by the way?
f5, attacking the rook.
Where do you go with your rook?
Just
Rook
rook
c6 or you
C6.
stay on the g
c6
file?
looks logical, yes.
Yeah, attacks this.
Or even rook g4 is there, because after bishop c3, rook takes a4 would be a big threat, I guess.
Ooh, that's a nice one. Certainly pass pawn running.
Yeah, rook g4. I like this move actually.
And rook e5 now.
Rook e5, bishop c3.
B-
Oh, rook d2 also very tempting actually. Very, very tempting. Oh, this is getting a bit...
Rook d2, rook f2, bishop takes c3, b takes c3.
And it's a draw.
Takes. First rook f2.
And this is a draw.
Yeah.
Like a rook f2, rook f4, yeah? Simple.
Rook takes, you want to play this, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I'm...
Hey,
yeah.
this is not an easy draw, no? Black will try to push here with
The
the
A
A
pawn.
passer.
True.
So I would be little scared to go
Yeah,
into
actually,
this.
yeah, certainly... Oh, this is...
This is crazy. Rook
Oh, this is
f7.
crazy actually. Look at this, yeah. 3 pawns. 3 pawns. Okay, who wins? Like, you could totally lose this with either color.
For sure.
रेस नहीं, ये तो F1 वाली रेस हो गई.
आइए आ जाए मजा आ जाएगा actually एंड गेम देखने में.
But you're more scared as black here, no? Because
Yeah.
ऐसा लग रहा है mate हो जाएगी.
नहीं, but ये
G4,
equality पे भरोसा रख ही नहीं सकता. I think one move will completely change the evaluation bar like anything.
Lando Norris versus
अरे
Max
भाई.
Verstappen.
Do. Okay, going back. Rook g6 on the board. Arjun still thinking.
Yeah, he's thinking.
So he will be thinking of rook e5 mostly, and if not then f5, but I hope he is thinking about rook takes c5. Okay, one question by Amit is f takes c5, rook d2, what if g3?
F takes c5, rook
b2 का pawn मर रहा है अमित भाई.
Yeah. And this is also
and then
pinned.
c3 के knight पे बहुत pressure आ जाएगा. The rook on the 7th rank generally considered to be very very strong piece.
Also rook e3, there's bishop c5, तो हारने के और भी तरीके हैं. This is tough.
21 minutes for him. I'm surprised he's taking his time here because rook takes e5 so natural. Maro.
Maybe he's not convinced with the outcome, yeah? Like after rook e5, anything is equal. I honestly think Levon's position looks more comfortable to me now. After the queen trade, of course.
So rook e5, like what, rook d2 then I'm guessing? Like you want to play? Saj bhai?
Rook d2 here?
हाँ, and now rook f2?
पहला क्वेश्चन मेरा ये कि कैन आई जस्ट रिपीट रुक डी लाइक बिशप c3 मार के रुक d1 रुक d2 रुक d1 इज दैट पॉसिबल एट ऑल?
It's a very valid question because of course if rook f2 black repeats, if you go g3
only other
suddenly rook b6 can come. I mean
rook f2 है मेरे
rook f just in time, yeah?
Just in
I
time.
think he's about to make a move. He's thinking Levon is walking over there.
And Levon is waiting. I mean, he's not walking, he's waiting for Arjun to make a move because he has his next move ready. Rook takes e5 for sure. The rook is going to enter the attack. Rook to d2. Guys, 7,000 people watching. This is the 5th round. Do like the stream so more people can enjoy this epic encounter of Arjun versus Levon.
And Arjun is now down to 19 minutes 50 seconds. He still has to make 18 moves, right? That is what we were discussing about the time pressure. This is going to go
I love
really
this
intense.
angle, by the way. You can see all the players. You can see how...
Levon is yawning. Yeah, that also you can see. He's wearing full black.
हर्षित भाई ये शर्ट अच्छा लग रहा है ना वैसे? What do you think?
Beautiful shirt.
Beautiful shirt.
You know,
पूछते हैं
yesterday...
कहाँ से लिया उसने?
Yeah, this is...
So अगर वो शर्ट किसी और कंट्री के किसी स्टोर में पड़ी है तो do you cover the travel expenses also?
Bye.
Yesterday or day before sometime, you know, and Levon, we found out that we are wearing the same socks.
What?
And then, and then I like, oh, I got them from St. Louis. And obviously Levon stays in, you know, a hall of fame over there.
Oh,
so it was nice.
Chat push रही है which...
Hey, I'm just wondering कौन सी conversation में you find out you have the same socks?
We were sitting for dinner over there. And then we were discussing some things about India, and you know, they are traveling a lot. Like they went to Panjim, and they really love Goa, Levon and Annie over here, and they are exploring. I think they're the perfect people to be in Goa. So yeah, we were having a lot of fun there.
And
Okay,
by the
still
way,
no
I
moves.
was just having a look. If you can keep the camera, we can have this camera, but just to quickly give an update about the Sindarov-Frederick Swana game. Sindarov did play g3. That's where we left it last. Rook to e7 was played. And now White played this move, bishop back to b2. Very stable advantage for White because the knight on h5 really wanted to jump into f4. But Sindarov is like, no. He went g3 and now...
Yeah. Also, I like the bishop here though. दोनों rook इस diagonal पे है. वापस लाने का मन नहीं था. But okay, fair enough.
Bishop b2, I think you are also kind of eyeing f4, yeah, at some point.
Exactly.
Oh.
Imagine f4 at some point, ef4, e5. Hold the position.
Oof, that's crazy.
Like rook f1, king h2, aram se, and you cannot stop f4, I think. It's just happening.
Arjun is about to make a move. Maybe we
really?
can go to that game. And anyway, we have a very interesting question by AMK over there. After rook e5, rook d2, rook f2.
Take it with
Yes,
the rook.
he's
Arjun,
gonna
come
take with the
on.
rook.
Come on, rook
नहीं,
e5.
अगर मारा तो rook से.
किससे
नहीं,
मारेगा?
rook से.
Rook
Let's
से.
go.
Yes.
Nice.
Let's go.
Wow, and that's where our question is also very valid. Rook d2, rook f2.
Okay.
And here he's asking about rook takes b2, bishop c3 fork.
Crazy.
Ooh, but
Does that work? That's his question.
By check, I think.
Very nice awareness there. By the way, another result.
Oh wow.
Donchenko and Le Quang Liem have drawn their game.
A lot of draws again. Yeah, I think all the players now not ready to take as much risk. This is the position where they agree to a draw. Fair enough. I think, yeah, looks like an equal position, yeah?
Yeah, as you said, Sahil bhai, no one wants to kind of burn the bridges in the first round itself. They're playing solid and they're analyzing the game. Lekwang is like, could you do this? Don't really want to expose too much in the post-game analysis because they still want to keep the preparation for the next games here.
So 8 games in total, 3 have ended in a draw already. 5 games remaining.
And bhai, look at Sargsyan Yakubov.
No, that is also another draw, yeah? Incoming.
Oh.
If you just stay here for 1 more minute, another handshake is going to happen.
I think so many players have won hearts of, people over here. In the chat also, Physician is saying missing Lodici. So a lot of players got their fans, people learn about the style much better in such a long tournament in knockout format than I think Swiss League.
Yeah, absolutely. Lorenzo Lodici, for example, is someone who has won so many hearts. Handshake, by the way, on the board between Gabriel and Yakubov.
The 4th draw of the round today. So I think half the games are over. No bloodshed so far. Let's go back to the Arjun game quickly, where Levon Aronian still thinking with 25 minutes on the clock.
Levon is coming back to his chair right now, and Arjun is the one who gets up this time.
But Levon has 7 minutes more on the clock. They have to make 15 moves. 16, yeah, for Levon.
16 more moves.
With perfect play, guys, this will go in a draw. If both of them play absolutely perfect. Do you think it's possible? 100% perfection.
Here, I mean, probably, I think. It's not very unrealistic because the moves are pretty natural from both sides. Like Bishop C3 and Rook D2 is pretty natural, I would say.
So that's my question actually. Like usually bishops कहते हैं कि दोनों side पे अगर pawn है, तो you should keep the bishops. So should black keep the bishops or should he just kind of trade?
You just need Rook D1 check, yeah, after Rook D2, Rook F2. इसलिए it's important to take on C3. Otherwise, I wouldn't take on C3.
And we're also down a pawn. So this changes the dynamic completely. If the material is equal, I would have never chopped the knight on C3. Now that I'm down a pawn, I have to give up my bishop to get access to the D1 square.
I think Levon has a typical style of pulling up his sleeves, yeah, when he's deep in thought. Chat Hari के बारे में पूछ रही है. Hari drew his game.
Harikrishna drew his game with the black pieces against Martinez Alcantara.
And most of it was opening preparation, and it was a very comfortable draw with the black pieces. So it was a very good day for Harikrishna today.
I think Shankland, Dubov, just not changing the board, likely a draw. Sevian, Vei, likely a draw. So 2 games which could potentially have a result. One is Sindarov, Frederick, and one is Arjun, Levon. Yeah, only 2 games.
Correct.
Other than Rook D2, I was just looking at it that does black has anything
Achha, do you think like if there is a result here, do you think Arjun has more chances to win, Harshit, or do you think Levon has more chances to win here if there is a result?
No. That's actually a good question. I don't really see Arjun having any losing chances here. I think it's either Arjun will draw or he will win. And I think right now, if I were to kind of put it in statistical terms, I think 85% Arjun will draw. Even 90% this game will end in a draw, and 10% Arjun will win.
What about over-pressing, yeah? Because that is possible. Like G3, for example, is kind of that, yeah? Because you're not repeating your moves. So for example, Bishop C3, BC3, Rook D2. Now let's say Rook F2 with the Rook D1 check, that's a repetition, we know that. But if you go G3, like already if I play Rook B6 is what we were seeing earlier, but Rook C6 and Rook C4, like you have to be a bit careful here as white.
But I can just take the F5 pawn, right? I mean, I always have this bailout.
Yeah, you're right.
And Rook F2 now.
Yeah.
I mean, white is up a pawn, guys.
नहीं भाई ये तो ड्रॉ हो रहा है ये पक्का मतलब जिस तरह से खेले दोनों I don't think any of them is gonna miss anything.
Sajva, get your point, yeah? To kind of overextend, you have to create chances which as rook f2 kabhi na khelna ho, and there is some potential there. So before we go on the second short break, prediction for this game. Saj bhai.
Draw.
Harshad bhai.
Draw.
Draw.
Okay, I'll just say Arjun wins. Let's hope for Arjun win. And we'll be back after a very, very short break on the other side.
Hi everyone, I hope you are enjoying the coverage of the FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa, India. Look at the beautiful place I am in right now. While we are on this break, I want to tell you that ChessBase has just launched the ChessBase version, the newest version, ChessBase 2026 and Mega 26, Mega Database 2026 on 12th of November. Earlier, ChessBase used to launch a version every 2 years. But now, starting from this year, it will be launched every year, just like Mega Database. Hence, from ChessBase 18, we have now launched to ChessBase 26. Then it will happen ChessBase 27 and so on. Mega Database is world's largest chess database and has more than 11.7 million games and 114,000 annotated games. What are the newest features in ChessBase 26? Well, here's a short video for you to know all about it.
ChessBase 26 is here, starting with the enhanced opening report, rating-based statistics for your favorite openings, instructive tactical training built right in, the history of each opening, its pioneers, and a fashion chart showing popularity over time. Then we have the Monte Carlo analysis, simulating thousands of games, defining practical chances and typical maneuvers. Also, new detection of duplicate games, AI description of plans, real-time ray tracing, and more. ChessBase 26. Expand your chess horizon.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today. A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
We are back to follow the last few games remaining in the round of 16, and we have Sagar Bhai back with us.
Yes, I was actually sitting in the audience and looking at the developments of this game through your amazing commentary, Aap Sab Logo Ka and Amruta's, and I was enjoying it thoroughly. And the question that was on my mind is that Arjun is pressing, but is it real that he will get his chances? Is it like closer to a draw? I think all of you predicted a draw, yes?
You know, वो एक याद है वीडियोस देखी यूट्यूब पे आती जहाँ पे दे पुट दैट वो ह्यूज क्या बोलते हैं उसको एंड दे पाइल ऑन प्रेशर ऑन अ सर्टेन थिंग अंटिल इट ब्रेक्स इट होल्ड्स ऑन फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम एंड एक ही बार में सडनली इट एक्सप्लोड्स या सो वैसा कुछ यहाँ पे हो इफ अर्जुन कैन कीप पुटिंग ऑन स्लाइड प्रेशर पूरा अगले 20 चालों तक मे बी देयर इज सम होप.
That's very cool. Maybe. What do you think, Harshit bhai?
I predicted a draw, but I'm very curious to hear your perspective and opinion because, I mean, yes, white is up a pawn. Black has this active counterplay with rook d2 coming in, but let's not forget the time scenario. 16 minutes to make 18 moves, and I'm sure that will impact this game.
What are your thoughts, why Sahaj bhai, if bishop takes knight and pawn takes, and we go into this major piece endgame, one pawn up?
I think here, like in rook end games, I will say it's a very, very high chance that it's going to be a draw. But there is this variation जहाँ पे white के 3 pawns king side पे हैं, black के 3 pawns queen side पे, and okay, maybe the player who can calculate better, which okay, probably is Arjun, has a higher chance in a situation like that. But I still think like 95% I will say this is going to be a draw because the position is very simplified in that sense for me.
Do you think time could play a role here now? 15 minutes each for both players, 15 moves to make. Maybe that's something that can help Arjun?
No, for sure. I think if the position starts to sharpen up, like in this rook endgame itself, for example, you jump in with the rook, I push my pawn forward, maybe you try to attack this pawn, I perhaps take this one, you take this one. At some point, as we discussed, a race will begin between these pawns and this pawns, and perhaps then you have to be super accurate, and it might be the 39th move or 40th move.
Yeah, I mean, and white obviously has this nice passed pawn on the h file, which is extra. And if I can get king g2, h4, as you said, the pawn is just going to race down the board. Levon, coming back to the live position, is now down to less than 15 minutes, trying to decide whether to chop that knight on c3. It's not an easy decision to make. To give up your bishop on b4, which is protecting the pawn on a5.
And if it was like a simple draw, then Levon would have done it. So
he takes it.
He takes it. He takes on c3, guys. And now we are into a major piece endgame. And he jumps in with the rook. Rook to d2 comes in with one rook attacking from here, other rook attacking from there. Pretty sure that Arjun Erigaisi will play g3 or...
We'll repeat, yeah?
But I think Arjun shouldn't repeat, yeah?
Yeah.
Because it gives black 2 free moves and helps him reach to move 40 faster. And perhaps better not to do all that and just play g3, which is the most obvious move. I was wondering when I was sitting there, is rook g5 even an option to bring your rook here and kind of trade it?
That's a very nice suggestion and something that I personally completely forgot about. I think that the problem with this move could be rook takes g5, pawn takes g5, and king to g7. And suddenly, this doubled pawn on g2 and g5 not really going anywhere, whereas black is coming very quickly with c6, b5. And it's not about the quantity of the pawns here, the quality of the pawns, where the a pawn can very quickly run down the board. And I think having this doubled pawns is going to hurt white in the race.
That's a very, very well pointed out explanation, which actually makes the move rook g5 not at all appetizing. I think that's not happening.
And one more thing, after rook g5, maybe I don't even have to take rook g5. Like I can just leave the rook there. Like and then do the same things, like rook c2, rook a2.
By the way, Ajju about to make his move g3 on the board.
No draw. No rook f2, rook f1 repetition and rook h6.
Whoa.
What?
What? Rook h6.
Whoa. Levon Aronian going after the h pawn and asking a question to Arjun. How are you defending it? Are you going h4? Are you going rook f2? Are you going... Okay, there are only two ways, yeah?
But rook f2 you lose h2, right? So I mean, if you want to push the pawn,
So what you're saying is, if the rook moves up, I take, rook takes pawn,
check,
and that doesn't look great.
It doesn't, but let's just continue for one more move, king to e3.
Why do you want to continue here, Harshit? By any particular reason you like it?
Because rook e7. I just see this move, rook e7 at some point. Right now your pawn on a5 is hanging. After king e3, if you defend it with b6, rook e7, and
G7?
suddenly
King G7,
rook c7, rook c4 back. I mean, I'm up a pawn. Maybe it's a draw, but
Yeah,
Good
it
chances.
looks very, very interesting here. So clearly, Arjun has a choice. The other move which we were discussing is rook. One was we saw rook one step ahead, but pawn 2 squares up.
Harry to h4.
अरे भाई Harry नहीं यार.
Harry कौन है भाई?
Guys, we have officially renamed the H pawn as Harshit the H pawn, because Harshit bhai, of course, very humble person. So rook G6 coming back, right? That might be the idea. To now hit your underbelly here on G3. I mean, look at it, what he did, yeah? Like he first kind of found that this is the weak pawn, then made this the weak pawn. So Levon is going after the weaknesses.
And let's say I defend my underbelly with rook f3.
You want to do it this way, or you want to cover from the top? H4.
H4 played. H4 played.
So G3.
Is he in trouble now, Levon?
At least, he goes the other way.
Mistake.
Levon is saying that this is not the underbelly, this is the one. He's going on C3 pawn.
It's +1 for
Bhai,
Arjun now. This is getting
Arjun
serious.
But let's think with our head here, Sahil bhai. No. I mean, I'm saying let's think here, not that +1 is a great point here that you have mentioned, but what to play? Do we go rook f3 here? Do we go rook e3 here?
I like even rook to f3. I want to keep all my pawns defended.
Yeah.
And basically ask black, how are you getting any compensation? Because rook f3, maybe rook b6 is the point.
Yeah, exactly. If you move your rook up, then the rook comes from here, finding another point in the underbelly, which is the king.
Wow.
It's actually dangerous. It's not just the pawns. The real target is this guy.
So let me, now that I understood what happens after rook f3, let me correct myself and play rook to f2. Can I do this?
But rook f2. Or maybe, Harshit bhai, you go up. When he moves here, then come down. And then there is no mate.
Tricky.
Why not defend your pawn? And when he's trying to checkmate you, you come back.
Wow.
That's also a way to play.
Wow.
Although I'm not so sure. And what about this kind of fight, street fight?
He
took, exactly, that was I'm saying. What about the street fight?
Wait, rook takes c3, you have rook h5 check and rook g5, and at least you will have an extra move there.
Sahej bhai with the quick analysis here. Rook takes c3, check to the right, king comes up, another check. Now the king majorly, I think, will go back or front. I don't know where to go. Maybe we come up. Yeah, makes more sense.
And now you just want to get rid of one of the rooks. Rook to f2, trying to exchange one pair of
Are
rooks.
you sure rook f2?
I like it because I cannot allow rook c2.
Okay, if we are greedy and we try to push our h pawn.
Rook c2, bhai.
That's check. That's a draw.
Harshit, the h pawn cannot run alone. Yeah, it requires some backup.
Company.
Exactly. So this is a draw now with check. So we first need to smoke out one of the guys. And then
the pawn is running. And then the pawn is going to run. Rook to f2 is winning for white actually. And Arjun Irigesi is in control of the game. Levon.
Muy interesante.
Just want to mention one point though. When you play rook g5 check, king ko h7 pe hona chahiye, not on f6. Because like the h pawn is, the Harshit pawn is kind of just running away.
That's what. So what you're saying, Sahej bhai, is that in order to keep Harshit in check, we need some Raja. Yes. So
भाई सब रानियां
We
तो
need
exchange हो गए
Raja
भाई
or a
अभी.
Shah, you know.
We need a Raja here. King h7 keeps the pawn in check. Okay.
Still rook f2.
Rook f.
Till we do the same.
And the point is that white is still going to go f5, f6 at some point and rook g7 check. So you did support the h pawn, but what about the f pawn?
Yeah, this one is a
f5, f6 incoming.
So I don't know what to play here, but let's say I move up and try to attack.
King h2.
King h2, and now I try to push your rook away from here. Because now when the rook moves, I'll pick up your pawn. I don't know, you want to put your rook in an awkward position here?
Maybe, yes.
And then I try to come up with my king. Is it possible?
And
Or
just ignore the rook, yeah? Now we just attack the a4 pawn and...
We also have f5, no? f5 defends a4.
But then I stop it, Sahaj bhai. You told me your idea.
Rook e2. I'm
but
coming
rook
to
e2
checkmate
now.
you.
Arey, bye. Suddenly double rook endgames are
And
so
rook c3
tricky.
takes. Let's see what happens.
Rook takes c3 taken by Aronian. I'm curious to see. Can we go full screen? Ajju bhai with
Check.
immediate move.
Check.
Wow.
भाई अज्जू भाई इतना पटापट खेल रहे हैं.
G7 and patak se check देंगे.
Now crucial, where does the king go, yeah? h7 or...
Oh, this is a key moment. I'm expecting Levon to take 5 minutes here. For
King
sure.
h7 I think is logical.
But bhai, you can also go to f8, f6, h7, h6.
I mean, the only real squares for me are h7 and h6 because I'm scared of that pawn on h4. But I don't know why I wouldn't play h6. Maybe because rook g8 se nikal sakta hai wapas. Like in those lines later on, you were saying f6 is a possibility, and rook ko wo awkward square pe aana pad raha tha, which was the g4 square, and that's why I guess king h7 makes sense.
Yeah, king here makes a lot of sense because when you push the pawn, the rook does not get here, and we have
Dubov is
winning.
What?
Daniel Dubov, whom I thought was in some trouble,
Harshit
is
bhai,
actually much better.
Daniel Dubov in this tournament is not in trouble. He's the trouble. He's the one who creates trouble here.
Wow.
Look at him. As calm as a cucumber there, or as cool as a cucumber. Can we go full screen on Dubov? I want to see him. Like, just so cool. But he's down to what, 3 minutes?
He's down to 3 minutes, but only a few moves to make to reach the time control. Where is the danger? Dubov is the danger himself, as the bishop can drop back to b7 and the pawn on f3 is weak. e4 is incoming.
e4, and then the rook will start to sort of
chop,
munch all the kingside pawns.
Shankland को विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा है भाई. He can't believe it.
2 minutes remaining though. He has to play fast. Bishop b7 is such a logical move though.
So guys, until now 4 games have been completed, all 4 draws.
Yes.
But Dubov has a chance to win against Shankland. Arjun has a chance to win against Aronian. Sindarov has a chance to beat Frederick Swane. And Sam Savian and Wei has a chance to
be a draw.
has a chance to be nothing here. कुछ नहीं होगा भाई दोस्तों ये गेम का draw. Okay, so the very exciting game is definitely Ajjubai versus Levon. Rook g5 check, and we've been debating here whether the king should go to this square or this square. And Levon also has to work it out. Now you might think it's just a move, but in the grand scheme of things, when the rooks try to enter and there is a race, one square could be better than the other.
Absolutely. I mean, I can imagine a pawn race at some point where the king on h6 might be a problem because f pawn will queen with a check. Whereas if the king is on h7, there will be no check. I mean, all these little things, as you said, one move can change a lot of, evaluations.
Yes.
Same with the king on h6 can attack the rook on g4 with king h5 and gain a tempo. Yeah, so lot of ifs and buts here.
I think one thing is for sure, like against Arjun, this position, he's very dangerous in these positions because it's like it's pure calculation.
You have to play it like a middle game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep calculating.
Just you can just calculate like a machine here, and Arjun is great at that.
11 minutes to calculate, Sahaj bhai. It's not going to be easy.
And if Arjun wins today's game, then he becomes a huge favorite in the match. For Levon to beat him on demand will be super tough. So actually everything to play for, guys. Fasten your seatbelts here. Last, I think 1.5 to 2 hours here. बहुत interesting end game.
I mean, I'm not even sure if this game will last so long because they still need to make, I mean, just to check, they still need to make 10 more moves. And it's quite possible that in the next 10 moves, Arjun gets a huge advantage before the time control and it might just be over.
Yeah,
Might be over in the next 30-45 minutes. Guys, do like the stream so more people can enjoy this moment, this match of it's kind of like a battle of generation. Arjun Erigesi, the upcoming, the modern warrior playing against Levon Aronian, who has this, experience of the wisdom and experience that he brings in this match. But right now, the youth seems to be prevailing as Rook G5 check. And
in such positions, again, like I think the person who, you just need someone who can calculate. And experience, of course, matters, but यहाँ पे सिर्फ calculation चलेगी. So I think Arjun has an advantage over the board and off the board as well here.
Yeah. While Dubov has made an error and the position has become kind of even because I think he went with his bishop to B1 instead of B7. And well, I doubt if this will still be equal because there's still so many ways to go wrong for both sides. And I think this one, just let's keep an eye on it because this will go on. We'll come back to it. I want to actually go deeper into the Levon versus Arjun game to calculate, to show, because we have like such a strong panel here. We have 2 GMs, 1 NM and 1 IM, and we can actually kind of kill this position. Sorry guys, मतलब क्या हो रहा है? So king h7, for example.
Okay.
And I think rook f2 is a forced move. So do you think taking makes sense or keeping the rook?
I would keep the rook, probably. Rook dd3 makes sense to me. Rook d4 I would consider. But rook dd3 probably because it's like a direct move.
And attacks this. So taking here just helps white, clearly. Because king comes up, you push here, this might be lost.
It might just be objectively lost. Yeah. And I just wanted to point out that for white, the next 2 moves are forced basically, right? Like
rook f2.
Rook f2 will be played. Whether you take my rook or you go rook d3, I'm going to just support the pawn on g3. So for white, the moves are very easy and natural to make. Whereas black needs to decide कि rook c4 से pawn a4 का मारना है, c5 c4 खेलना है. Yeah, like, so many options.
Right. So let's say as this move is very direct, attacks the underbelly, g3 pawn.
King h2.
We go king h. You want to go to h2, why not g2?
Hard to explain, but somehow I feel like the king is slightly better on h2.
In fact, I have a feeling it's much better on g2, right? Closer to the center.
You might have rook f3 at the right moment also.
Yeah.
I just thought that with the king on h2, I can move my rook on g5 and rook g3 won't be a check.
And another point is you might need to defend that pawn with rook g2 as well. जो king g2 से वो rook बंद जाएगा.
He played king h7 and guys, Arjun Erigesi instantly plays rook f2. He's like, yes, Harshit bhai just mentioned have to make, and rook d3
on the board.
Wow.
And now the key moment, king h2 is what our grandmasters on the panel are thinking. That's their feeling. But me and Sahil bhai are feeling king g2. तो आई होप हमारा फीलिंग अर्जुन भाई ये फीलिंग के साथ ना जाए भाई किंग g2 वाले. So king g2 is what, let's analyze just to look at it. And now black must create some play, right?
c5.
You want to push your pawn down the board,
right?
The other way is to try and go gang up on the a pawn.
What to play?
King G2. Wow, he chooses your move.
Let's go.
Sagar bhai.
Thank you, bhai. Thank you. King G2 on the board. Ajju bhai just feeling the king is better place. कभी कभी मेरे को लगता है 2750 पहुंच सकते.
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry, which pattern?
F5, F6 as white.
F5, F6. Correct. Could be very much possible, yeah, this mating ideas. That's very well spotted. But the thing is, as Sahaj Bhai also mentioned, this H pawn would run down the board and he wanted his king to stop it. So I think there were pros and cons. King being on H file means that it could get prone to some mating attack. But on the other hand, that's why double rook endgames have such great characteristics of a middle game and end game. Because when there's one rook, you have to calculate it like an end game. But when there are two rooks, you have to also think about mating patterns. You have to calculate accurately. It's very tough.
By the way, F6 is the only move for Levon Aronian in the position.
Really?
Otherwise, it's lost. It's +2.
Oh, wow.
Otherwise.
Because it's not obvious. Yeah, I was thinking like also Harshit Bhai was mentioning, let's push C5 here. And it just is bad. Maybe because of white pushing F5, yeah?
Yeah.
F5, going all in with F6 and Rook G7. The idea is coming through.
It's coming. The idea that they mentioned in our spectator zone here. By the way, guys, let's have Arjun OP in the chat. He's about to play, and qualify to the round of, like, it's a pre-quarterfinal.
Yeah, round of 8 quarters.
Quarterfinal.
Crazy.
It won't happen immediately, Harshit. By tomorrow, Levon Aronian will come with white pieces and will go all out. But
to win this would be huge.
I think objectively right now, it's still a draw. I'm just basing it on the engine evaluation here. If it is +0.8 or +1, generally it's a draw. I don't know, humanly how easy it is, but an engine would hold it.
But 7 moves, 5 minutes on the clock, only move 15 on the board. It's not super obvious. Like all of these factors, I think, very good chance that Arjun can win this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good chance.
Chances are really there.
Guys, for the next 5 minutes, we can have full screen as Levon Aronian needs to make his moves on tempo.
Look at Arjun, he's chill, yeah? He's relaxing, looking towards the right. Koi stress hi nahi hai.
Arjun, Eric, I see when looks to the right, calculates. When he looks to the left, he evaluates. When he looks upwards, he's
Still
just...
calculates.
When he closes his eyes, he calculates. Bhai, banda calculation machine hai. He's always calculating. So whenever you meet him and you say, hello Arjun, how are you?
He calculates.
He's calculating.
4.5 minutes now for Levon.
Yeah.
And no signs of expression from both the players.
No. I think, but Levon does feel a bit worried. Look at him. He generally looks really upbeat and he's like in the zone. You definitely see him being very, very much focused here. Let's analyze this move F6 because
F6.
it attacks the rook. Yeah. My rook has only one square, which is to go to G4, or else you just snatch this pawn with a check.
Correct. Rook G4.
Rook G4. And now I was wondering if I can run up the king, but my rook will run away. Finds it. Of course. Levon Aronian is in good form. He finds F6. Rook goes back to G4 now. And now what should be black's move? I think Rook C4 makes a lot of sense.
That's the only move again. But question, why not Rook D4?
Exactly. For me, both moves look the same.
Yeah, same actually.
To be honest, I'm not so sure if Rook C4 or Rook D4 is very obvious because Rook E2, and it almost feels as if the black king is getting checkmated there. No,
Actually, if Rook C4, Rook E2 pe, you can put the Rook on D7.
Oh.
That is so crucial. So you need to play Rook C4. Why Rook D4 would be over?
That's a great point, Sahil bhai. Going back here to save the king. So I think Levon will find it because it's a very logical point.
और उसके बाद भी easy नहीं है because
so Rook C4,
yeah,
Rook E2, Rook goes back because once imagine guys, if you snatch this pawn, I come in with a check. Either you go back or come up. If you come up, I push my pawn. Yes.
No.
Touch and move. सॉरी भाई,
उस आर्बिटर को बुलाना पड़ेगा.
तो हर्षित द एच पॉन को निकालना है या क्या करना है भाई?
King h3.
Oh, he plays
Oh,
rook
c4
c4.
played.
Rook c4 on
finds
the
it.
board. He plays it, of course. We will see this panning out. I'm pretty sure Ajubai goes rook e2 here. I don't see any other active moves for white.
A5 is another way to kind of just defend that pawn.
h5, h6, sack the pawn, get the king out and checkmate him. भाई हो सकता है. It's a very creative way to try h5, h6. But I think the most logical idea is to get your rook in from here. And yeah, bhai.
Bhai, just a quick update. Dubov completely winning now.
Completely?
Wow.
Yeah. Like winning advantage on the board.
Wow.
It is insane to me.
With black.
With black again. ये तो मतलब स्ट्रैटेजी टूट गया दुबोव का.
Dubov is like, भाई इतना जल्दी कैसे मैं जीत गया ये गेम? टाई ब्रेक में नहीं जाने का. Rest day for me.
Rest day पे क्या करेगा फिर?
Sunday is a rest day.
Maybe that will break his rhythm, yeah, suddenly. Next round.
Maybe he won't come tomorrow, yeah? He's like, let's...
खेलते हैं फिर भी.
But guys, I think you all will get some credit, yeah, for spending so much time with Dubov.
I think these guys, yeah, these guys. More so.
नहीं भाई.
नहीं, साहिल भाई is like no top. This
नहीं
topic
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, मैं तो मतलब
हाँ भाई, समझ गया,
ChessBase 26 को ही देख रहा था मैं तो.
पूरा रात.
Of course, it's such a nice software.
Right, bhai.
By the way, we saw the games of that. We did not check the game of Javokir at all. If we can just go to that game, keep the camera of Arjun.
भाई जावोकीर का गेम जाना है मेरे को, तो ये एनालाइज करना है भाई.
हाँ, ये देखते हैं.
ये ठीक है, एक बार पहले देख लेते जावोकीर का कितना विनिंग है.
हाँ.
क्या लगता है?
काफी.
Oh, but Swana has got his knight into the center and attacking
also.
this.
He's up a pawn.
He's
by
up
the
a
way.
pawn.
White is up a clean pawn.
So we just tuck our bishop in and then go for c4. Yes, opening up the bishop. What do you say?
Yes, I like that idea.
Bishop f1, pawn to c4. Looking strong here. Javokir Sindarov, the Uzbek challenge. Very strong in this tournament because Yakuboev drew, Sindarov winning. Let's go to Ajubai. c4. Rook c4. Levon calculating. He knows he has to make another 6 moves before he gets additional 30 minutes and he has 3 minutes 50 seconds for it. Okay. Okay, guys. I'm thinking a5. Should I do it?
Yeah, a5.
Rook c5, right?
Rook c5, yes.
And maybe white to do it. Let's go rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2 is the
Rook
most
d7.
natural. Rook d7, and can I go h5, rook g6 now?
h5, rook g6, or do you want to go rook e6?
Oh, rook e6 is more tempting.
Rook e6, jumping in. I'm a bit scared with the 2 rooks coming and trying to mate me, but
if
maybe
you go rook d2 check here after king h3,
yeah,
don't allow rook cc2. Oopsie doopsie.
Rook c1 also, no?
Also rook c1.
Rook
This
c1.
is so
almost
dangerous.
a mate.
This is crazy.
But there is a draw somehow with check.
Rook check, king h6 and rook g8 and you have
sorry.
f5 and kuch repetition hai udhar.
Here, rook d7. We went
e6,
here.
Rook
check.
e6.
Check. King here. Check. Sorry, rook c2. Check. King h6.
King h6 is lost, I think. Rook g8.
No,
Oh, rook g8.
So you have to
making
play
a
king
square.
h8.
No, not rook
F5,
g8 is
what?
blunder. f5.
अरे भाई.
Game
वही मैं
over.
सोच रहा था. Rook g7 maybe then, yes?
What the hell? Rook g7? Because now f5.
भाई ये क्या है?
And it's mate in 3.
Check.
अच्छा, check h5.
King here. h5.
Oof.
King here. And let's see if anyone can find the mate, guys. Rook hf7. Brilliant job. Checkmate. इसी मेट पे मैं ही खा लेता हूँ. So, not here.
So after rook c4.
King h8 needs to be played, yeah, here
Yeah.
to draw.
And that's
And
the
then check,
repetition.
check.
But मैं rook g7 अब क्यों नहीं खेल सकता?
अभी.
Rook g7.
Here at this point.
Yes. Just f5, yeah?
Now f5.
And then again, same pattern of
Because
checks.
now I don't have like a mate against your king.
Okay, so let's come back to the live board. Rook c4.
Rook c4, I think Arjun will go rook e2. Or is there any other move that comes to your mind, guys, as the candidate move here? Rook e2, rook b2, h5.
I like h5, rook g6.
Okay, let's try.
You know, every time Arjun is calculating, he's never looking at the board. Like, abhi bhi dekho kahan, he's looking like somewhere else. But I'm sure he's calculating all of this stuff.
But I mean, doesn't that kind of make sense? Because even if you look at the board, you cannot really move the pieces. So
Yeah.
anyways, you're imagining.
Right. But I think at a higher level, they just do it more often, yeah?
You know, I also used to look away, but my coach always said, look at the board. So I couldn't. I'm pretty sure that, just looking at the board sometimes is not necessary. And I think Arjun shows that actually just visualization, strong visualization is very important. इंडिया आए हो तो सहज पोहा खा के जाना इस बार ऐसे बोल रहे चैट में.
Is this...
I don't know,
पता नहीं
भाई.
भाई पोहा खाने को बोल रहे हैं आपको.
I don't know कौन सा पोहा है आज भाई.
ये कोई वो था, कोई जोक था ना पहले
कुछ
वाली
तो
स्ट्रीम
था,
पे.
हाँ.
पहले वाली स्ट्रीम का कोई तो जोक था ये.
कुछ तो था.
जरूर भाई, जरूर.
Okay, so h5 as we discussed, rook takes pawn,
Rook g6.
rook g6. But rook g6 you can never take, yeah, because I can come rook a3 back.
Rook a3, I'll come rook e2 now.
Mate. Okay, so rook a3 is inaccurate.
Rook d7, no, that's bad.
f6 is hanging.
f5 maybe. Yeah.
f5 is nice, yes.
f5?
f5 or rook a6 maybe to defend.
Ooh, rook a6, that's nice.
I'm not sure. These moves, I think white is doing well. Rook e2.
Rook
And
e2.
rook d7.
Rook d7, put both your rooks on defensive duty as black and then try to push your pawn.
भाई black ही ना जीत जाए यार. Stress हो रहा है यार.
Hey, black तो कैसे जीतेगा? You can still put the rook on the 8th file, like e8, g8 and start giving checks.
कहाँ से भाई? अच्छा ये
दूसरा rook g8 पे
the
ना?
other rook.
Yeah. And then you start giving checks. I think white will always have a draw.
But Arjun, guys, here you see he has an option. He has options. He can push his h-pawn. He can go rook e2. And that's the reason why he's thinking here. This is the right moment to use your 8 minutes on the clock.
And in the meantime, Dubov blundered.
अरे bye.
भाई डूबो भाई ने खेलना है टाई ब्रेक तो मतलब खेलना है. डिसाइड कर लिया उन्होंने. क्लासिकल में उनका मन नहीं है.
And he missed a move. Can you guys find it before Sam plays it on the board? White to play. Brillante resource.
I'm tempted by b5. But it
B5,
looks
E3
really
check आ
bad.
रहा है भाई.
Oh, is it?
Is it what you think it is?
हाँ,
Yes, it is.
Nice.
h6.
नहीं, is it?
g5.
Anyone?
f6.
This one is not easy, I think.
c8 queen.
Bishop to b6, guys.
Yes.
No. Oh.
And he looked at Dubov, yeah, give him a stare after playing Bishop b6.
I think Dubov missed it.
और डुबो ने भी थोड़ा एक्सप्रेशन दिया है सिर्फ.
Yeah. For sure, he missed this resource.
अरे यार क्या अब ये नहीं आ रहा है.
The point is that we stop e3 check. The point is that black could have gone e3 check on the previous move before bishop c4 and he can just advance his pawn down the board. Now, not anymore.
No.
Yeah,
but
but
we don't-
then you
I mean,
lose
I-
the key pawn.
Point is that the material itna kam hai कि if we give up our e3 pawn, even for the c3 pawn.
No, because you can never promote the c7 pawn, right? But you can promote the e pawn क्योंकि आपका rook और bishop है वहाँ पे. For white, you can. Who is controlling the c8 square, for example, in white's camp? एक knight ही कर सकता है जो e1 पे बैठा हुआ है. So that pawn is not as dangerous anymore.
Correct.
But good
It's
question.
Very
good
well
question.
Very nice question,
asked
yes.
and very well explained there. And meanwhile, going back to Arjun Erigaisi's board, Ajju Bhai now has 6 minutes on the clock, guys. And I think his main consideration is between h5 and rook e2. These are the two moves that he's thinking about. But I think we've found the defenses for black. Go back with your rook.
Guys, is it possible he goes rook b2 and after b6 he comes back rook e2 so that rook a6 से pawn बचेगा नहीं?
Wow,
but
क्या
that is
बात है.
too subtle, no?
Beautiful,
Too
Arshad.
subtle.
Maybe, yeah.
Very nice.
Oh,
b6. Now you come back rook e2.
And then take... no, first I have to go rook d7 to stop.
Yeah.
But now h5, rook g6.
h5, rook takes, and rook g6. And now we see the rook a6 move to protect this pawn is blocked, guys.
You know, but like when I was younger, one of the best pieces of advice that I got was in rook endgames, always look for intermediate moves. If you can understand intermediate moves, then you will automatically play this better. And rook b2 is just that. He saw this whole flow of variations and added just one move in the middle, which makes the entire position in his favor. I think that's a great move.
Shaking, yeah, he's shaking his leg. You can see him nervous.
Yeah, no, this is. I mean, he looks at the clock. Less than 5 minutes for him. कितना 8 move करना है ना अभी भी?
6 move. 6 move.
Sorry, so we have a question. Yeah.
King h6.
King h6, I think I have.
Also,
b6, rook.
It's a nice move though. Very nice move.
Oh, bhai. Mate ही करके मानोगे आप. King h6.
Rook f5 is nice. And rook d6 पे rook g6 check.
h5
rook g6 I mean.
but rook b5 maybe even we can go rook c5.
Yeah, rook c5 probably.
Rook c5. That doubles your
थोड़ा
pawns.
पहले
Doesn't
यहाँ
it?
पे rook c5 है.
That's terrible. Take, and then
f5 maybe.
f5. Getting here and here.
Yeah, but I think rook b2 must be played.
Bhai, rook
to have these ideas.
No,
rook
but
b5.
once again, rook b5. It's such a strong and I mean such a good variation suggested by our viewers here, guys. Amazing. Can't go rook c5. क्या खेलेंगे फिर?
Not easy.
भाई इधर mate है. King h6 is also bad. I can't even see a move. f5 or what? f5, rook f5, rook d6 maybe to block check. Is that correct?
I mean, it could be something completely nuts like c5. And the point being that if you take the pawn on b6, he has rook c2 and rook dd2. But okay, this is completely insane.
No, but I go here.
Rook dd2.
And if I give a check.
King h8 like we saw.
h8, yeah, not h6.
Yes.
King h6, rook g8 wins.
Yes.
So, or rook g7.
We saw this variation.
But king h8.
And he's about to play his move, rook e2 played.
e2 played. He doesn't go for
rook
b2.
d7.
And Aronian was like, bhai, ye to maine sab pata hai mujhe. Rook d7, stopping your entry.
By the way, there was an answer to rook b2 and it is unbelievable. So let's play rook b2 just for 1 second.
Yeah.
You can go rook d5 here, which makes no sense. But the point is rook takes b7 is a blunder. White is losing after rook takes b7.
Oh.
Can you believe it?
Are you trapping my rook or what?
f5.
Rook c2 check.
Yeah.
And king f3 पे f5 है and then rook d3 is checkmate. And if king h3 then rook d1 and rook h1 is checkmate.
Wow.
Rook king h3.
Rook d1.
Rook d1. Oh, bhai, ये तो फंस गया ना यहाँ पे.
Yeah, it's mate.
And this rook can't move at all.
Maybe that's why Arjun is like, no, I don't want to allow all of this.
Oh, by rook d5, how did you find this move? Here, why to move the rook to d5? Is it just a waiting move?
भाई जिसने बोला all rook and are drawn, ये सब तो बताया नहीं वो भाई, ये सब भी देखना पड़ेगा उसमें पहले.
I think the point is कि आपने जब rook b5 का idea मुझे बताया, then I started thinking, okay, is rook b7 really a threat?
Too good.
Though I stopped rook b5 first, and then okay, you can play b6 and all of that other stuff.
Brilliant. And
very nice actually.
If Arjun had seen this and then playing rook e2, that's just huge.
And rook e2, rook d7. Oh man, he's down to 2 minutes.
Arjun now lower than Levon on the clock, and Levon generally is able to swindle Arjun. Guys, remember Chennai Grandmasters 2023, where Arjun had 2 extra pawns and like in the rook endgame, and he had blundered there with Levon.
Now down to less than 2 minutes. Do you want to go full screen on this moment?
Yeah.
He's about to make a move. Rook.
He's somewhere, yeah.
कहाँ पे रुक जाएगा? क्या मस्त कैमरा एंगल है यार, beautiful.
1.5 minutes.
e6 played.
Rook e6.
Hitting the pawn on f6.
Okay.
What now?
I mean, I guess one idea is to come down with checks, right?
By the way, this is a very tricky move because Rook F7 is a mistake.
No,
big
Rook
one.
F7 looks very passive, right? I believe Rook F7 H5 or what? H5 Rook
does
G6.
look passive, but you still have Rook takes A4 as a threat,
I
right?
think, isn't it a draw now? Rook D2 check?
No, but from where? Rook D2 check, King H3.
And now Rook C1.
Rook C1. Rook E7, King H8.
Same position. No, we saw this, I think. We saw something very similar.
But वो King F3 पे लाएगा ना, H3 पे क्यों जाएगा?
King F3.
King F3 को डर लगता है भाई चेक से इतने सारे check. I wanted to चुपना था.
But maybe you have to go to F3. Maybe Rook D2, King F3 is forced to keep the game going.
Meanwhile, we have 10,000 people watching it live, guys. Do like the stream, and if you are enjoying watching this, then do think about coming to Goa.
आ जाओ यहाँ पे. We have a beautiful fan zone. We also have 2 chessboards in the fan zone where you can play chess.
Yes.
Have a nice banter here. Rook E6. Levon
Guys,
under pressure.
Forget the bar for now for a few, at least for 4 moves until 40th move. Think about it from a practical perspective कि भाई ये pawn मर रहा है. But what Sahil bhai just said, check and Rook C1. I don't know if Levon finds this.
And definitely Rook E6 is a surprise for him, right? For Levon.
I'm hoping because ये भी है कि अगर गलती से King S3 का वो मौका आया, maybe Arjun doesn't find the problem in 1 minute. He's 1 minute on the clock, 1.5 now, maybe 2.
But the thing is, Arjun, even if he makes a mistake, game draw होगा.
हाँ, true.
Levon mistake करेगा तो हार रहा है. Yeah, that's very well said because that just puts into perspective the pressure that is there in the game. The bar is in even, but even on the better side for Arjun. And so here the question is, what does Levon Aronian do here apart from this active defense? Passively, Sahaj bhai said Rook F7 does not work. Was it because of H5, Sahaj bhai?
Not sure what the reason
Even
is.
A5 possible. A5, A6. Just बचा लो pawn को.
A5, A6.
Actually, no, Rook E8 bhai. Rook E8 is very nice.
Rook E8.
हाँ, क्योंकि Rook A4 पे दूसरा Rook G8, and then maybe you have some checkmating ideas, yeah?
Check and khatam. And basically you can't make your rook passive, right? That's the moral of the story. You need both your rooks to be active.
Look at Levon, he's in huge stress, I think.
भाई full screen जाते हैं.
50 seconds, by the way.
50 seconds, maybe.
1 minute, I think. Maybe.
How is there more time on the
I just saw 50
clock?
seconds.
He goes Rook D2
He
check.
finds it and the camera is glitching. Maybe we have the other cameras. We can use that. King F3 instantly by Ajju bhai.
Wow.
क्या बात है.
Amazing move.
Rook D3 only move now by Levon.
This is not easy. Not easy to find Rook D3 check.
Acha, all the cameras are glitching, guys, because right now the pressure is super high. So we
Camera
can't.
also cannot hold itself.
Flash की speed पे चल रहे हैं भाई. Cameras नहीं catch कर सकते.
F5 is no, he doesn't. He gives a check.
Wow. F5 there was Rook G5, I think. There's no checkmate because the Rook is coming back to
King
E3.
E2 played by Arjun. Immediately, guys, we have reached move number 38. 38 moves, 2 more moves to make. Both players have roughly couple of minutes on the clock.
Will Levon falter?
Only 2 moves, by the way. Rook A3 or Rook B3.
And he
Finds
goes Rook
it.
By now, the danger is that your king is also getting checkmated on the back rank here. But let's see if there is any way to keep this going for white.
I guess one of the biggest problem is that Rook on G4. वो कहीं पे भी होता है यहाँ पे D2, B2, wherever. Like I think this is a very comfortable position for white. Completely, it should be objectively winning just because of that Rook.
Rook E7
He's
check.
struggling.
And now King H6, I believe, should lose, right?
No, it's fine. It's okay. King H6 is okay.
Rook G7.
And I start giving checks. Rook C2 check.
King D1.
Rook G2. How are you mating me?
Move played.
He played King H8.
King H8, okay.
And
This
guys,
is clinical, yeah?
this
Nothing given.
has been a fantastically well played game by both the players. And the engine evaluation seems to agree with this as it's completely equal now.
This is insane. All the 3 games you're wondering ki result aayega. All 3 are now almost equal.
Bhai, crazy.
So no one has
Neeraj.
won so far, yeah?
And likely no one will.
No one. 8 draws ho sakte hai. Neeraj Satikar, member for 24 months, is rooting for Ajjubai to qualify. Yeah, a lot of people here are rooting for Arjun. A lot of youngsters have come. A lot of like 10, 12, 15-year-old kids who are like, we love Arjun. We would love for him to win.
But on the other hand also, Levon is so good and
Yeah.
he's so likable as a person. Hard
check.
to root against him. Rook e8 check, king h7 back. They might just repeat here.
At least one check just to get to the move 40.
Yeah,
they
it's
got
done.
it. They got
Move
it.
40 is done. Now both players get 30 extra minutes on the clock, and Arjun somehow is not super happy here. Did he miss something, guys? Where could he have pressed better? Because now it's equal.
I think rook e6 was the problem, right?
Was it rook e6?
Yeah, I think so. That was the moment when the advantage slipped away.
So this move, and I think Arjun did not consider this rook d2 check and this active defense. What should he have done instead?
h5 maybe?
h5. Rook takes a4.
Rook g6. But yeah, no, it was not easy to find a breakthrough.
Not easy.
Rook e6.
Rook a6 again.
Rook a6 and then take. Somehow this rook on g4
is not
it's
well
too bad.
placed.
You have to get it out quickly before it gets into trouble.
And look at Arjun. I think he realizes that this is a draw now.
Yeah.
Not happy, yeah? It's actually for one of the first times you can see Arjun not happy there.
I think we saw something like this in Tata Steel this year, but it's very rare you see Arjun express emotions.
Or easy expressing emotions.
A little bit, I think.
Kabhi, he's just like putting his head in his hands. Can we zoom into Ajjubai?
Yeah, I mean, you can see on the clock there he has 35 seconds, but just to remind everyone, they do get an additional time of 30 minutes as soon as they complete 40 moves.
Yeah. And look at those pieces, guys.
I mean, now I think the reality must have set in for Arjun. Yeah, कि यहाँ पर there is not much hope left.
Maybe he gives a
while
check
thinks-
again. He gives a
gives
check
the check again. And gets up from his chair there.
Oh, so a draw offer, yeah?
Draw offer, yeah. It's a draw offer, guys. We are heading towards a draw here. Levon Aronian, who's just gone. Maybe we can have the view of the playing room to show if from where the player... he's back. He's back. And Ajjubai is walking there. You see?
And he comes back king
He
h8.
comes back king h8 and Arjun comes back. Takes his chair.
Yeah, just a repetition. I think.
Levon is very smart. Yeah, if it's the only move, he just makes it quickly. Doesn't really
Is there a way
wait.
you would consider like pushing on here? Any move that comes to mind?
For black.
For white.
I mean, I'm scared, Sailbai, if rook c2 check and rook g2. Oh, draw.
Wow.
Can we go full screen?
Yeah, because they're talking. They're like, Arjun is like, was I better?
I think he says rook e6 wasn't good, yeah? Maybe he just knew.
And
Top players engine जैसे ही सोचते हैं भाई.
Yeah, but props to like Levon for finding rook c4, rook a3, all of those only moves, yeah?
Yeah, Levon just showing his class here, holding with black. I think this is how it ought to be. White presses, black holds it. Then tomorrow Levon has white now. So in a way you can say a very small edge in this match is on Levon's side.
Yeah, I mean, they say that sometimes to beat a top player, you have to beat them more than once in a game. But I think when you're playing Arjun, you also have to draw them more than once in the game, because to find a series of only moves, I mean, one could have faltered in so many directions there. Levon kept his composure, and now, as you said, Sagar Bhai, will play with the white pieces tomorrow and press to win the match.
Yeah, maybe we can also take a look at Dubov's game.
Yes, we can go there. And I love how Levon and Arjun are talking to each other calmly, not really. You know, game is done. We are back to being good friends. Till the game is being played, well, I don't want to talk to you.
I feel like also players tend to analyze more often when they draw.
Yeah.
Like, agar koi jeeta harta, to it's usually less often, yeah? I mean, not just at this level, I think universally in that sense.
True.
So I think we are moving towards potentially 8 draws. Can we have a look at Sindarov just to understand if, okay, first of all, we have a move. He has grabbed that pawn.
C7, but I don't see how white can lose that game. So
Sindarov नहीं यहाँ पे Sindarov may not lose, but
no, yeah, in Dubov's yeah.
Dubov. But Frederick Swanner can be in trouble here because the bishop pair could be potentially dangerous.
Also, knight d7 is possible now.
Yeah, just fix that knight on that outpost on c5, defend b7, attack a4, and just wait, yeah?
Yeah, true.
Agar white ka pawn b2 pe hota, maybe you have more chances, because I guess having the b4 break is really important, but not sure if this is like he can push more.
So this one, Frederick versus Javokir, looks drawish, right? Very heavily drawish.
But मुझे ये नहीं समझ, like I'll just want to check other games as well to see what's happening. It's Sevion versus Vei. I still don't understand how are they still playing.
No one is offering.
Like, I don't understand how they are playing this. उसने a5. First of all, I don't understand why he played a5 and rook a5 पे rook c4 है, yeah? But it's this position. I think we were here like 1 hour ago or something, and it was 4 versus 4.
But how is this a draw? Like rook takes a5,
rook c4,
king g5,
king g7. No, simple. f6 mate. Threaten.
Oof. f6 is a checkmate. That black threatens here, and Vei.
By rook a6 pe bhi there is a nice tactic if anyone in the audience wants to.
Nice question. Very nice.
So rook a6 chat pe bhi.
Black to play, guys. Black to play.
And win.
But you're down a pawn there.
Yeah,
so
the a pawn runs.
You have the right idea though.
Exactly.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
So check, rook f6, and then check.
Yeah. Take the rook, and black is just winning here. So very nice active defense found by Vei, who's going to draw his game against Sam.
I mean, he's still thinking here. I mean, I don't understand यहाँ पे आप क्या सोच रहे हो?
Guys, let's break down this one just a bit between Dubov and Shankland. The knight on e1 does not have too many good squares to go to. And you are exchange up.
Yes, but the white pawn will go to b6. The pawn on g7 is slightly weak. I mean, I don't know if you guys would agree, but I think one can even say that white is on the better side of equality here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. But I think that's probably because Dubov missed that bishop b6 it was, that resource.
Yeah. Big
Dubov ने पूछा होगा draw उसको, I think, यहाँ पे एक बार. I think. No, actually, you know, we found out that even in the previous game he offered a draw when he defeated Prague.
What?
Yes.
When?
जो black से जीता वो.
What? When?
After he played knight a6 or something.
Really?
Yes, he offered a draw there. Like in tiebreaks, and उसने मना किया.
Prague into pushing b4, yeah, maybe that was also, you know, one of the factors. Like he thought, okay, draw push रहा है तब तो push करना ही पड़ेगा.
Oh, this is a big news. Yeah, we were not aware.
this happens, no? Somebody offers you a draw, you feel like tempted to show them instantly why draw क्यों नहीं है.
Correct.
So yeah, knight d7, I guess, here.
Yeah, knight d7 and knight c5. That's a great maneuver. I think that equalizes on the spot.
So आज 8 draw, कल 8 result and time break में कोई games नहीं होंगी.
Yeah, I think the second game of this mini matches are often more exciting than the first one. But guys, overall, like this World Cup, while it's happening, we are here since last 14 days now. How has been all of you, like, apart from the chess that's happening here, are you guys enjoying your time in Goa?
I think a lot, right? But I think एक ही चीज़ है कि अभी beach नहीं देख के आया गोवा में होने के बाद. I think 20th is the rest day. But I think I would love.
I mean, there was a rest day on 10th also.
उसमें थोड़ा कुछ काम था shopping का तो
अच्छा.
उससे busy थे. But 20th को I think I'll go out and explore Goa a bit. But I think otherwise it's been amazing, right? How was your experience?
Yeah, to be honest, initially I was kind of struggling to have a good routine besides commentary. I was like, not sleeping very well and not really having a good routine. But recently I'm really feeling fresh because I'm trying to go to the swimming pool. I'm trying to exercise. One of my good friends, Abhimanyu, is staying with me. I'm spending some time with the commentators, with you guys. And I think it's very important, besides the players, but also for us to, keep finding things that we enjoy doing besides commentary to be in a good mindset. Because if you're in a good mindset, not खेलने का तो छोड़ी तो कुछ भी करने के लिए you do much better when you're in a good mindset. So I think in the last few days I've been feeling really, really fresh.
Wow,
So what are the things in that sense that you've been doing? Like going to the pool? You said you were also reading a book, right?
Yes, I'm reading. I'm trying to read a book. So every morning I wake up, I have this routine that within 15 minutes of me waking up, I have to jump in the pool.
Oh, amazing, amazing,
What?
very nice.
I remember I've seen some videos of people taking a bowl of like ice water and putting their face in it. Is it like something similar?
No, I just feel like, okay, I woke up and I need to really wake up. So I'm like, let's go to the pool and it's so nice here. The sun is amazing. You can just jump in the pool. Quite a nice resort that we have here.
So
2 more weeks, bhai, yahan pe.
Harshit bhai, like, what time do you sleep and what time do you wake up then?
I'm sleeping quite late than usual, around 3 o'clock, 3:30 a.m.
Wow.
And then I wake up around 11 o'clock. So I'm sleeping late because I'm trying to spend, have conversation with friends, spend time with them, and then, that's my schedule.
Wow. What about you, Sahaj bhai?
No, I think I'm having a pretty good time. I was in Chennai as well, but India mein main utna rehta nahi hu, so I was missing the food a lot.
You actually, just for our viewers, you spend most of your time in Budapest. Is that correct?
Yes, I live in Budapest, and I miss the food a lot. So that's that's why I think I never had a bad time, because the moment I came here, I just loved the food. So ghar ka khana it felt like. So I was really happy with that. And routine, I think, has been quite good. I think commentaries also, I've been having a lot of fun. Also, I get to catch up with a lot of friends and a lot of people that I used to know way back when. But Budapest mein utna you don't get to catch up. So that's also very nice. I got to meet someone who is one of, I think you know him, Puyaya. I used to work with him like when we were like 13, 14 years old. So it's like 10 saal ke baad aap mil rahe ho kisi se. So it's all of that is very nice. Plus, I mean, the tournament has been crazy. Like, it has been so full of surprises, so full of upsets. Like, and isko cover karne ka maza, I mean, is something else. So I'm having a very, very good time, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with so many things. And firstly, I'm blessed to be here. Before I asked you how you feel, Sagar bhai, here, I have to tell you the chess community is so nice. Like, you've seen so many familiar faces. You've sometimes competed with them. I mean, not everyone in the community plays chess. Some of them are in broadcasting. Some of them are photographers. But, I mean, there is this nice and warm bond that all of these people share with each other. And this is one of the most addictive things in the chess community. I went to the US when I was 19 to study. I finished my graduation in December. But it was so hard for me to even imagine doing something besides chess and to go away from this community whom I've shared the last 20 years of my life with, the closest friends that I've gotten, the best memories that I've made. And I think besides the opportunities and besides the professional aspects of it, this warmth and this feeling of satisfaction that you get being around them has definitely pulled me closer to this community.
Wow.
But yeah, Sagar
That's
bhai.
very well said, bhai. Harshit bhai. Which means that you would like to stay within the chess ecosystem rather than do something outside it.
I think so.
Wow.
And Sagar bhai, you bhai, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling bit tired because after this finishes, I go back and do videos, spend time with my team. Most of the time, I'm working on the game recaps, so I think it's almost like commentary is the more chill part of the day. But yeah, I think in general been very, very enjoyable to work. I have a wonderful room actually where I work from. It's a very nice room. So I can, Amruta has one separate room. We have a small living room so I can work on the commentary and so on. So yeah, I mean, for a 30-day event, it's just perfect in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before so many times. I mean, what you do and the kind of efforts that you put in, I've never seen anyone in any field put so many hours into doing something, and I think Sagar OP ho jaye bhai. Like, he's working so much. Yeah, like crazy.
I think in general, chess players like Jose Martinez and all are doing 12, 15 hours of training, playing and all of it. I think, as you rightly said, the chess community is amazing. It's growing, it's expanding, which is the most beautiful part. There are more and more people joining in. And the most amazing thing is that even if you meet a new person, you can always bond over a game of chess. How cool is that?
There's one language you always understand, yeah?
Yeah. I was in the US for the first time in December 24 in New York, and I didn't know exactly where to begin. So my first thing was, what are the best chess places here? So it was this Washington Square Park, Marshall Chess Club, and just by going to these places, I got a feel of the city. So, chess can actually give you a good, nice compass whenever you go somewhere.
It's like, it's a different world whenever you're playing chess. Like, you feel everything you do, your entire routine, जो घर पे आपका routine होता है, वो यहाँ नहीं होता. Like, that's what I feel. You just become different in that sense, and that's a beautiful thing.
But yeah, bhai. Yeah, it's amazing. And Sahaj bhai, you have spent almost all of your time of your, I think, life, sort of. I guess after you are 15 or 16, outside India, yeah?
After I was 18, yeah.
18
ke baad
South Africa and then
US, and I was in US for 2 years, and then I went
South
to
Africa and Budapest.
Yeah.
I mean,
just wanted to live in every continent,
Is it has chess been one of the big parts of your life in every place that you've been there?
I would say so, because घर पे whenever you do your thing, घर पे आके आप बुलेट ही खेलते हो. घर पे आके आप ब्लिट्स ही खेलते हो. So it's like, in that sense, for sure. Yeah, I mean, now it's more, but in the middle, probably not as much. But okay, looking at this, like, ये तो सारे game आज draw हो रहे हैं. I think
But
today might be the first.
ये वाला game might be interesting, right? Because what if I snatch the pawn?
I mean, he has this trick prepared. Knight d3, hitting the bishop on c1, and the pawn on f2, and knight c5 is an idea.
No, but I do this.
But I take knight c5.
Oh my god, I may lose.
Be very careful, senor.
This one, take. I
आज
thought.
पहला दिन होगा कि कोई result ना आए, maybe.
Yeah.
It's possible, right?
Oh, by the way, we might see a repetition in Dubov's game.
How?
Because they have king f4, rook c4 check, and I think king g3 back, rook c3, and we might just see a handshake.
Do you think Sam gets ambitious and goes to g5?
भाई mate हो जाएगा वहाँ पे h6 rook g4.
King h7 पे रखना पड़ेगा. Crazy.
Too much. No, I don't think this will happen.
Still a draw though.
King h4 ला सकते हो ना?
Yeah, but of course no.
Why to go there?
Yeah.
Why do? So this one ending in a draw for sure. Savian and this. भाई ये गेम तो खत्म ही नहीं हो रही.
भाई rook h4, king g7, white अभी उम्मीद लेके बैठा हुआ है.
वो 3 मिनट तक मतलब सोच रहा था यहाँ. But yeah, that's a very big difference, no, between these two players. Like 40 minutes and 3 minutes.
Wait, how is it a draw?
So, why? How is it not a draw?
हाँ, rook h4, king g7.
Yeah.
And then rook g4.
Rook f4.
Rook a7. Okay.
Rook f4, rook g. भाई तू बता कौन सी मूव खेलूँ उधर?
Yeah, it should be.
White can just
rook h3.
Yeah. He takes the pawn. King g7.
Like it's a type of position where you can. I'm sure there are more moves that make a draw than moves that loses. Yeah.
And rook g4 now. Yeah, you're right. You guys are right. You guys are right. This is completely drawn.
Very, very solid. The only 2750 remaining. Okay, besides Arjun, yeah? Besides Arjun, of course.
Can you just say into the mic for our viewers back home to also listen to you?
The Arjun game, about 12 moves before the draw was agreed, would one side have benefited by exchanging off a pair of rooks?
Arjun.
It was Arjun who benefited from it, but his opponent did not do that because he had the extra pawn. His opponent's rooks were really active. One was on the 6th rank, one was on the 7th rank, whereas Arjun's rooks were not as powerful. So if you remove one rook each, then you remove one active rook versus a passive rook. So that helps the person with the passive rooks. Yeah, so it would have helped him for sure. Arjun, I think Aronian had to play a lot of like only moves, which I think he did
and
in
having
a spectacular
the two rooks
fashion.
Gave him that mating ideas, right? That we saw with rook d2, rook c2.
Right.
So I think.
By the way, in this fan zone, I can see a very interesting personality who is here. We have the commissioner of the Global Chess League who is here. We have Gaurav Rakshit here. Maybe we can see if we can just say a hi to him and have a mic given to him. He's the guy behind the 3rd edition of the Global Chess League that's happening here. Hello, Gaurav. Is there?
Agar, how are you?
Very good, Gaurav. It's amazing to have you here. GCL, Global Chess League, is happening in less than a month now.
It's very, very soon, Sagar. It's nice to come to a tournament that I'm not organizing and enjoy the commentary that you all are putting on. Players have put on a great show, of course, and it's been a entertaining tournament. But it's nice to come in as a spectator.
So, you know, people, of course, at the World Cup have been so excited. There have been great players who have played here, and of course, many got eliminated. But there were a few names who people said, oh, we are looking forward to seeing them, like Hikaru, Fabi, Firuza. While they didn't come here, they are coming
to
Mumbai for the Global Chess League, yes?
Yeah, they'll all be there in a month in Mumbai. We're very excited. Good contingent. Fabi, of course, first-time player. And so looking forward to seeing him playing. He's obviously been playing much better on Rapid of late. So real force on the board, actually. So I think we'll have some good games here. But just watching the World Cup, I think that the depth of talent is actually all the way down. Yeah, it's not only these top icon board players. It's been phenomenal to see the competition at the World Cup, and we hope that continues. All our levels, including our prodigies and the women's boards, very, very strong. So very excited about this tournament coming up. Hopefully we can put up a good show for both Mumbaikars, and let's see. Very, very looking forward to it, Sagar. You're going to be a big part of it.
We are very much looking forward to it. Lastly, I want to ask you, is there anything you can reveal to our viewers that they are not aware about, like something behind the scenes that's happening?
Okay, I think what we're trying to do, which is a little different, is what we found is our role in the chess community is to build audiences and to make it bigger. And so the idea is really, while there is a very serious chess happening inside, teams playing at a high competition level, we're looking at the fan zone to be more of a chess festival. So really trying to make something where people can come, have fun, experience chess. From what we can tell, it can be intimidating for people who are really curious about what happens at a chess tournament, but are intimidated to come. That is something that we're looking to change at the GCL and really give it a festival atmosphere where anybody, whether you know chess or not, can come and have a good time and get to see the top players in the world. So that's really the mandate. If we deliver on it, then we would have succeeded.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Gaurav, for sharing these insights, and thank you for being here in Goa.
Thank you for having me, Sagar.
सागर भाई, अब एज अ चेस फैन इतने सारे फैन जोन है, इतनी जगह जा सकते हैं, चेस लाइव इंडिया में देख सकते हैं. दिस वाज नॉट द केस यार, a few years back.
Actually, I can tell you, like, just the fact that this World Cup is happening in India is very rare. You know, last we had the Olympiad, which was a big event. And apart from that, we have the Tata Steel Chess India and Chennai Grandmasters. But all these are events where you have 10 players where they come. The Olympiad was a big one. And here you see 200 players. So actually in last, 10 years, maybe this was the second big event that India had, if I'm not mistaken.
In terms of live spectators.
In terms of just the number of players who came.
And 2 महीने के span पे we have like 3 events.
Yes.
That's mind blowing to me कि Indian chess कितना आगे आ गया.
3 as in one is this one.
Yeah, one is GCL,
Global
one is
Chess
Tata
League,
Steel
and then
India.
Tata Steel India.
India, and we also had Chennai Grandmasters, where Anish, Vincent, everyone came. So actually 4 world-class events happening kind of back-to-back in few months. That also shows that chess is growing.
Absolutely.
I think it's not only about the players, it's also about what is growing in the surrounding space. Are more tournaments happening? Are more companies coming up? Or more ideas related to chess coming up? And so on, and it's happening.
And I love this idea to incorporate the spectator zone where people can come in and root for the players that they want.
Yes.
Because this kind of gives them a feeling of affinity to kind of come here and just scream, you know, like, let's go, just sports mein hota hai, and you can get this kind of a vibe in chess.
Sui. I mean, Harshit bhai, I think if there is a fan zone where people are cheering, then you would, like, maybe we could create some kind of, like, you could be that guy. Exactly. Harshit bhai could be that guy who will, like, ye karna hai aapko, sui karke.
No, I love bouncing off of energies. Talking about energies way right now.
मैं वही सोच रहा हूँ कि we discussed the growth of Indian chess and like, you know, how many events we had. And it's great, of course, all of that. But वही अभी भी यहीं पे वही उसी पोजीशन पे सोच रहा है किंग G7 के बाद.
हाँ, वही सोच रहा है क्योंकि उनके पास 36 minutes है. And but Shankland and Dubov में already repetition was supposed to happen, but Dubov said no.
Really?
Dubov went rook b4. And actually King G5 happened.
Yeah,
Shankland said no. Can we have Shankland Dubov? I think both are ambitious. H6, King H4, Bishop E4 with the threat of chopping the pawn, King G3 and Rook B4 and Knight F3. भाई ये थोड़ा risk ले रहे हैं दोनों. Who knows?
Look at this, if Rook B3 then Knight D2. Beautiful move. Rook E3 check and King F4.
Oh my God.
You have serious chances to win there.
But Rook B3 King F2 works or not?
But Knight D2 में थोड़ा fancy है ना?
भाई Knight D2 crazy move.
Oh, he just takes the knight on f3. He just chops it off.
This time, I think this.
Yeah.
I don't
Now
see
it's a draw.
Sam being able to.
King f3. Just king e5, king f6 should be good enough.
Bhai, is there any chance for black now? Because everything is stabilized. I put my rook on b3 and I try to come in, try to push you. Is it possible?
No, I'll play bishop c5. I don't really think so.
Bishop c5,
Yeah.
check.
King's, let's say e2 perhaps.
King f4.
I was hoping to have some bishop d4 ideas.
Yeah.
Take.
Take on g7.
Take.
Bishop d4 back probably.
Or f6, yeah?
Yeah, f6 also works.
f6 with the idea of f7, f8.
f6 पे king g6 है आपके पास.
King g6.
Maybe bishop d4.
He goes king to e5, by the way.
Guys, maybe, I mean, it's a draw, but I think they'll play till the end. And then we see the game between Javokir Sindarov and Frederick Swana. Amidst all the three games that are going on, this one seems the most exciting, with f3 being played.
Yep. Double bishop advantage once again for white, and also having a 7-minute advantage in terms of time.
Yes. And the threat.
White is definitely trying to play for a win. But I think last time we discussed this, Agar bhai, I think the knight belongs on c5.
Correct.
So knight d7, knight c5 leke aao and then activate your king. I think from white's perspective, उसने f3 इसलिए खेला है because he wants to play g4.
But why is he not going knight d7? He's playing g6. He could have gone here, right?
Because I think वो g4 से थोड़ा like concerned है, because if you take at g4 then fg4 and I have possibilities of creating an outside pass pawn, and your knight on c5 is a great piece for attacking the a4 pawn, but it also limits your bishop.
So now I have these two bishops here, and my hope is that I can go g5, h5, h6.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I love that you mentioned the bishop on b6 now is limited.
Yeah.
With the knight on c5. And that's why in the live position, Frederick claims that if you move the bishop e4 se, to knight d3 jump aa jayega.
So he's trying maybe for f5 move maybe here at some point.
f5 is very nice actually.
f5 king, activating the king perhaps.
Yeah, एक ही pawn रहेगा king side पे, तो I think he's more or less fine.
Yes. To all the viewers who are joining in online and over here, we want to tell you today Arjun and Harikrishna were the two Indians left out of 16 players. Both of them have drawn their games. In a way, great news for Harikrishna because he was black. He will have white pieces tomorrow where he can press slightly. But for Arjun, slightly, you can say on the negative side, very slightly, because he was white. And tomorrow, Levon Aronian will have white. So he will be under a bit of pressure.
No, Levon won't be under pressure because
No. Arjun will be
on pressure. Yes,
Yeah.
completely agree.
And we have had another 3 games that have ended in draws. And there are 3 more games that are going on. Out of which we have the Uzbek Grandmaster Javokir Sindarov on the left. Uzbek number 2 player. And Frederick Swane. So trivia question to our viewers here. Whom did Frederick Swane eliminate, a top player in this tournament?
सागर भाई वो तो ऐसे कह दिया, वो किसने हराया था इंडिया को फाइनल में T20 उसके वर्ल्ड कप के भाई? ट्रॉमा याद रह गया सागर भाई ने यार.
फिर भी anyone who has been following this tournament, yes. Gukesh.
Exactly.
Yes. So the player on the right of your screen, Frederick here, is... Oh, by the way, a draw in the game of Shankland and Dubov has just happened. Daniel Dubov is... I think he entertained us today.
For sure. And this match is going into the tiebreaks. Because Daniel Dubov will come tomorrow and offer a draw with the white pieces.
In 10 moves.
वो शाम को बताएगा ना भाई क्या करना है.
Daniel Dubov, actually everyone here has come with seconds and family members. But I think Daniel Dubov has come alone. He's spending time with all of them.
Amazing.
They were telling me he throws at that Dubov. मैं कहता था यार क्या मजाक कर रहे हैं. Yesterday I went and saw he came at a fixed time and they knew exact कितने बजे आएगा.
Yeah, I
cannot reveal everything here, but
yeah, I think in general, you guys have kind of fallen in. You've started admiring him much more, after spending time with him. And is that right to say?
I mean, especially after he told us his strategy, and he was able to do it. It's as if he manifested his match strategy against Prague, and he was able to deliver it. And I think that's impressive when someone can speak something into existence.
Right. So he just said that I'm going to do this, and next day he went and did that, and it worked.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think in general everyone's very curious about Daniel Dubov because when you look at a chess player, you see people who are very, very disciplined, focused, who are working hard, putting in the hours, and then you look at Daniel, who looks someone who's just come here to chill, and relax and so on. But on the board, he just comes and plays incredible chess.
Well, let's not forget that he is someone who has spent countless hours working on chess.
Correct.
Which is why what he's doing now doesn't really impact his chess. For everyone who does not know, Daniel Dubov was helping Magnus Carlsen for 2 years. He has worked with some of the top players in the world, and he was also helping Pragnananda.
Really?
Daniel Dubov was helping Pragnananda as well, and that's why this perception of him just not caring at all might not be accurate.
So in general, if I have to give a reference of, let's say, badminton, then if someone has practiced smash like 10,000 times, and then they go somewhere and even do not practice, it's like part of them already. And maybe for Dubov it's the same. He's practiced chess so much and he's worked so much on chess that he's just oozing with chess.
I don't know if you guys follow basketball, but do you think he's somewhat similar to Dennis Rodman?
Do you follow basketball, Sajbhai?
No.
Yes.
Who is Nayan? Maybe we can have a mic here because I think Harshit Bhai has finally found someone who loves basketball here. Hey. You love, Sahaj Bhai? Do you know Dennis Rodman?
Yes, of course.
Acha. So aap bole nahi kuch.
I was still trying to make the connection between Rodman and Dubov.
So it's a very funny thing that happened. I think in the 1996.
Yes, he was in the Chicago Bulls.
Right? It was the last dance, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah. So Dennis Rodman had just vanished.
Exactly.
I remember.
He was in Las Vegas partying, I think, the entire night, and he was not to be found for, I think, a couple of days. And then Michael Jordan straight away walked into his room in the middle of the night.
He also went to some WWE event as well.
Yeah.
Before a match or something.
Yeah, and I think
right.
Daniel Dubov, in some ways, kind of, this creative guy. Yes, you wanted to say?
I think, that you say Dennis Rodman, I think I can relate it to Dubov pretty well now.
So some,
Also,
comparison.
Dubov's interviews are awesome. So,
He doesn't give them many now.
Yeah, but when he does, it's
fun.
trending. Yeah?
Because I think he doesn't like to say the things which are like media friendly. He just says what he feels. He says the truth. Yeah. So that's very interesting.
Some people agree. Some people are like, no, it's not really true.
Someone said that's not. He was completely a different character. So maybe. Maybe in cricket terms, who would be he similar to? Virender Sehwag, yeah?
I was thinking Hardik Pandya, but okay.
I was thinking that Australian guy who was given us so much misery. क्या नाम था उसका यार? आगे भाई? Travis Head, yeah?
Flintoff.
Flintoff.
Ooh, but who's the Yuvraj then?
Maybe we'll find out in this tournament. Yes, Vignesh D says Dubov prepared for 10 minutes on his phone for Prag's second classical game and drew. Yeah, that's true. Guys, we have 3 games that are going on right now. Only 2. Javokir and Sevian, and 97 played. He plays it.
Wei is also still playing.
And Wei is playing both of the games likely to end in draws. But we will be there till the very end here. That's like, because we just want to cover this tournament in its entirety because there are only 8 boards. So we will be back after a break. And on the other side, we will continue looking at this game between Frederick Swane and Javokir Sindaro. So don't go away.
Hi everyone, I hope you are enjoying the coverage of the FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa, India. Look at the beautiful place I am in right now. While we are on this break, I want to tell you that ChessBase has just launched the ChessBase version, the newest version, ChessBase 2026 and Mega 26, Mega Database 2026 on 12th of November. Earlier, ChessBase used to launch a version every 2 years, but now starting from this year, it will be launched every year just like Mega Database. Hence, from ChessBase 18, we have now launched to ChessBase 26, then it will happen ChessBase 27 and so on. Mega Database is world's largest chess database and has more than 11.7 million games and 114,000 annotated games. What are the newest features in ChessBase 26? Well, here's a short video for you to know all about it.
ChessBase 26 is here. Starting with the enhanced opening report. Rating-based statistics for your favorite openings, instructive tactical training built right in, the history of each opening, its pioneers, and a fashion chart showing popularity over time. Then we have the Monte Carlo analysis, simulating thousands of games, defining practical chances and typical maneuvers. Also, new detection of duplicate games, AI description of plans, real-time ray tracing, and more. ChessBase 26. Expand your chess horizon.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today. A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
And we are back here with the game of Wei Yi and Sam Sevian. The final few moves are left and Wei Yi drawing this comfortably now by just bringing his king over here and then taking the pawn.
Imagine if the kings were reversed. I think that would have been more interesting.
Also a draw, right?
Also a draw, yeah.
Yeah.
Generally, whenever there is a rook pawn, it's always a draw. Here, oh, will you take my pawn?
Which one? Maybe a check.
A small trick there by Sam. The final trick, if you take the pawn on a5.
If I touch the pawn on a5, I can resign.
Yeah. And he goes king e4. Centralizing the king.
I can push the pawn by.
Arre, bhai,
Then you can't take it.
Bhai, pawn udhar ja raha hai.
Sorry.
And this is where the kings will be placed once they finish the game in the center of the board, in front of each other.
I like how Sam Savian is so seriously thinking here. You know, the thing, what I've realized is in the World Cup, players find such less chances to win that even if like there is some hope, they are like, bhai, try to karte, idhar chodna nahi hai.
Yes, 1.5 minutes though. He goes rook h5, defends the pawn on a5, and now the black king is just going to go towards the pawn on a5, capture it, and final
we
two
are
moves.
seeing the draw happening here.
And yes, handshake, draw.
So Wei and Sam Savian will fight again tomorrow with Wei having the white pieces. Harshit bhai, out of the 8 games, how many? Let's go to the game, by the way, of Javokir Sindarov and Frederick Swanov, which seems like a more exciting endgame. And there you see Frederick. G4 has been played here. My sense is that this could very well be a decisive game because there are possibilities here. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what black should do right now. Whether to take on g4 or whether to allow white to capture my pawn on h5.
Whatever you do, some chances white will get.
For sure. Because the b7 pawn is weak. And if I ever get an outside passed pawn,
like this, and let's say you put your knight here, I come back, and then you put here, I can push h5, and finally, with my 2 bishops looking here, this is the dream position that white is aiming for.
He played knight f6, by the way. This looks very good for white. He instead played this move knight to f6, creating an imbalance, giving up the pawn on b7, saying that take my pawn, I'll take your pawn on g4.
Yeah. And when such fights happen, such skirmishes happen, the bishops tend to do well against the knights.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can I take the pawn on h5?
Now.
Allow you to capture my bishop on e4.
Yeah.
And on surface, it might feel like this is a draw because it is a draw. No, I thought that with the pawn on a5, I could have some chances, but the pawn on h4 is going to be a big problem.
This is not so good idea. Yeah. So we need to not give up our bishop. So we will take here. I think that's the only logical move, right?
But then hg?
Hg, f, g, maybe.
You also have bishop g5.
Yeah, I have bishop g5, but king g7, right?
Yeah, he takes the pawn on b7.
He takes the pawn. That's the logical move. And now he takes hg. We are on this board position here right now. And now 2 ways to play, guys. One is to attack the knight and take it. So let's say bishop here. Here I take, you take, I take back. And now this position, although you are a pawn up, should be a draw because it's opposite colored bishops. And in opposite colored bishops, having 1 pawn less is not a big deal.
Yeah,
this
should be reasonably easy for black to hold.
So maybe instead of putting the bishop here, we need to find a better way to put pressure. One of my ideas here was, Harshit bhai, I want to play c4, c5. So I was thinking, can we go bishop a3, even giving, at the risk of giving this pawn, it looks so dangerous.
I was thinking of doing something even more drastic. I was thinking of going bishop c6 here, stopping knight d7. You play gf3,
yeah,
and I go c4. And now I'm threatening to go bishop a3 next, but okay,
but
maybe
I can
it's
do
too much.
f2.
F2 and knight G4, yeah?
Knight
Suddenly,
yeah, exactly. But if you go bishop A3, I'll first come out, I guess. Bishop D4, C5,
knight G4.
knight G4, and I am
lights out.
winning here
Yeah.
as black. So perhaps it's logical to not burn all the bridges and take this and start from here, yeah? Knight G4 and play this.
This one, to be honest, I'm not very ambitious.
Like I bring my king in, maybe, or not. King E2, king F3.
He plays bishop G5. He's
Nice.
going for that opposite colored endgame here. King G7. By the way, knight H7 also a move.
Knight H7.
But it's too passive, yeah? Because then your idea of bishop E7, C4, C5 might just be powerful.
No, that's winning. That's perfect. That's perfecto because the knight is now passive and we just go boom, boom. C5 wins.
Yeah, this is winning.
So that's the reason why king G7 maybe.
And let me just go to this variation. Bishop F6, king F6.
Bishop, sorry?
King G7.
Yeah.
Bishop F6, king F6.
FG.
And white does have the ability to create a passed pawn when he plays pawn to H5.
Yes.
He is a pawn up on the queen side with a 3 versus 2 majority. So if he can somehow create 2 passed pawns, he's going to be winning. So the defensive mechanism is to not allow white to get C4, C5.
Right. So actually speaking, this is maybe a worthwhile position to try, yeah, for Javo.
Yes.
So then Swane is thinking here, is there some other move he has apart from king G7? So F4 here, this is what you want to do? Yeah. Let's try to see what's the most accurate way for black to respond to this idea. I mean, if you get king G2, king G3, bishop B2, C4, I guess your plan would work. But maybe I have something better here.
Also, knight D7, knight C5 always exists.
Yeah. So here, and then if you spend time here, then you will lose your key pawn. So maybe you have to start running backwards now. Bishop here and bishop here.
Which is obviously not ideal, right?
And then maybe black could anyway push the pawn and kind of save it. So it's not working out time-wise. You know, like black is able to consolidate. So time is also important here. Bishop G5 and now 2 options here. Knight coming to C5, which I personally think is super dangerous. I mean, you're just a pawn down, yeah?
Yeah,
oh,
I
no,
mean,
but knight
you're
C5.
getting it back, but this concept that you were highlighting, that now H5 and white is going to have this outside passed pawn
So
with
let's put
2
the
bishops on the
bishop
board.
here, knight, but I am attacking again here. I don't have time. There's no time.
Yeah, bishop F6 and H5 next. Exactly.
That's a good move. Bishop F6 was very pretty. Let's go back, right, or what? I go back.
To be honest,
go
I
H5,
don't think black wants to keep 2 bishops on the board and allow white to have this extra passed pawn on the rook file. Frederick Swan is nervous. He shook his
He's
head
down
there.
to 2 minutes.
Yes, he's
oh
nervous.
my God. I mean, this game suddenly has become so thrilling.
And we've seen Sindarov do this before against Yu Yang He. It was a drawn queen pawn end game. He kept on playing, kept on pressuring his opponent, and he finally faltered. And look at Swana there.
Yeah.
He's actually completely flustered.
And Sindarov, by the way, in this tournament, guys, remember, we've all been talking about Nodirbek Abdusattorov as the big hope of reaching the candidates from Uzbekistan. But Sindarov could very well take that before even Nodirbek reaches there.
It's possible.
It's possible because he is one of the strongest. He's actually the highest rated player in his group. I think him and Le Kwong Liem.
Yes.
So
he goes knight D7.
Knight D7 played. He's coming to C5. And actually, guys, this is this line now with FG.
And he takes
FG,
immediately. Knight C5
Knight
played.
C5 attacking the bishop. And we are having this struggle where the 2 bishops and kingside majority against the A passer. coming down the board. मजा आ गया भाई दोस्तों. ऐसे एंड गेम्स बहुत कम देखने मिलते हैं in a classical game.
This is going to be a race.
I don't know where to put the bishop though. I would have loved to put it on e4, but the knight controls that square.
It's kind of as if in this race, white has a car with the better engine. Like with the two bishops, it kind of feels like in a perfect scenario, white should be able to win this race because the bishop is a long-ranged piece.
But he puts it on c6. And now bishop f6, pretty much sure you do that, and he
does it. He does it.
Your move is on the board.
Let's go, bhai. h5, h6 coming.
I think bishop c6 is point.
He's basically saying that I want to always keep my pawn on b5 protected.
And also, I believe he wants to bring the bishop to e4 later. So whether it goes from d5 to e4 or c6 to e4, maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. Is there any other?
That मैं bishop को f6 वाले c4 से वो पूरा मतलब he'll basically stop the pawn on a5 by playing c4. So he does not really need the bishop on d5.
But maybe, I mean, the most logical defensive idea now is knight c5.
Correct.
Because you want to get your knight back and start pushing the a pawn. I guess h5
you push.
Is correct maybe. But somehow
not
bit
really.
premature, yeah? Take, king h7, maybe.
And with the bishop on d5, we did have the ability.
Bishop f7, yeah.
So a bit of fun.
But maybe, Harshit bhai, the idea is not to push h5, but to bring your king in. And then a4.
And just king d2, kya? King d2, king c2.
King d2 or king...
Well, king d2, why not?
King d2.
And king c2. And the
c2,
king protects the pawn.
King b2, king a3, something like that.
Exactly. 35 seconds for Swana.
भाई बहुत practical problems बहुत है.
भाई or like you can just feel the pressure.
Look at him shaking his head. He's like भाई कहाँ फंस गया भाई ये मैं. इधर नहीं पहुँचना था मेरे को.
This is not easy.
I think I know Gustafsson was telling me in the live commentary that Frederick Swana, when he doesn't solve studies well, he gets really upset with himself. He likes that precise, perfect calculation.
But 7 seconds, no time to calculate your bishop c5. This
maybe it's a good move, yeah.
Maybe
bishop
it's a good
c5.
move. By this guy playing with a few seconds on his clock.
I understand what he wants to do. Maybe he wants to go like this.
Oh.
And then maybe he wants to then attack there and then either you trade or my a pawn starts running.
Frederick Swana finding a brilliant positional idea.
Defensive idea.
To trade the dark squared bishops. And I saw Senderov just always taking a glimpse of Frederick Swane because when you see your opponent is nervous, it gives you that extra bit of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, in the chat, we have more than 2,000 people. Guys, how are you enjoying this game? Because they are not Indian players who are playing here, but what a great position, yeah, they have on the board.
I think this is a very instructive end game.
It's brilliant. And now I want to see how Sindaro tries to approach this. He has a few options. He has a chance to create a passer. He has a chance to bring his king up the board. I don't know what else.
I like the plan that you mentioned of just bringing your king in the game, and he's about to do it. He's hovering around his king and he
goes king
e2. Played.
King e2, perhaps the best move.
Again, Frederick Swane only having 30 seconds to make his next move. Somehow, I completely agree with your prediction that Sindarov might just win this game with white.
But I don't like how Frederick is shaking his head so much. Like, I mean, if you did this, why don't you just go back bishop f8 now? What's stopping you? Bishop d8.
But then c3 pawn is hanging.
But then with a check.
He goes, with 1 second.
Oh!
He played with 1 second. Knight b6.
भाई बड़ा अच्छा मूव खेला.
भाई कैसे? 1 second के साथ.
मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है कि he just shakes his head and all of that, and the opponent is like he'll collapse now, and then he plays the best move.
I mean, to be honest, I was never someone who I mean, because I kind of feel like when you shake your head, you kind of give negative energy to yourself. But maybe Frederick Swanee has a way to deal with pressure by just releasing all that energy outside. Knight b6, great move by him. What if king d3 now? भाई इतना क्यों ये ऐसा हो रहा है भाई?
I know it's just somehow it's his way of coping, I think, and he seems to be the player who gets stressed out in general. We saw Hikaru, by the way, often shaking his head and then winning. So it's not like always shaking the head means you think you are lost. So, I mean, king d3 seems the most natural, right? Like king d3. By the way, why didn't he, I mean, just to analyze, bishop f8, it was perhaps also a good move. King d3 to save this pawn. Bishop g7,
yeah, this
attacking
was brilliant
here.
idea.
And then bishop d8 trying to mess things up, right?
Bishop e5, maybe just keeping it under control.
Bishop e5, c4.
Yeah, this would have been the other way of playing it. Knight b2 check at some point.
Yeah. Knight b2 now only. And then c4 hangs. So maybe this was a very decent defense. But he went back knight b6. And now king d3 is what we are expecting. But maybe there is h5. Knight b6, doesn't it put a question mark on bishop c6? I mean, yeah, maybe that's the point, yeah? Then the bishop is now not attacked. I have a free tempo. No, but
king
the
d3.
king will come.
And a4 blitzed out.
a4 played, and this will come now. He's using the king to stop the pawn. Or he might do it with c4. He'll use this bishop to stop the pawn. I don't know what's the use of this bishop for now. I think it will come to e4, if I'm not mistaken, and h5. So let's imagine a4, c4.
a3.
a3. Bishop e4 is what I'm assuming is a decent move.
a2.
a2. h5. Oh my goodness,
No,
I'm losing.
this is risky. Bishop f8, bishop g7, your own idea.
Not in time. Actually, black is the one running. Yeah, here I should be more careful with how I play this now. So c4 was fine. You pushed a3. White should be very careful here how he continues. Maybe king c2. Oh, no, but I lose
Then
c4.
c4 pawn falls. What a tense endgame that we have here. Frederick Swanee is trying to utilize every single second when Sindarov is thinking, not wasting any time here.
Yeah, I don't. I have not figured out even a way to press in this endgame as white. Like for example, c4, a3. What's the move, bhai?
Yeah, no, it's not easy.
King c3, yeah.
But still,
a2.
Yeah, a2, and he's about to play c4.
Yes,
he's about to play it.
I mean, Sindarov is playing like stockfish.
This is apparently the only way.
By the way, king b3. No? King b3, because I stop your pawn.
But bishop e7?
Because
and
if
your
I
h4
move,
pawn is hanging.
This is hanging. But I should be okay with it, right? For example.
And a3 played. A3 played, so we are just going
c3.
to
let's stay with the game.
Exactly.
a3 played, king c3 is forced here now for Sindarov to find this move. Bring the king in. I still am amazed that Sindarov played bishop c6 there. I want to check with the engine if that was the best move. If it was, it's tremendous.
And it was.
It was one of the I mean, bd5 and bishop c6, both are
both
almost...
were good. Both were good, but bishop c6.
It was one of the
Hats
best.
off. And king c3 played.
Played.
This guy is trying to squeeze water out of a stone here.
Stockfish Sindarov. Amazing he's.
And I mean, I think he's feeling the energy. He's rocking his chair back and forth.
Also swiveling his hand. Look at that pawn If we maybe director saab, we could zoom into that swiveling thing he
Bishop
does.
F8. That looks like a mistake to me. That looks like a mistake to me.
Because he could have pushed the pawn, but now king b3.
And did he just blunder?
Yeah, he's made a huge mistake, guys. King b3, the bar has risen up, although it's not yet a loss perhaps. But king b3 casts serious doubts over the position. Question mark move.
Absolutely. King b3 and following it up with this move bishop to d8. Now that the bishop has moved away from the defense of the c7 pawn, the white bishop can put pressure on that pawn.
I was wondering if we could potentially take, and then play bishop d5 and win this pawn.
Can we?
But that seems like a very slow, yeah?
No, it looks good.
So take, bishop d5. And now I'm going after this pawn, but
It
maybe
looks so good.
king f6.
But then just take the pawn on a3.
Actually, here there is one move, yeah, according to the engines, f5.
Oh, that's tough.
No, the thing is king f6, you can't come king e5 because this hangs, right? So he's just saving that pawn.
And creating a
G5,
fast pawn.
And now, okay, you can take and you have f pawn also running. No, but c5 we have...
Knight c4, brillante. Or knight a4. Knight a4.
c5,
Knight
knight
A4.
a4, only move. Amazing.
Now if you take my knight on a4, the a pawn is going to run down the board. So,
And if you take here, this is a draw.
Okay, let's stick with the live position as king b3 was
Fine.
played.
It's
He
the
played
best
it.
move by Sindarov. Maybe the only player to win this today, guys.
Sindarov Javokhir, the young boy from Uzbekistan.
I must tell you guys, I played with him back in 2015 in Abu Dhabi Masters, where he was 9 or 10 years old in a Blitz game tournament. He was 1900, I was 2400 or 2300.
Let me not ask you about the result.
He crushed me. He crushed me like crazy, and I was like, "Bhai, ye banda bahut bada player banne wala hai." That point only I had guessed it, and he was, of course,
It came out to be
fulfilled
true.
his promise.
He goes bishop g7. He should not take the bishop on g7 now. He should not take. He needs to play this move
BD8.
bishop to d8. Only move.
I think he'll do it. He'll do it. I mean, no doubt.
Yeah, bishop d8 looks...
Bishop d8 is just screaming to be played.
Yeah.
Also, the calculation with take is easy. You can't take on a3,
Haan.
knight c4 is hanging, bd5, you see f5.
Correct.
And then you say to yourself, okay, I need to go bd8. So...
But bg7, bd8, thoda dar lag raha hai kya? Knight c4 or some tricks?
But, oh, bd8, knight c4, is it coming?
But then you just pick up the c7 pawn. You're like...
So bd8, knight takes c4. If you take the piece, my pawn queens, and
You just take the pawn on
I
c7.
take here, threatening b6, b7. But this is not hanging. So maybe I can do bd4 to stop your pawn.
Kya ho raha hai bhai ye?
And bd5 maybe.
Then just knight b6 back.
And then maybe still within the drawing margin in the game. 1 minute for Frederick. He's playing on that 1 minute mark for quite some time, and 10 minutes for Javokhir Sindarov.
Yeah, they say there are only 3 phases of the game. Opening, middle game and end game. But I feel like, as you rightly said, there can also be this 4th phase. Queen-less middle game?
Yeah.
Or what was it that you said?
Yeah, something like where you are in the end game, but you have to really calculate like a middle game. But I guess in end games, calculation is one of the key. I have known
And
that
he goes for it.
PD8
Bishop d8
found.
played.
By the way, guys, many people have this misconception that players who are very aggressive and good at calculation are not good endgame players. Quite the contrary. There are players like Alexei Shirov who are known and famed for their endgame play because they are so precise in their calculation.
In their calculation. Bhai, look at this camera angle.
Beautiful.
Such a beautiful camera angle.
Maybe we can make the chessboard slightly bigger.
I love
the
this
2D
angle.
board. I love it because Frederick Swana is like, bhai.
Yeah, and you can look at the screen on the top as well.
Oh,
And he's put his hand
oh
on his
my
head.
God, he's so fidgety.
He cannot believe he's going to be in big trouble in this game.
I think the only problem in this angle is that the clock is not ticking. It's 22 seconds right now, guys. Maybe I can tell you 18, 17, 16,
and he
15,
needs to
go,
take
go,
the pawn
go.
on c4. He has to take the pawn on c4 to keep the game interesting. But he doesn't. He goes bishop e5.
He plays bishop e5. He wants to save the pawn. But it's a bad move. Now, can we take king? I don't think king a3 makes sense. You just take here. I feel c5 should be the move.
Even something like king a3, b4 to a5.
King a3, knight takes c4, king b4, and then king here, here, and here.
Exactly. By the way, the last move was played with just 3 seconds on the clock.
He's good with it.
He's good.
Some players who do it really well.
मैं उसका चेहरा देखने ही नहीं वाला, because if I look at his face, I just feel like he's lost.
Yeah. I think, Harshit bhai, if you ever face Frederick Swane, you just know, don't look at him.
Look at
just look at the board.
Man, it's not easy to play someone like Swane, right? Who's like, look at
him. He's like, bhai, मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ? Because now maybe he just felt knight c4 was a better choice. Okay, Arshit bhai, c5 or king a3? Time to calculate.
c5, knight a4. Again, this recurring issue exists.
Knight a4. And can we just go bishop e7 and protect this and now take the free pawn?
Bishop to e7. Nice move there.
Because, okay, you can do BD4 maybe?
Wow.
Trying to attack here because this is not hanging. A2, A1 is coming.
Oof.
I could take this now, I guess. Okay, that's a blunder. I don't know what's the move though. I have no clue.
B6.
B6, CB?
B6 and bishop takes A4 is hanging.
B6. What a move. What a move. By crazy move, bishop A4 and you win the endgame.
And these are the kind of complications that can
They have to calculate this with little time on the clock.
So C5?
Director Saab, do we have the angle that you showed for Frederick Swane for Sindarov? Because Sindarov is like also getting a bit kind of excited.
And as we are trying to get that, Sindarov is trying to figure out how he can...
He pushes the pawn on C5. I think he pushes. By the way, guys, just to tell you, I was curious if king A3 works. It is not. C5 is the best move.
C5.
Wow.
Keeping the pawn alive.
And Frederick Swane is like, no, this is not going well for me.
Maybe I'm wrong, Sagar Bhai, but I don't think you should kind of...
6, 5, 4, play.
Bhai,
You're going to lose on time. 1 second. With 1 second. Again.
Knight A4, 1 second.
1 second. What a guy. He should be training some players, how to play with 1 second. Maybe writing a book. Bishop E7 found. And guys, B6 is coming up.
But look at Sindarov, he's so calm.
Sindarov.
He is not even like,
Another day at office for him.
अगर मेरा opponent 1 second से खेलता तो मुझे पहले 2 मिनट बुरा लगता था कि यार इसने कैसे खेल लिया 1 second में.
No, Sindarov has that killer ability,
Yeah.
He doesn't have that, I feel bad for him and stuff like that. By the way, knight C3, I just pick up the A3 pawn.
Or even push the B. Oh no, I have to take the pawn on A3. Correct.
Yeah, just take this. King A3 and now King
King
G7. But B6?
No, A3 का pawn ही मर रहा है.
No, but take the piece.
No, A2 भाई. Piece कैसे मारेंगे? King A3 just, no?
No, A2, King A2.
No, it's white to play. King takes A3. Free pawn.
I know, but I wanted to play B6 to win the knight. I don't know if that makes sense though. But why?
Just take the pawn.
Take the pawn. It's a free pawn.
Take the pawn. Win the game.
Yes. No, but
because knight c5 was a check, and the bishop on e7 protects the pawn on c5.
Yeah, b6 check, and then I take here.
Exactly. Very important to play bishop e7, and now he just takes the pawn on a3, and Frederick is like, what did I do? मैंने pawn ही नहीं बचाया.
He forgot that the pawn was, and now I mean, it's done. It's over. King b4 next move. b6 is coming. Double bishop. Guys, it's +4.
Yeah, this is...
Magically, Javokhir Sindarov has done it. Magic OP, guys. Arey, bishop d6, crazy. If I take with the pawn, maybe you want to push this. Possible.
I don't think we need to be fancy. Just keep it simple. Because itna mehnat se winning position aaya hai. King b3 now,
I mean, getting 1 point here
King b3
is huge.
King
Do you
b3.
want to go b6?
No, bhai. King b3. Simple
b6
chess.
Because they take knight c4 check and you lose the pawn.
No reason to complicate things when
Why
you're
not
winning.
king b4?
Bhai, check allow ही मत करो. King b3. Simple chess.
भाई ऐसे थोड़ी ना रहता है.
ऐसा ही है भाई. No भाई, no forcing. Simple chess. King b3.
King b3.
Played.
Harshit bhai is like, Oi, no masti now.
No masti bhai. This is the World Cup. You just don't risk anything.
Just bring home the point. And Frederick Swane is like, he's so upset. By the way, this guy, after knocking out Gukesh in round number 3, he got the better of, whom did he beat in round 4? I kind of...
Frederick Swane.
Yeah, wait, I have it in my diary here. He beat Sargsyan.
Gabriel.
Shant Sargsyan. And f5 played. Now, kind of trying to get his own passer on the f line. I think you just take.
Let me think.
Maybe you can go g5.
I like gf5. I like gf5 to create this
Another
past edge
passer.
pawn.
Yeah. Although I think g5 should also win. I think both moves are winning.
Yeah, no,
here.
this is completely over.
Yeah, g5, gf5, both are winning here. Yeah, Frederick has played really well in this tournament, Shrija. You are right. But, you know, this tournament, when you are in such a place where you're in round 5, now you no longer think about playing well. You are thinking about reaching the quarterfinals. You are thinking about that candidate spot. You are thinking about the easy bracket that you have. I mean, relatively easy, not like easy. You've done the hard work. When you beat Gukesh in a tournament, you back yourself to beat anyone.
Absolutely. But now G takes f5 and Sindarov coming here, who has come here with his second, I'm sure he's going to run back to his room, hug his second in joy.
I think his second is Mukhaddin Madaminov.
Exactly.
Madaminov is here. I think Uzbek players have such great depth in their country now that they have great players who can support each other, just like India. For example, you could see Vaibhav Suri here with Pragnananda, or, you know, I mean, Gaevsky is with Gukesh, not from India, but there.
Man, here, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
B6 looks winning.
He's done it.
And after CB6,
BD6
is a draw.
No, don't do it.
Yes,
because
exactly.
take King F6. Just take the pawn.
He takes the pawn.
And now just do this.
Yes.
Sometimes, you know, to win endgames, you have to be patient. You can't rush. If you rush, you spoil it.
And at such a tender age, Sindarov showing so much experience, so much class by just never rushing with the decision, as you were saying, Sagar bhai. And now after this cute little maneuver of the bishop on e7 going to c7.
Can I tell you something, Arshit bhai? I feel that this year, 2025, some players have got their confidence by playing well at freestyle chess. By the way, knight d3 on the board. Like Sindarov and Vincent. Vincent winning in Weissenhaus, and Sindarov actually choosing Hikaru Nakamura, if you remember, and beating him in a match. These are life-changing moments. Like, you start believing in yourself, and we can see this in normal chess. That confidence which he got from freestyle chess.
Absolutely.
So, I personally think that freestyle chess is helping these players, those who are doing well in their normal chess as well. Not chess per se, but the confidence that they get.
Knight d3 played. You can just shoulder that knight away. You can go king c4, head towards the center of the board, but at the same time kick that knight away from the center. Guys, when the knight is in the center, it controls 8 squares. When the knight is in the corner, it only controls 2 or 3 squares.
Yeah. And
Into
also,
C4.
Director Saab, is it possible to zoom into me and Harshit Bhai? Because we are only 2 people, lot of space around us. थोड़ा zoom कर सकते हैं. बढ़िया हो जाएगा. And knight d3.
King c4 played.
Yes, he goes king to c4.
Knight f4, and now how do you finish it off? I like bishop d7 here.
But why? You want to take the pawn, huh?
I just want to...
Let's think.
Stop knight e6. Any counterplay I want to stop. Bishop d7 and then bishop d8, bishop c7.
Guys, you are seeing a GM in action here who is making moves which are not furthering his plans but stopping opponent's plans first. And it has been very beautiful explanation given to me by a famous coach who has said that when you have an advantage and you stop opponent's plan, your advantage grows. And many people don't realize that. They think only when I do something, my advantage grows. But that's not like that in chess. You stop opponent's plan, your advantage grows.
And also psychologically, it's so difficult to play an opponent who just does not allow anything. Like you have some idea and he just makes a prophylactic move against it, and then you're like, "Arey, ab main kya karu?" And I think if you go bishop d7, it's also such a psychological blow to you, right?
Yeah.
ये भी chance नहीं दिया मुझे knight e6 पे लाने का.
Arey, what an angle by our director Saab has gotten both and bd7, Harshit Bhai.
Played by.
Bhai, you deserve to be there in 2027 World Cup, Bhai. You need to work towards it.
Yeah, that's actually something.
Because, to qualify is not that... It's possible. There are 7 spots now in Indian National Championship for a World Cup. Because India being such an important zone, FIDE has recognized that and given, I think, 7 spots to its national championship. Then there are Asian Championship spots. So perhaps not a bad idea.
Yeah, I'll honestly give it a shot.
And bd7 here.
Yeah. That's not a happy camper there, Frederick Swane. But he'll still have an opportunity. He needs to have a good mentality.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter how strong you are, if you don't have a good mentality, you are not going to go through. You need to just accept whatever happens now that he's going to lose this game, that he's going to come back tomorrow with all his power and might to come back. And it's possible.
By the way, Sindarov has just gone away somewhere. Can we see, from the tournament hall angle, where is he?
He's back. He's there. He's right there. He's hovering around the board there. Bishop.
Sorry, bishop d8.
Knight g6 first, and after bishop d8, f4. But can I, again, intermediate move. Pawn to f4 potentially. h5, I mean. Kicking your knight away.
But we could also do bishop c7, no? It wins. Because then take knight e7. h5 might be the perfect move, yeah? Because you take away this square and then bishop c7 and queen. Nice. Because if you didn't do this and you played this move, then take, knight stops the pawn.
But even if you queen and you win the piece,
this is
just
a draw.
To show everyone, this is a draw.
Because the pawn's queening square is a dark square and you have a light squared bishop, which is the wrong colored bishop.
Yeah, exactly.
Going back to the live board that we have, knight goes to g2.
Where is that knight going? Bishop d8 now looks...
Ayan Trivedi says, why Swane is so disappointed? He has one more game to come back, right, Sagar bhai? Yes, he has one more game. But guys, the way Sindarov is playing here, it looks unlikely that Swane might get the chance to come back, even though he'll be white.
Showing no signs of happiness there, Sindarov.
Okay, Sindarov is here. Yeah, he's here to win. He's here to win the tournament.
Taking his time, not rushing. He knows he's winning.
Bishop takes f5, also
no, just
possible
king d5.
move.
King d5 brings the
Oh,
king.
Bishop d5, knight e3 was there. But I mean, that line also could have been, I don't know.
potentially something. King d5, attacks here.
Bishop goes to g3.
Does PD?
No.
No?
No. I know you wanted to ask bishop d6, but knight e3 check, bishop takes d6, knight c4, and you take the pawn on b6 and it's a draw.
Yeah.
Don't rush.
Don't rush. How do... Then maybe do we do bishop f... Let's do h5.
Very slowly. Bhai, kuch guy se nahi jitna hai. Very slowly.
Let's do slowly then. I don't know what's the slowly move.
h5. Simple.
Are you sure?
Yes, yes.
Or...
h5 is good.
bd8 now. With the idea of bishop c7. At some point you have to calculate tactics, right?
I think h5 is good. I'm allowing knight f4 check.
I have an idea. b7. Because now I have bd6.
This is nice also.
Because now you do this, I have...
Bishop d6. Okay, this is clean.
Sometimes I think you will have to push, yeah?
This is clean. b7 is a clean win.
So b7, bishop b8, bd6, bishop a7. Keeping... I guess potentially this is a win, by the way. I must tell our viewers that this endgame with knight h4, I'll win this pawn, and 2 bishops versus knight is a winning endgame.
And you know, this is one of the only endgames which takes more than 50 moves if black defends in the perfect way to win. Yes.
Although I feel it's very difficult to play with the knight.
I mean, here you have a pawn, so it helps your case. But in general, I completely agree. Goes bishop g3, Sindarov down to his last 4 minutes. Plenty time for someone like Sindarov to...
Kuri says white is so winning, but so much needed to win. That's true, guys. It's like, you know, you're doing a surgery and it's very small, you know, like you have to go inside the heart, make sure everything is perfectly done. And then when you are just doing the final stitches, you can't be stupid and just do it quickly. Otherwise,
it will be finished.
All your work is wasted.
It's gone. And like a doctor there, Sindarov, just about to take the pawn on f5. He's like, let me just grab it.
But bishop f5. Does that work? Because I have 2 moves. One is check. The other is to take this pawn.
Is he taking it? Yeah, he's taking it. But he comes back. He's like...
Lelu ya ne lelu.
By the way, is bishop f5? Yeah, it should be winning, right? Must be winning.
Bishop f5. I mean, if knight e3...
King e6, yeah?
Yeah, king e6, king e4. This endgame is winning. You have 2 passers. Both cannot be held.
And also the bishop is the right color. So he takes the pawn on f5.
Yeah. So bishop f5 and now knight h4 is what I was a bit worried. But I know what's the move here, Harshit Bhai.
Bishop
e4.
Exactly.
And you dominate the knight totally. And then you use this bishop to win. Oh. Sindarov. Finding these little tricks.
And final few moves of resistance that Frederick Swane can put up. But Sindarov is going to score. Tiki-taka chess played by Sindarov.
Yeah. I mean, I loved this.
Where is that knight going?
Did he lose on time or what?
Knight h4 played, apologizing for the knight not being on the perfect square there. But
Bishop
now
e4.
bishop e4. Of course.
Calmly dominates the knight, guys. This is another rule which you should know. If the knight is on the corner of the board and you have 2 squares left, then the square where the bishop is dominates the knight totally. Cannot move.
And knight g6.
Knight g6?
Is going to be chopped. That knight is going to be taken.
Wait a second. Yeah. Yeah, it's winning, right? Bishop g6, king g6, b7.
And
king f7, bd6. Sorry, I shouldn't do this. I have to go bb8.
Bishop b8.
bd6, bishop a7, king c6 here and king a6.
Yeah.
And I win.
King f6, just to finish it off. King e6, king a6, and just in time.
And you have no squares for your bishop, and then I queen.
The tragedy of one tempo.
he would go from the other diagonal. So
He
if
takes.
here I play BD6, then from here, this also same winning.
And resignation.
Sindarov,
Javokir. Playing a clinical game. Clinical end game.
बहुत अच्छा खेला भाई.
मजा आया
बहुत
भाई ये
अच्छा
game.
खेला. This was the end game of the day, I think, and end game maybe one of the most beautiful end games that we have seen. Sindarov should be proud of himself. If you showed it just like that without the names of the players, then someone would think it was Capablanca
Yeah,
playing.
exactly. And it's kind of like the position is very equal.
Yeah.
But he believed. He believed that he can win, and this really helped him to win. Whereas from the body language, I mean, I don't know Frederick that well, but just by looking at him, I just thought that he was always under pressure. He never believed that he can save this game, is what I felt from the way he was expressing himself. And tomorrow, he will have a chance to come back, to get himself together, to equalize the match and go into the tiebreaks. But right now, out of all the 16 players, it is only Sindarov who is leading in the matchup.
Yeah, and with this, I think we were talking a lot about the German players, right, doing well. But we have Bluebaum, who is out now. We have Swane, who's on the edge of getting eliminated. Keimer is already out. So that leaves only Donchenko in the mix. And he's in a draw. So, you know, not easy. 4 players, maybe 3 could get eliminated or even 4.
Yeah.
So that just goes to show that what Arjun and Harikrishna are doing here is not at all easy. Tomorrow they will try to win. Hari with white pieces. Arjun maybe will try to hold with black. Will be good fun. I think we had a great day.
No, it was super day. Arjun and Hari, the only 2 players left in the tournament, drawing their games. Very, very well played games by both the players. And here we have the pairings of round number 5. Arjun, Aronian drawing their game. Sam Shankland, Dubov.
Dubov missing a chance today.
Yeah.
He could have won.
Donchenko, Lekwang Liam, very solid. And we saw this beautiful game that just concluded of Sindarov Javokir defeating the German Frederick Swane.
Yes, and Sargsyan Yakubov was also a solid draw. Esipenko was slightly better against Grebnev, but a draw. And Vei Sevian was also a solid draw. Harikrishna played complete theory to hold Martinez to a draw. And those were the pairings. Tomorrow, we will be back at 3 p.m. IST with the second game. Guys, if you want to support this coverage, the links are in the description. There's an offer for Children's Day on Chesspa books that we have. There's a Chesscom premium membership that we have for 1 month absolutely free. And there's the all-new ChessBase 26 and Mega Database 2026 that has been launched that you can check out. And if you want to support the young talents of Indian chess, you can go to helpchess.org and do the needful. Thank you all for tuning in. Many, many people stayed back right till the very end. And thank you all here who stayed back till the very end. We'll be back again tomorrow. See you.
Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, I hope you are enjoying the coverage of the FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa, India. Look at the beautiful place I am in right now. While we are on this break, I want to tell you that ChessBase has just launched the ChessBase version, the newest version, ChessBase 2026 and Mega 26, Mega Database 2026 on 12th of November. Earlier, ChessBase used to launch a version every 2 years. But now, starting from this year, it will be launched every year, just like Mega Database. Hence, from ChessBase 18, we have now launched to ChessBase 26. Then it will happen ChessBase 27 and so on. Mega Database is world's largest chess database and has more than 11.7 million games and 114,000 annotated games. What are the newest features in ChessBase 26? Well, here's a short video for you to know all about it.
ChessBase 26 is here. Starting with the enhanced opening report, rating-based statistics for your favorite openings, instructive tactical training built right in, the history of each opening, its pioneers, and a fashion chart showing popularity over time. Then we have the Monte Carlo analysis, simulating thousands of games, defining practical chances and typical maneuvers. Also, new detection of duplicate games, AI description of plans, real-time ray tracing, and more. ChessBase 26. Expand your chess horizon.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today. A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons created by master coaches will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.